Welcome back, everyone, to Rivals Fight Night. And look at here, you're gonna see Kaluge become Tilda Swinton in real time, just sending all these people out into the nether realm and just hitting their green bodies with all the goodness. Welcome, everyone, to Rivals Fight Night. I'm Golden Boy, new host. Puckett's not here, but I'm taking over this time around. This time I'm joined by two people who I actually love quite dearly. It's Jake and ZP joining me here today, guys. We've been up and down the road doing esports for God knows how long, but now here we are, untethered by the leashes of corporate America, and now we have an opportunity to pave our own pathway alongside all these incredible teams here in Marvel Rivals. I don't know what I'm saying. ZP, it's good to be here with you, buddy.
Dude, it is awesome to have you here on the show. You know what? Puckett's like, I'm going to be drinking, doing some Halo this weekend. Can't catch up. It's like, you know what? We got someone in mind that we have a lot of history with. That is awesome. Of course, there's this in the Shroud Gauntlet, but GB, it's always great to work with you. And also, big shout out to our first matchup today. We're going to have a bunch of dedicated fans from France here in the chat, too. Always out here to support the boys.
Oh, yeah. The French community is coming out big, Jake. Love to see it. I'm excited for this one, man. It's going to be good because I haven't had a chance to watch any EU. So what should I be getting ready for here?
I mean, really, the biggest question in EU is, can anybody stop Virtus.pro? They're waiting for us in that money match. Of course, they've been holding the title for pretty much as long as we've been running Rivals Fight Night. So whether it's Team Peps or Team One advancing from this challenger match, they have an extremely stiff opponent. Virtus.pro has had a chokehold, frankly, on Europe and has not been allowing any challengers to have a chance. So while I'm excited for the French fans, they're going to need to come out in a huge way and support, because Team Peps, they need a lot of energy to run through two incredibly difficult teams. Team One, just about the worst team branding you've ever seen in your life, but that's because they're looking for an org. They want to let that know. They are actually a pretty good team, and so even this challenger match is going to be a tough test for Team Peps.
Yeah, I know Team One have faced off against VP a few times here. Of course, these are the matches that we're going to be checking out today, but here's the history of Fight Night here in EU, and you'll see VP, outside of, a couple blips back when Luminosity was in play, but they're Team One now, right? Understanding that correctly.
So some history for you. In Fight Night number 4, VP were unable to participate, so Luminosity was able to win that one. And then the very next time, Virtus.pro comes back and unseats them. So Virtus.pro has a 100% win rate of the Fight Nights that they've shown up to.
Damn.
That's kind of par for the course across the Marvel Rivals Invitational, from the Marvel Rivals Championship. Virtus.pro just eat their foes alive. And you can see how many of these games are 3-0. I mean, like, no one has put them to a series point yet. That's crazy. That level of dominance in an esport, you really don't see that often. And, I wonder how long VP can keep this up, because it's tough to be on top. You got a big target on your back.
Yeah, ZP, Jake just mentioned that they're eating these people alive. Why is VP cannibals?
I mean, VP, they're just a team where they have it all, right? Where look, in terms of their taste and whatnot, these are players that go all the way back to the highest levels of hero shooter play in games like OW, and they just grab some of the best talent around in the EU region, and they've been stable. This is one of the few teams that hasn't had to make any roster changes because, well, when you're this good, what are you going to change? Who are you going to kick off the team when you've won everything? The greatest glue to keeping a team together is just win everything. And I mean, look, across the board, I mean, you got Nevix, where, me and Hex joke, our very first
Nevix
Overwatch
is on the team?
Yes.
Hold up.
Nevix is on
the OG. The OG.
Oh, snap. Okay,
you're going to recognize a lot of names on VP,
run
bro.
it back, VP. Run it back. Just keep going. I'm sorry, everyone. It's cooked. My boy Nevix is in the server. Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off. That made me very excited, Steve.
Yeah, well, you're the very first person that me and Hex ever casted. Like, all the way back, like, literally first broadcast, and I've been doing this 10 years. So, yeah, needless to say, they have veteran talent on the team, and they are very good in Rivals. But, looking at what we have here today, Team One and Team Peps both very, very promising in my mind. Where Team One, the former LGEU team, very much up there as, like, the perennial number 2, number 3 team in Europe, period. They really have not changed from that spot for a long time now, and I mean, they've gotten better and better over time. The person to watch, of course, on the duelist end is going to be Naga, who, you think back into some of the more name war metas, was effectively untouchable to any other team than VP's. So I mean, this team right now, I think, is one of the most interesting to watch. And if you look at even last week, though they lost 3-0 to VP, it was a very close 3-0, where it's not like they got
really could have gone the other way. I also think Melio is the new addition to this team, and Melio really impressed me. He looked like one of the best players on the team, was really going blow for blow with Naga. Like the two of them together were fighting incredibly well, and I thought the Psylocke in particular was great from Melio. He was competing with Sparker, who's pretty much the best in the business from VP when it comes to that role. So Melio is definitely another duelist that I've got my eyes on. I think Team One are actually closer than the results would seem to suggest in terms of being able to upset and take down those top dogs. And they want another shot this week, but they're going to have to go through Team Peps, which I'm curious to see if they can put up that challenge, if they could be maybe a new contender to take on VP.
Yeah, well, here's Team Peps. So am I understanding it right? This is a French squad coming in hot, right? Or is that?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
And it's
So,
I believe
exciting.
created by Feifei, who's like long time French participant in a whole bunch of different things in OW on the casting and management side of things. But also, I mean, you have some really high quality talent in here that goes back ages. Most notably, if you think about the OW scene, it would be Hardest and Leaf, right? Where these players are both very phenomenal, especially coming in from the duelist role. But they've made changes to a lot of the rest of their roster relative to the Team Peps that we saw in week 1. So this is kind of the new reformulation of Team Peps, and truthfully, don't have a ton of data on the Scrimbuck hotline, but I've been assured that they've been competitive, is where we're at. So we like to give teams a chance, and it's been like 12 weeks since we've had Team Peps back in here. It was about time to give Team Peps another run at it. Yeah,
and look, man, someone's got to take down VP. Could be Team Peps. They could be the ones to do it. Who knows? I mean, you never know, right? I mean, VP's very good, but that's always going to be a challenge here. I mean, we saw, as you'd mentioned, Team One losing 3-0 last week, and even though it was very competitive, it's still like VP still pulling off the wins. That's so difficult to have to deal with. But we're gonna wait for the game to get going here, and then we'll jump into the action. But real quick, okay, if you're watching and you happen to like what we're doing here, if you're watching on Twitch, why don't you go ahead and follow? We're so close to 10,000 followers on the channel, so why don't you go ahead, help a brother out and follow this bad boy? Okay, follow right. There's a little purple button. You just click it. You're good to go. But not even a subscription. Okay, you just follow the channel. That's it. So you can be notified when Rivals Fight Night goes live every single time.
That being said, you got a Prime sub. Throw it our way. We're not above that. We're not above that. We are desperate out here.
I'll hit you with a couple good, like wrestling intros if you want for a couple Prime subs. Not to be annoying, of course. Because we want to focus on the game here. But hey, throw it out there. Let us know. Support what's going on here. Truly independent esports production, as it should be. So if you give a crap about it, throw a couple ducats our way. That will be really, really helpful. And then, of course, if you don't want to do all that, which, that's mean, you should. We got an Intel giveaway that's actually going on as well, ZP, right? You can win. Yeah. What's the Intel thing? Because I'm not good enough at the hosting thing yet for you guys.
Well, it's rivalsfightnight.com, and you can pick up an Intel CPU for free. That's right. It's top of the line. All the details of the bomb, rivalsfightnight.com. Just go in there, sign up, and you can get for free. But now, GB, here's the really interesting part. This is the new draft format that's coming on in.
Wait. What is this? Is this from the new one, or is it? This isn't Fearless. We're doing something different, right? Or this is
just more bans and picks.
More bans and picks.
And like those two bans, simultaneous bans. Interesting. They both ban Torch.
Yeah, might have to bring that graphic down for Peps a little bit to the side. But yeah, okay. So Torch goes.
And so these are the single team bans, ZP, right? So the i.e. you're banning only something stopping the other team from playing it. So these don't block your own picks. So it'll be very much like a new meta. First two simultaneous teams now. Loki goes down for Team Peps.
So you're banning it for them?
I believe so, right? That's the new format.
So it's asymmetric bans. So the heroes that you ban are not banned for you, which is why you have Torch banned on both sides. Asymmetric bans. Each team gets 4 bans that they can target at the other team. So you can really go out of your way to target ban the top performers on the other team if you want. Like if one player has a hero pool that's 3 specific heroes, you can target all of them and not necessarily hurt yourself in turn. So the strategy that you go here can be more tailored to the team you're playing against. And for reference on this format, from what I understand, the Ignite qualifiers are not using it, but the Ignite main tournament will be using this.
Interesting.
Okay, so a lot of the top
practice.
teams want to practice, of course, assuming they're going to make it to the main event and be a big threat, playing at the top level. Okay, that's where you want to be, prepping this new format. So we're going to bring it to the fans live here today and kind of showcase it. It's interesting seeing some similarities here. The biggest difference, though, actually, well, there's no differences so far, right? So like at this point, they've equalized the different ban order, different priorities.
They're just removing the annoying ones. That's all they're doing.
Yeah, I mean, I do think the Luna Snow ulti is something a lot of people want to get rid of. Magneto Protect is pretty interesting, though. I don't know that Magneto was really the top preference when it comes to the ban pick. But also, so far, Groot is untouched. Groot was, for a long time, was like a staple first ban, in the series.
It will be when we get to VP. Let me tell you, VP still does not want to play against Groot. They will chop down that tree. Even though Nevix may be the best Groot in the world, is the funniest part about that.
Peps does it too.
You know what was explained to me? I forget who told me, so this is generic enough that's safe enough to share. But I think it was along the lines that VP bans Groot not because they're not the best Groot team, but because they think Groot adds enough variability to the match that they could theoretically lose in a Groot match. Therefore, they don't want to play it.
I believe that.
Yeah, the Groot wall being able to split support ultis, I think, is actually really challenging to consistently play around. Invisible Woman Protect goes off. I wonder if Team One respond with the Groot ban. I feel like they should. I'm honestly surprised Team Peps didn't protect themselves, but they're going to ban Wolverine. That's interesting.
I mean, that is, yeah.
Team Peps, I think it's sort of been a staple for them. Like Leaf looked really strong on the Wolverine previously, but Wolverine had fallen out of the meta pretty heavily. Like I don't think we've seen much Wolverine at all in the last few weeks. So it's still a little bit surprising to see the Wolverine ban. And now Team Peps can play the Groot, right, if they want, which is a little scary to me.
Yeah,
from Team One's perspective, like Groot was, we haven't seen Groot in a long time because Groot has been perma first banned in like every series the last few weeks because it is so good. Hell's Heaven is another pretty solid Groot map as well. I'm kind of curious to see what Team One does to deal with this.
Yeah, that is, it does feel like it could be a little bit of an imbalance, but perhaps, they're testing out some things as well. That's always a possibility to see what works out for them. Let's not forget, this is a great opportunity for the teams to really get in there and try new things out. So we'll see how that works out. But of course, fellas, I'll let you guys go ahead and yap from here. But I'm excited for this one. Should be good.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. And Team Peps are going with something that is a little bit more common in EU. They're deciding it's Spawn Door shenanigans. Never mind. It's going to go more in a Mantis Warlock comp. They were showing signs of going the Cap Jeff comp, but they decided no. But they're still changing it up here, Jake, actually. But okay, it's just standard Jeff spawn room stuff. Now, makes a lot more sense. Triple Strategist out here from Team Peps.
Yeah, there's a classic comp from them. Triple Strategist, Star-Lord, able to do a lot of the carrying. And then, of course, Leaf on the Adam Warlock is going to be able to do a lot of the DPS that you might be normally losing from having that third strategist. Team One playing a much more mobile composition. They're going to have Melio on the Wolverines. They need to do some heavy lifting. Trust me, though, taking a lot of pressure. It's hard to get in, getting focus fired on the Hulk and already knocked down to the smaller Bruce Banner form. Good start to the fight for Team Peps.
Yeah, Peps right now withstanding not a care in the world. Right now, both teams just building up ults, but down one. I mean, it puts Team Peps in a really tough spot. Beetle now, or rather, Team One in a tough spot. Beetle was getting focus fired, was able to finish off Puny Banner. DRP though, and onto Naga, and Team Peps slowly but surely, they're grinding it out. And once you lose one versus a triple strategist comp, Jake, it's kind of hard to bring it back.
Yeah, they're going to commit ults, though. Copying, keeping this point in contest, but so many kills have gone in. It feels like it's a matter of time right now. And even the focus fire onto the copy Cloak and Dagger enough to get that burst kill. Team Pep's going to be very happy with opening up that burst fight. And despite Melio getting a really nice grab in there on the enemy Groot, DRP was there in just the right moment to pop that bubble, save him, and stabilize the fight. And so right now, it's looking, I'm a little worried for Team One. Like, I'm not really seeing the vision of this comp. It's like they've got a lot of different pieces, and it's sort of two all around for me, where Team Peps looks so strong fighting as a unit. I mean, this is to actually successfully get a kill.
It's a very defensive domination round two, where trying to get back in versus Root Walls is just an exercise in pain. But we'll see if Team One can do it. Trust me, leaping on in. Naga looking for pickoffs, already pretty low here. Meteor M from DRP coming on out. Hardest able to res back in, takes down Naga at the same time. So Hardest is able to self-res. Naga, of course, is not. So already up one right now is Team Peps. Loki gonna clone out the strategist ult. Keep the pressure on here for Team Peps. That just gets to walk forward a little bit, but they lose Beetle. Melio able to go in with the last stand. Cuts down two. A little bit more room here for Team One,
res.
but the Karmic Revival's coming on in, and the fight is not over yet.
Yeah, that res really stabilized things to fight. Wolverine finding the opening he needed. The ultimates are coming in response. Team Peps fighting back. However, full energy Wolverine starting to tear into this group, starting to chip down that health bar. He's getting so much support, but it's not quite enough to get it over the line. And Team Peps seem to be finally crumbling under the overwhelming pressure from Wolverine. Needed a little bit more focus fire on this Wolverine. Some counter threat coming in. A strange portal potentially here to stall. No, it's too little, too late. Late pickoff from Leaf, but I don't think it's really going to be a difference maker here. They're going to get cleaned up eventually. They're going to strange portal in as well, but they don't have that many players alive, ZP. This is getting very awkward for them.
Yeah, I mean, also the point had already flipped, so it's not like you're getting extra delay in another moment, but I guess they just want the contest here. But again, you're kind of feeding people in the Melio right now if you go in without a full 6. I actually don't understand going in on the strange portal there while you're waiting for respawns. Team One is punishing them viciously for the attempt.
Oh my god. Okay, Wolverine is starting to get very active in this game, getting a ton of value. So Team One still with the faith in that Wolverine, starting to pay off now. But I feel like there's a bit of an unforced error from Team Peps. I think they should have just taken the reset, come back in for a retake. They would have been in a decent spot. Instead, they kind of throw away quite a bit of stagger and stall, really bringing Team One back into the round. And now you're coming into the retake. You're coming up on another Wolverine ult. By the way, he's been farming those like crazy as well. Winter Soldier, close to having that ultimate as well, could be a very powerful way to dive in and go over the top of Team Peps.
All right, Team Peps looking for a way back in hardest. Up to the sky. Galactic Legend, good to go. Likely going to be one of the first things popped here in the fight. Up and over. Still looking for the opportunity. They actually get Banner, or Hulk, into Banner form. Take him on out. Lose hardest. Hardest able to go for the quick re-res. Now up and over. Galactic Legend still being held. Meteor M dropped on in by DRP. Not going to connect. Team Peps still working one up here so far. And Hardest right now just continuing to wait here, Jake, for the right opportunity. But now finally sees it. Melio down. The Wolverine threat is gone. And we got the Galactic Legend here in the back. But the Eternal Bond so far keeping Team One nice and healthy. Able to take Hardest out of the sky. But here comes a Karmic Rebirth.
Yeah, the Revival gets him back into the fight. Now, Trust Me comes into the back line with the Ultra Hulk, starting to pump a lot of damage. But Team Peps solo holding strong. The health bars look steady. Groot coming in with that ultimate. You don't have a proper defensive tool here for Team One. They could be vulnerable. It's been a long, drag-out fight, but Team Peps have drained a lot of these key resources. Groot looking for that big connection. Hulk is incredibly low as well. They're looking to find that opportunity, trying to sweep forward as a unit. Here's the combo coming out from Groot. It leads to that one instant kill now. Loki is fallen. Hook, though, pulls in. The saves are there perfectly to keep Hardest alive and in battle. Fight getting a little bit scrappy now. Kills going both ways, but it seems that Team One have gotten the better of this.
Team One, Team Peps though still hanging in here. DRP may be down, but Team Peps starting to churn out, get the last eliminations here on the point. And Team Peps, we're in overtime, but they're gonna get a flip, and this is gonna go to what may be one final defensive fight. The sustain of Team Peps hanging on in there, and now Team One full reset. May have a few options in terms of vault economy coming up in regards to the cloak, but you know, Team Peps able to bring it back.
Trust me, gonna go over to the cap. They're close on a lot of ultimates, though, so if Team One can start to stagger this fight and make it go long, they definitely are going to be coming into potentially all 6 of their ultimates. However, the start of the fight is scary. Team Peps have a lot. Cloak and Dagger ult already comes out trying to keep this game going, but so too is the response from Mantis. So Team Peps fighting strong, going together. You got the copied Loki as well, able to double down.
Galactic Legend in from Hardest, looking for pickup, but the hook pulls him down to the ground, eliminates some of the focus fire, still has a little bit more time here in the air. Meteor M though from Ajaro, trying to finish off. Over in, hits 2! And the 2-man Meteor M for Ajaro may have just sealed the deal here for Team One. Leaf, close to the Karmic Revival, is going to use it here, so Karmic Rebirth out, but I feel like Team One can just rush on in and clean them up as they spawn.
Oh, the massive ulti here coming in. But Winter Soldier's not able to find the executes. Trust me, popping the cap ult. Team Peps need to stabilize into this. It's a difficult fight ahead, and they're dropping like flies. No one's on the point as well. The overtime ticks out. Strange wasn't quite there in time. And that's round 1, going the way of Team One. It was hard fought, and I feel Team Peps kind of slipped up there. I felt like that was a winnable round for them. The scrappiness, the awkwardness of that retake fight that Team One was able to secure really did give them a rebirth into that round.
It was the Wolverine, guys. It was that. I mean, it was the Wolverine and the Hulk. Like, it was so great to see them just go in there and disrupt the entire time. That did you not like the way that the Groot was completely occupied with the Hulk? The Magneto literally couldn't pull his attention away from him. I actually kind of like this composition that they were running.
I think for me though, like not only did they make the most of opportunities that they got, but I also think they got gift wrapped the opportunity from Team Peps. I just think back to the middle of the round, the strange portal where they're already down people and they just walk in for the 4v6. It's like,
they just walked to the front door of death. It was a meat grinder.
And back out next round here.
And Team Peps are going to go with the Cap Jeff style here. Available for both teams. Oh, no, just the Jeff. Used his speed out of spawn. Is going to be back to the Invisible Woman this time. I'm curious to see how this flanking strategy comes out. Now both teams playing more towards that mobility.
Yeah, and you take a look, too, for Team Peps. They're off the triple strategist, so it's going to be more decisive fight-wise in general. DRP immediately hooked in and executed. One up is Team 1. And now they can just kind of walk forward here a bit. If you're Team Peps, you probably want to disengage, wait to full 6. That's too difficult of a loss here at the beginning. But Team 1, you don't want to overchase. You got control of the point. You find Beetle as a little bit of cleanup. You're feeling good about the flow of battle right now.
Yeah, and they might get even more here. They're not interested, it looks like, in letting Team Peps get the clean reset. They're coming in for more. Cap is low, but he's still playing with a lot of confidence. Has the sports behind him. Naga would love to get that last second finish, and they even find the Magneto, further adding insult to injury, stalling out this fight. And so Team 1 are going to get quite a lot of capture progress after this decisive team fight victory. They could even forward hold if they want to. It seems like they're backing off for the moment, but Cap still threatening the possibility of getting into one of those aggressive engagements. A lot of ultimates to come down, though, in this next fight. Should be more decisive. Team 1 have a slight edge, but both teams really have a lot to bring to bear in this battle. It's going to be more about who gets more value rather than just the overall bank of ultimates. Expect to see both teams drop all 6.
If you're Team Peps right now, you got to be worried about Melio with the last stand. At times, can be really sneaky in the setup, grabbing someone. Hardest though, gets pulled in, interrupts the Galactic Legend. Absolutely devastating for Team Peps. Of course, Hardest gets a little bit of partial refund back at 72%. Meteor M
Nice
in
hit.
from DRP, gets one. The cloak, in fact, too. So strategist-wise, Team 1 now into danger, but here comes Naga, the equalizer, cracking it back to already, finding one as the reset, looking for another, into the backline, gets the Star-Lord, and Team 1 able to solidify after what could have been a tough start.
Yeah, and this could be the map right here, ZP. It's going to get staggered out, kill after kill. Still resets here coming in for Naga. He's going to be able to farm and to keep this ultimate going an extremely long time if he wants to. Yeah, like he could have it into the next fight. He's going for like the super long delay. There's even one more clone if he wants to reset one more time. Oh my God, he's going to have the fight. He's going to have it for the next fight. They played for this. He might be able to re-engage. Still a few more seconds left on the ultimate. It is the only tool in the toolkit.
He goes on in, drops a Kraken Impact, forces out the regen domain immediately. Still pretty worth as is. Team Peps, so everything has to be on the table here. Hardest once more. Galactic Legend, this time not brought to ground by a hook. Into the back line, looking for it. Meanwhile, the rest of Peps in the close quarters, able to pick up 3. So Team Peps not going to go down without getting a little bit of control here, Jake, but they have a long way to go, 0 to 99.
I mean, they made it expensive for Team Peps, and that was essentially free from their perspective, right? They were just snowballing that Winter Soldier ult through the last team fight, so getting like double value there, able to put themselves in a strong position. Like, they don't have their ultimates quite yet, but they have a bit of a lead on the economy.
All right, Team Peps needing to be perfect from here on out. Gonna have to win some of these fights down in economy. I do like the fact that they push out a little bit, just make the approach from Team 1 a little bit more expensive time-wise.
Nice
You
hook.
see Beetle just in the back. Yeah, hook comes on in, and DRP able to finish it out. Trust me, down. Up 1 is Team Peps, and you need picks like that in the neutral, Jake, if you're trying to come back from this deficit.
Yeah, that's critical from Leaf. Kind of bridges the gap, too, to some of these, you know, bigger ultimates they were trying to farm up, putting them in a better position to make the defense. Still, Team 1 coming into their own bank. They're going to have a good chance at the retake. Looks like the pathing choice is to be going into that right side. They want to get a little bit closer to the point. Melio always looking for pickoffs, but Wolverine tends to be on a bit of a clock in these fights. If you're able to kite him and delay him, he's a little bit tougher to play on the retakes. You see Melio taking that sidelong route, trying to get into the back, trying to find some target for his Leaf.
Well, here we go. Naga punishing Beetle with the Kraken Impact. Gets the instant reset, so Naga gonna be going to the air here once more. Looking for where to drop it. May go for Loki Clone if need be. Invisible Boundary, meanwhile, gonna be dropped here by Team Peps via the Loki Clone. Leaf, Kraken Impact to the zone. 2 down, another big pickoff here from Naga. And Naga may have just done enough here for Team 1, but getting caught in the back, able to drop another Kraken Impact, gets DRP, and this one looking about over here on map 1.
Yeah, Team 1 has done enough. They're starting to snowball the picks. It's just really Hardest continuing to fight on. Even he will be chased down by the Cloak and Dagger. Cap just stalling, trying to delay with the ultimates, keeping him up for the moment, but that execution threshold still too threatening. And Team 1 take our first control map. Team Peps sent scrambling. They got the Groot through, but it still wasn't enough.
Damn. I like the way they play that. Just gonna say it, like, just the way, flat out, the way that Team One approached it. I just liked it. Even like cycling the Winter Soldier. Oh, Naga was unbelievable. Unbelievable with the hooks. He had 2 big hooks in one in the first round and another in the second. Just the dude was just finding marks. Poor Hardis just couldn't get anything going with the Star-Lord with that ult a few times. But even then, those still had massive impact in the game regardless. But just to be able to stop those ults like that in those moments, pretty big. I like what I saw. I think that this it makes sense it seems like for Trust Me, they kept the Magneto purely because they wanted to make sure that they can have Trust Me to have him the entire time. If I'm misreading that, but that's what it seemed like. Because look at that domination, just so good.
Yeah, it looks. I mean, it's interesting to see this comp from Team One is something kind of new, kind of different from what we've seen in past weeks. You know, and with these new ban phase formats, they've really, it seems, adapted well and invented sort of a new style, one that we haven't seen. I mean, look at the damage stats. I think it's pretty interesting to see how spread across the board the damage dealing is on the Team One comp, where Team Peps, I think, are more about all-inning on hardest, letting, you know, the Star-Lord really carry the day and get a ton of buff ups and a ton of team ups. But that wasn't enough. The across-the-board performance was too solid from Team One.
Yeah, it was. That was impressive. I liked it a lot. I think, like, you know, definitely I've seen some people in the chat be like, I don't like either of these comps, and it is completely valid. But there's something about the way that Team One were really prioritizing just like being up in your grill and not really trying to like give you space to breathe. And then the moment that the fight would happen, they'd meet you right at the front. They were very good at just being proactive and taking a neutral scenario, but more so putting it on their opponent's side and forcing their opponent more so to come into them because they had so much control of the map. I think, you know, the cap gives you so much, like, so much of an opening. This moment right here, the Wolverine, I mean, my guy just went freaking Super Saiyan Ultra Giga God tier and just started chopping up mofos. Look at me, corners of Doctor Strange. Yeah.
Also, I think right now, if you are going to give up the Groot, who many people still kind of regard as, you know, maybe the strongest Vanguard in Marvel Rivals, I think having a Wolverine is one of the best counterplays you could do against the Groot, especially if you're not running one of your own. It puts a lot of pressure on the Wolverine player to find pickoffs and put the Groot in bad situations. So you really have to have very good game sense on the Wolverine. But Melio was able to execute repeatedly on the Wolverine, and it made the fact that Team One couldn't run the Groot not that big of a deal because the Melio was able to just kind of equalize and limit the impact of the Groot when Team Peps was running it.
Yeah, he had such a presence with Wolverine. It was pretty fun to see him kind of like break down. But I also think too, what you were saying was like they just did a brilliant job of just hard focusing on those tanks, Jake, right? And just making sure that they were not comfortable, that they were not in the fights. I mean, you're literally seeing it happen, right? They're just hounding him down. And granted, that's what you got to do, right? It is the name of the game. But it just feels very deliberate the way that they're approaching it. Like the one that takes me back is when Hulk had the Groot just completely isolated on the other side of the fight. He was just whacking away at him. And like, what's Groot going to do with his walls? He's getting punched in the face by the Incredible Hulk. It's just not going to happen, you know. So I think like those. I want to see more of that. I want to see more of that aggression because we got a little bit of that. I believe it was a Fly Quest, right, from the Shroud event. Like they were very like, you know, in your face, wanting to like make your presence felt. I want to see more of that. I liked it.
I think the Winter Soldier as well is a key component of this. It's not, I mean, Wolverine is grabbing people, pulling them in, Winter Soldier's hooking them in. And so, you know, just like breaking the positional setup that Team Peps wants to play around with this group where they're, you know, very tight as a unit fighting together. They're incredibly strong in that type of a setup. But once they start getting picked to pieces, once they start getting hit from multiple sides, and crucially, their Vanguard's Groot, especially, he doesn't have a repositioning tool. And so that's, you know, they really are exploiting that weakness of Groot. I'm not convinced that that's like there is a hard counter to Groot. I still think the Groot is absolutely winnable. And I think like round one of Control really did show that like this is a winnable strat for Team Peps. I think if they had like had a little bit of a cleaner round one, they could have won it very, very well. But then round two, the Groot, I mean, it's not nearly as effective on that map when you don't have as many tight choke points to like seal off with your walls. You're just not going to be as dominant on the Groot. And props to them for making that recognition and already swapping it up. But then Team One just looks so comfortable, so competent on the more highly mobile Vanguards.
Now, one of our subs, actually, Dr. Awesomeness. Yeah, Dr. Awesomeness. Also with the 20, what is that, the 2018? Good God, the 2018 OWL icon. Actually had a really good read on it and said, I think once Team 1 shifted to the cap, the comp made more sense. And I think like cap in general, he just opens up so much space for you. He could do so much that it's almost like he's kind of like a pseudo damage dealer in those moments too. So I actually agree with that, the way they played it. And also like, you know, just the cap can just get out of so many situations just with his leap, you know, and
kind of leading into the fights with Wolverine as well, like paving the way for Wolverine, where Hulk, I feel, I mean, in theory, you can do the Hulk team up and throw the Wolverine in, but I think that's a little bit of a cheese. And, you know, Cap ult gives a little bit more of that like team value that you need to sustain through, you know, some of those longer engagements, especially if you're going up against triple strategists.
Yeah. We're going to say Zeke.
Oh, no, I was just going to say in regards to Cap, I mean, look, what the Cap ends up doing is that you think about like ways that a tank is preventing damage from the rest of your team and creating opportunities. You know, obviously something like a shield Vanguard, you know, something like a Magneto or Strange is pretty obvious. You know, people aren't able to shoot through it and it's a bulwark. Cap is such a force in the backline that it creates situations where basically you have to look at the Cap. You're not looking at other threats. And if you have good duelists to back it up, you have scenarios where they're just going to be able to find pickoffs. They're going to be able to come in and create opportunities. And you have a player like Naga, especially the way Naga's playing in the last round. When you look at plays on the Winter Soldier, I mean, you're just going to find big plays over and over again. But what I'm really curious on here is how things shift going into the next map, because Team Peps is historically a pretty well-coached team. They have a bigger staff behind them, and now they get their map choice on this new ban format. So I think they may come out with some new wrinkles, pretty different than what we just saw here on our first domination map.
Yeah. Human Torch going to go right out of the gate. No shocker there. No one wants to deal with him. Who does Peps look to protect here on Krakoa?
I wonder if there's a change in terms of the protect pro. No, everyone just wants the Loki in. So both teams do get like essentially not a fully unfettered protect, but you get, you know, after that first simultaneous ban, you get to protect. So I think both teams are going to probably keep the Loki, and Loki just has such a high skill ceiling as a character, especially a strategist, where I think like at this level of play, every team is going to have at least one player who's just really sick on the Loki and can play their way out of so many scenarios with the flexibility that his kit offers, whether it's the regeneration domain saving you from key ultimates, whether it's the copy being used like differently in different scenarios depending on what the situation calls for, or just Loki's ability to be pretty significant damage dealer in his own right. I think there's a lot of sense in having that protect early.
So far, no changes, right? Same. Yeah, nothing's really changing all that much, and I think that could end up being the pitfall of this system, only because it's like the universal bans removes them from their hands and your hands. There's like a sacrifice, whereas here it's like, you just remove the ones that are just strong and you don't like.
Yeah, you just take the best tools away. I think you might be right about that, GB.
Well, specifically what goes into it is the fact that you don't want to necessarily give up massive power to the other team. So in a way, the new system basically forces you to ban the most meta heroes at the beginning, because you don't want to be in a situation where the other team can play Human Torch and you can't. So in a way, the system as it's set right now is going to make things more samey, I think, for a lot of teams, unless you know that the other team just has very specific picks that they're desperately trying to mainline, right? But
we do see a change, though. We do see Team 1 protecting the Groot for themselves now. Team Peps, they take out the Wolverine. Are they going to protect their own Groot and take the mirror? Or, you know, do they have a different vision? Do they think they can win? I do think Krakoa is a map where I feel like Groot might be really good. I mean, all 3 points are a little bit more choky than our opening map of the series. So oops, this time they're going to take Prio to keeping, the Magneto. I wonder though, do you ban just Wolverine now as Team 1? Yeah, I think, okay, they are just going to take it out. And now it's going to be Team 1's turn to show what they can do with the protected Groot. And based on these bans, you have the option to run the full setup here with the Adam Warlock, the Mantis, the Star-Lord. If Team 1 wants to go that direction, historically, that's been one of the best combos in Marvel Rivals, although you can run the Magneto too. The Magneto also made it through the draft. So, you know, I actually think that strat, even though Team Peps lost the first round, I think that is an insanely good strat. I think that should win if you play it perfectly, if the execution is really clean. And on Krakoa, it's a great map for it. And if you want it, you've got it if you're Team 1.
Well, all right. Well, before we jump into the action, do want to let everyone know, make sure you head on over to rivalsfightnight.com. Okay, you can enter to win yourself an Intel CPU. Do it. You can see the link in the chat. Do it. Hex posted it. Do it. All right. Make sure you get out there, make it happen. Also, we're so close to 10K followers. One day we'll get to 10,000 subscribers, 10,000 followers. So make sure you follow the channel as well. Tell your mom to follow Rivals Fight Night. I hear she's
cute little guys.
Really
follow for these cute little guys.
Follow for the cute guys there.
But yeah, getting into it here, it's going to be interesting to see what change-ups we get in here. Obviously, Team 1 is going to be able to run out the Groot, and they are very happy to do so in turn. Team Peps, meanwhile, okay, yeah, they're coming out with Hela. Melio is also great on Hela, so makes sense there. And rolling out here on the Hulk.
Melio on the, I think Hela looks pretty sick here, especially in the Team Peps comp. Yeah, you could get jumped on by Hulk, but there's not really much follow-up for that. Melio is going to have a lot of free reign to just pump damage. Not the best Hela map, but if you're able to take some of these high ground controls a little bit later on in the fight, this could start to get scary. And it's so hard to take the peak trades against this hero.
And what I'm curious here is what Hardest can get done here on the Namor. I mean, you run with the Hulk, you're expecting to get good production out of the Gamma Squids and just general zone control, especially if you're able to win first fight. Both teams right now trading back and forth. Team Peps getting a little bit low. Team 1 trading out in turn. Beetle, though, having to back out a little bit. So flow battle a little bit more for Team 1. Fate, though, super low. Just barely able to shift out of the danger. That would have been a massive pick for Peps. And yeah, alt-wise are almost there, but Melio gonna go down. Both teams down 1. Crook, though, able to find a little bit more here for Team 1. And Team 1 working at a big advantage.
That's a beautiful bulwark by Rajaro there to keep that stabilized. And the copy thrown to the wind here for, I believe that's, Team Peps. Getting crunched, Hulk getting delayed a little bit. But that's such a nice timed bubble from Rajaro. Like, I think it looks like that 1v1 is like winnable for Leaf. It looks like he's starting to win that trade positively, but then Naga getting the bulwark just overwhelms him. And Team 1 having the first ult. That's the value of the C&D, right? Typically, Cloak and Dagger is going to be the fastest ult charge on Strategist, and being able to win the first fight pays big dividends in control. Now you're able to just defend and run the clock down. Team Peps have to make something happen. They have to break this open, but even coming through the choke looks hard for them right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's a difficult approach. Also, I mean, when you're running Namor, he still feels a little bit better on defense. No, boy, you lose your Loki early on. The heals just aren't going to be there anymore. I mean, Hulk is pretty greedy for needing heals. Beetle just getting chunked on down. Team Peps, they know it. They have to back out for a moment. Springing the person for Trust Me to try and go back in. And now Team Peps on the turn, dropping the Horn of Proteus, moving on forward. Meteor M from DRP, looking to create any sort of opportunity, shifting, looking, no, not gonna find anything. Meanwhile, Leaf goes on in with the Kraken Impact, able to find one. Rajaro, though, countering with Meteor M in turn. Trade outs both ways while Team 1 still maintains control of the point.
Naga crushing them, has another ulti if he wants to continue to cycle it. And now Melio adding in a pick of his own. Hulk uses the shield, but doesn't have any defensive utility left. Now starting to get turned on. Comes to take the fight to Hela, but I'm not sure you can take this. Pulled away, but now forcing the Ultra Hulk could be enough to put Melio in trouble. He tries to bird away. Ultra Hulk still trying to chase down this Hela. She's down the mobility. She's potentially vulnerable. Ulting as well to stabilize. Beetle incredibly low, is going to be able to make it back to the team. Remember, all this time the clock has been running in the favor of Team 1. They get a pick and they have a C&D ult to add insult to injury if they want to double down on this first round.
The late pick on the Invisible Woman really hurts Team Peps here. 88%, where don't forget, this was the map choice of Team Peps. And right now it's looking even more definitive here so far for Team 1, where they let the group through this time around. 98%, soon to be 99. And Team Peps, they just let this one go and look to fight another round.
They just got worked over, ZP. I mean, I know the fans are in the chat here for Team Peps, but Team 1 just slaughtered your boys. Brutal right now. And the Groot looks insane in the hands of Team 1. Looks incredibly comfortable and confident for them.
It's tough. It's really, really tough where they're at right now. And I think if you're Team Peps, you look to shift up something because, look, this is a first to 3. You're going to have another opportunity on this map, but no one loves opening up a series and being down 2 maps to 0. You don't want to go for the reverse sweep to start today, even though, that has happened in recent Fight Night history. And we'll see if they're able to find anything here. I mean, looks like they may be swapping off Hardest over to the Hela, so could get the Hela duel.
You do have, I will say, for Team Peps in this opening fight of the next round of King of the Hill, is you do have likely a double strategist ult here. If you go with the Loki copy on Invisible Woman into the real Invisible Woman ult, you kind of have quite a long fight here that I wonder if Team Peps can actually outlast. or rather, sorry, if Team 1 can actually outlast, all they have is the C and D ult. So it needs to be deployed defensively and sort of on the back foot for Team 1. We'll see how they play from the ult disadvantage here coming into round 2.
All right. Team 1 looking to put this one away, go up 2 maps in the series. Team Peps looking to take their first round, find a sign of life here. Double strategist ults available here for Team Peps at the beginning, so a fight they can extend out. So long as DRP doesn't get taken out in the neutral, DRP getting chunked early on. Invisible boundary getting dropped here by Team 1. Team 1 sensing a little bit of blood and water, wanting to try and go for more. Team Peps got to drop invisible boundary of their own, slow things down a bit.
Fighting into the invisible boundary, huge crude ult on everybody, and they're wiped. Team 1 out of nowhere. Naga just keeps them alive.
They ran into El Clasico, which is Strangling Prison in the Kraken Impact. One of the more devastating combos in the game. And yeah, okay, Naga might die towards the end for Hardest. Doesn't really matter. Full reset for Team Peps. And I mean, I guess one upside, they still were able to save the Loki clone, but Team Peps already in the hole.
Yeah, and Aura just not able to get the copy off in time. One of the downsides of the Loki ult is it takes a couple steps, right? You got to copy your fellow strategist and then pop the ultimate. Rajaro needs to turn this DPI down, bro. I can't see what's going on.
Yeah, I mean, Rajaro actually it is kind of ridiculous how quickly as we were up at DRP. Meteor M connects, finds Trust Me. A very crucial early pickup onto the group. Gives Team Peps a really nice opportunity as they move forward here. Kraken Impact good to go. However, this could be the equalizer. Rajaro, Meteor M of his own, gets the Loki in the back. And now the healing not going to be there for Team Peps. He got Hardest going to this guy here on Hela, but Team 1 now working advantage. However, the Strangling Prison in from Beetle hits 2. And Team Peps still maintaining on the point. They get their first control of the round.
Trust me, coming back on the Venom, getting a bit of stall, but it feeds a lot of ult charge away. I was hoping to be able to clutch that fight out with the last second swap. Melio ends up falling back. And so Team Peps have really reasserted themselves. The fact that they're able to get that retake, they have the poise and the confidence there to hold on to some of those key ultimates. They don't blow everything desperate for the retake, and that's what they needed to do to give themselves a breath of life in this round. So still winnable from this position for them. As you can see, the Vanguards moving up to preemptively contest this attacker high ground. They want to attack the choke point before Team 1 can really get into the engagement. And a nice hook pull in. Tries to grab the group, but Groot looks like to be able to protect himself with the Ironwood Wall.
Man, it would have been huge for Team Peps to get the pick in the neutral. This is what happened. Hardest, though, gets Melio. That is massive. Early pick here for Team Peps. Now they can slow it down a little bit more, even things up. They have the cloned Loki ult out at the moment. Leaf hanging on to the Kraken Impact, looking for the opportunity. Naga, though, finds Hardest, able to even things out. DRP, Meteor M up, over, gets Fade in the back. A great Meteor M pickoff onto the backline strategist. Crook is out of it, and Team Peps should be able to hold.
Executes coming in here. Melio pops the ultimate, but it looks to be for nothing here. He's got the shields to stabilize. Kraken Impact being delayed, getting that one extra reset now. Looking for potentially some more. Groot has stepped up a little bit too deep. He's going to feed. Throwing good money after bad. Leaf doesn't want to necessarily go any deeper, but the clock is starting to run out, and Team 1, as strong as they started this round, it's kind of been crumbling for them in these last few fights. The Invisible Woman has started to pay dividends. Those shields really coming into effect, enabling Hardest to have a bit of an edge in the sniper duel. And Leaf playing with full confidence as well, holding this unique high ground position. Wouldn't be possible without the Invisible Woman.
Yeah, and I think the key for Team Peps in the last fight is just they've had really good focus fire into the backline. The fact that they're able to get Fate out early in the fight was massive, and then quickly followed up with Crook. I mean, once you lose your strategist, it's going to be difficult, but Beetle, looking to keep up the momentum. Strangling Prison start the fight. Hardest gets Crook off the rip. 2 down here for Team 1, and Team Peps, they have found their footing here, Jake. A great fight here so far. Overtime in progress, and Team 1 running out of options.
Yeah, I think you just got to save the ults for next round. No point, unwinnable scenario here for Naga. Team Peps fight it back, bringing out a Groot of their own for the mirror match, and Hardest, I dare say, getting the better of that Hela duel, looking pretty solid for Team Peps, and that gives them their first real shot at a map in this series if they can take Cradle, though. It all comes down to this, and this is a map that gets a lot more congested. I think this is going to be a lot more chaotic, and I'm interested to see how the Hellas navigate the scenario.
The big difference to me when I think about change-ups here is the fact that other teams running a Groot, you should probably run a Groot in turn. So I think Team Peps, they made the proper adjustment here, Jake.
Yeah, I also think Team Peps, I kind of like the Invisible Woman more than the Cloak and Dagger in the long run here, especially once you start mirroring that Hela. I mean, the Hela duels at long range, a shield is like game-breaking. You know, and Cloak and Dagger can play a much faster tempo style and ulting in aggressively a lot more, which did pay off in round 1, but I wonder how significant that will be when so many of these fights are decided by opening picks from our duelists.
Well, speaking of opening picks coming from the duelist, being able to open with Crack and Impact, pretty darn good. Now, I think here, if you're Naga, you look at the setup, I do think you wait for Trust Me to get Prison. He's close enough that you wait a bit, unless you see a golden opportunity.
Yeah, Team Peps, I will say, they don't have ultimates coming into this fight. They're kind of close on a few, but Team One definitely is going to have that initiation tempo if they want to take it.
Trust Me, moving forward. Prison nearly good to go. Naga waiting on the cleanup. And now look at Trust Me. Gonna walk forward, taking a lot of damage while moving forward, but the Prison is used. The wall, though, in Naga's face, doesn't find it relevant to drop the Crack and Impact in there. The Meteor M instead coming in from DRP as Team Peps get the opening they're looking for. A great wall by Beetle to really stymie Team One's opening.
Yeah, and that was a couple ults deployed by Team One, and they're not really able to get even a bite of that engagement. Team Peps falling back and back and back, bending but not breaking, and when they turn it around, it's a devastating effect. And even the Loki's so late of a death. Poor Crook was trying to play his way out of that one, but got punished, got found out through the invis. That puts Team Peps in a pretty fantastic position in this round. Now can they capitalize on it? They fumbled a little bit back on map 1. Will they make the same mistake again? This is their map pick, maybe one that shows a little bit more comfort for them.
They have a good combo coming in here too, where Trust Me, of course, threw in the Prison, got immediately delayed. Beetle, though, has the opportunity to set up Leaf early on in this fight. So for me, you got to look at Beetle here. See how the Prison is going to set the terms of engagement, and they're backing up a little bit, giving Team One plenty of time to walk on in. Now the walls are being set up. Beetle getting focus fire. Beetle's really low. Beetle almost falls. The focus fire from Team One, really nice. Rajaro, Meteor M coming on in. Team One desperately trying to open this out. They get the invisible one. That is ridiculous. Aura Stealer down, and the fall through gonna be coming on in from Peps.
It all comes down to that crucial kill, and Naga, he's looking to get high enough in the air so that he can get the reset on the Loki clone, see if he can cycle it one more time. Does he have the chance to get it off one more? Oh, and that late pick on a hardest. I mean, I don't think he's going to cycle any more of the ulti, but still pretty nice overall in terms of value for the Winter Soldier ultimate. The retake came in. Beetle also couldn't find the opportunity. It's so hard to find the moment for these strangling prisons with how much defensive utilities online with Loki and the regeneration domain. You don't want to blow that ultimate and not win the team fight, but at the same time, holding on to it too long can be a mistake. Team Peps gonna portal around, take the fight from the low ground to the point, see if they can get the connection. And Team One has some powerful ultimates. Hella ult over the top, doing big damage here is a problem. You don't really have the sustain for this, clearing the Loki clones as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's the right place, right time for Melio on the Goddess of Death, just able to thread the needle, get the pick off onto Leaf, and this is buying Team One a crucial amount of time. They're gonna even out here 58 to 58, where, by the way, this is the third and final round, so this has been a very close map here so far, and may come down to the wire, but to the note of Strangling Prison, it's just difficult to land at times with the elevation that is being played, and teams are a little bit split out.
That was the craziest move I've ever seen from Melio. Bro has a death wish. He just burned it into their team to get a bulwark. I don't even know about that one, but he somehow makes it out in time. I think Team Peps were just so shocked by that. They do have that re-engaged DRP with the Meteor M. Has been a difference maker in the past. Get set up by the Groot Wall.
Hardest! Huge pickoff in the backline. Somehow finds Crook. Team One down a massive amount of healing from the get-go. Beetle with the wall. Isolates out Naga. Takes him down. Larry going to be falling on the Invisible Woman, so a little bit of opportunity for Team One, but Team One is on the back foot and then some. Hardest challenging Melio. Hardest, though, going to get caught by Trust Me. Back and forth we go. Both teams trading out. Team Peps was able to get the recap here, though, Jake, so they're the ones that control the point.
Leaf is really looking for an opportunity to rip this ultimate. Strange Portal is going to be coming in for Team One, trying to hit from multiple angles. But are they going to be able to deal with Hardest, who also has that ultimate, can bring a lot of damage to bear? Team Peps need to find the opportunity to pop their ultis, though. Now, under the threat of that copied Cloak and Dagger, it's hard to find. Melio strikes first, and a second from Naga.
Leaf died mid-crack and impact, but overall, I don't even think Team Peps was fully reset yet. Over and in. Now 92%. Okay, it's up to Beetle in the Strange Portal. Is the portal going to make it in time? This is kind of in the zone where you're not guaranteed the portal to get here. Someone else is going to have to touch. 98%, 99, they get the touch, but they lose. Oh, losing the Invisible Wood for the touch is so painful. But the portal is out. Oh, Team Peps.
DRP kills one?
Yeah, they get one. This is still winnable. However, they lose DRP in turn. Here comes Hardest in from the flank. with the Gauss of Death, a Strange in the face, and they're able to immediately burn it down. Team Peps right now just looking for the miracle. The R-Stealer's gonna be able to come in with the cloned ultimate in just a second, but R-Stealer goes down! Goes down mid-clone, and that is gonna be it. Team 1 takes the second map versus Team Peps.
That's a heartbreaker for Team Peps. It was so close. Naga looked amazing on the Strange. We talk a lot about this guy's flexibility in the duelist pool, but I think there's such a difference between the players who just come out on Strange to rip the portal, and it's like, yeah, that's what you're supposed to do. It's not that crazy. But then the ones who can actually handle the Strange, the teams who really understand how to play when you get caught in a scenario where, well, we're stuck on Strange now. Like, it is what it is. We got to make our play. Naga really leveraging it well there. We saw him blocking the Hell ultimate. That was high impact. Saw him finding some very key impact kills, especially like you mentioned there on the Loki. So hats off to Naga, showing the flexibility and why it really matters when it comes to this team delivering wins. Team 1 now on the precipice of another qualifier, another shot at the Kings in Virtus.pro. Team Peps in a tough spot. What are they going to do to run this one back?
Oof, I don't know, man. But they did show that they can, you know, when they need to get that win, they can do it, you know. So it's not like it's out of the realm of possibility. It's just that, man, what we're seeing from Team 1 is just such versatility, but also like just a good response and reaction to whatever it is that their opponent's doing. And you know, it's probably because they take so many licks from going up against VP that they've become so, you know, fluid in that regard. But I do believe that like that has leveled them up, you know, a substantial amount, and you're seeing like the fruits of that kind of manifesting itself here, because they're so good at just like, even when you think like, oh, you know, this might be a losable situation, like no, like someone gets, you know, in a position, whether it's like, you know, the hella play that we were seeing that was going uncontested largely, or just good spacing, just, you know, knowing when to like peel back to then go back in, like just little things like that I'm just been really impressed from what I'm seeing in Team 1. So more of that, please.
I mean, they're a very consistent team, and it not only consistent but also versatile, because you think back to map 1, they were able to win without a Groot. They were able to bring out a Wolverine composition that gave a lot of fits to Team Peps even with the Groot. But then as soon as Groot is allowed in map 2, they go, yeah, we're going to play one of the best heroes in the game.
You got to ban the Groot.
Yeah. So, I mean, they're willing to use all options available to them, and they have multiple playmakers on the team, especially when you look at what Naga's able to do in this series, more so than the Winter Soldier, but historically on things like the Namor. And, I mean, look, there are hero plays coming out from Team Peps at times. I think Hardest had multiple moments where he was just able to get to the back line and get clean picks on the Crook, which is super important when you're trying to win fights in domination. But as far as the future goes here, I was a little disappointed to see Team Peps go to a domination map. I would love to see if they have anything in the back pocket that's more on the convoy or convergence game mode, because that's where you can get a little bit trickier in your compositions.
Yeah, where you can have a little bit more variance, you know, because here's the thing, man. I think like you might want to get rid of that Winter Soldier on the Team 1 side. I don't know if you want to deal with that. We're seeing some effective use of the old juggling, especially with Loki in play, like the way that they've just been juggling that.
Cycling the clones on the Loki. I wouldn't hate to see a Winter Soldier ban. I kind of like that call out.
Yeah, that might be interesting. We'll see. But we're going to Spider Islands, which is a, you know, good retreat. If you happen to, you know, not have arachnophobia like I do. But, you know, I mean,
yeah, so going to
live with it.
Going to the convoy, you know, I think it's, like you said, like the asymmetry of an attack defense map could play a little bit more into the strengths. I mean, the deathmatch, the coordination is so strong for Team 1, and they're able to leverage that to maximum effect. I will say, you know, that the last control map was incredibly close, right? Like you make that very winnable for Team Peps. There's something to be said for them thinking, you know what, we just need to run it back. Like maybe if round 1 we had played the group, maybe this could have been a 2-0. Maybe Team Peps, you know, would have just closed it out right there. So still hope for this team yet. I think when it comes to their individual level, they're definitely competitive. Team 1 just looks a little bit more solid in the clutch, which kind of makes sense because they're a team with a bit more experience playing at this top level.
Yeah. Yeah, like I said, they're going constantly against the, you know, the best team in EU. They're only going to get better, right, ZP?
They are, and also GB, I gotta say, you're talking about arachnophobia. You know, I'm getting mixed signals for you, because on one hand you're talking about arachnophobia, and then on the other hand you're saying you want to see more Penny, which you might be seeing in season 2.5, by the way, because Penny is getting a new team up, where she's gonna get team up with Rocket.
Really?
Yeah, she's gonna have not one but 2 spider nests, and the other spider nest, it's gonna be more durable, and it's gonna shoot out armor packs, and Rocket will get a second BRB. They're trying to make Penny viable. They're trying
and then the bots are just gonna. They're also just gonna be turrets. Screw it. We're gonna make them turrets. We're gonna shoot out shields, and on top of that, it's gonna put webbing. I mean, and then you get enough kills, and guess what? Tactical nuke. The little thing you send a spider, tactical nuke, and then you're out there. That's what you got to see. Come on, Netties, put it in the game. All right, no. Seriously though, guys, this is an opportunity here for Peps to maybe bounce back out of this, but it's going to be a little challenging given what we've seen so far from this Team 1 lineup. Like we said before, just great team play, good in the clutch, good in those moments when you gotta pull through the win. You need someone to go into a position, make a play happen. One of the DPS is going to be there, or your Wolverine just dives into the line and then just creates all this space. They're making good decisions, Jake. We're seeing a team that is clearly just well put together. So now where you go is, if you're Peps, are you trying to really just hard, like, obviously every band's a counter band, so to speak, but like, I don't know, do you focus on things a bit more rather than going for some of the more meta picks? I mean, I feel like you kind of have to, but I don't know. Want to get your analysis on that.
Yeah, it's a tough question, because there's something to be said for teams like Team 1 that aren't like trying to do some crazy cheeses. Like, they have lost a lot to VP, but they just keep coming back and keep taking swings, and they just know that, like, look, we're not going to get there by like cheesing. You're not going to cheese a best of 5. Like, maybe you get a map like that, which is nice, but Team 1 has been that team that has just gotten reps and reps and reps. They've shown up week after week, continue to compete, continue to challenge VP. They're in the lab scrimming, working, grinding the game to be at the best they can be. For Team Peps, there's like two schools of thought, right? You could try to really change things up and play something that's like super wild off meta, but then is that really going to win you the series, or is it just going to like make things chaotic? Is that a retreat from the confidence that, like, you know what, we almost won the last map, we can win, we just need to execute better, we need to like work on these little details? So it really does depend. I think Team Peps, I wouldn't, as much as like, I know this is why fans always want to see teams when they're in a rough spot, like, oh, change it up, play something totally different. But if you come into that and you're not practiced and prepared and drilled, that's the difference between these games and like the way most people play the game at home, is that these teams have grinded and practiced. They kind of know the strategies for the most part that they want to play, and to do something completely fresh and new is like, it can also be a bit of a retreat, a bit of a surrender, where you're like, well, we don't really even know what we're doing on this, completely new strat. So I wouldn't hate to see them change it up. I kind of like the idea of something like a Winter Soldier ban, just to force something different. But Naga has also shown incredible flexibility. So how much does banning his heroes really move the needle? Like, he's just going to do it again on Psylocke or Namor or something else.
True. Very true. Very true. All right. Well, we're going into the bans now, and no big changes again. Human Torch going.
Everybody hates the Human Torch.
No one wants to hang out with Johnny Storm.
I think the idea is that Human Torch is like pretty good against Groot. So if you were to like first ban Groot, then the Torch could like still be super effective. And like, maybe there's not really counters to Human Torch properly. So they just like think, if you let the other team have a Torch, even if they take your Groot away and get a Groot of their own, like, you're going to be in a bigger trouble. Even something like the regeneration domain, like how Torch can like clean up a lot of these buildables and a lot of these grouped up enemies. Pretty potent tool to have in the arsenal.
And I'll say it's a forced ban. I actually think it's a very forced ban, because if you don't immediately ban Torch, they can come back and protect Torch on the next set of protects. So you never want to be in a situation where the other team can play Torch and you can't play Torch because of the power level of the hero. So even teams that may have let Torch go through and weren't necessarily always going to play it unless the other team was pre-patch or like pre-system here, everyone feels compelled to ban Torch in this new system as the very first ban, because if you don't, the other team can lock you into a Torch v no Torch situation. So I think we may see this first ban all day long, regardless of team, aside from VP, who still may just ban Groot.
Yeah. Oh, man. No variance. Not even variance with the
I think even VP
are happening.
might be forced to let the Groot through, at least through the first phase. I mean, I kind of agree with you, GB. Like, as much as I like them trying new things with the new ban format, I actually think the asymmetric bans are not as good for the game, because like they more consistently lead to the same outcomes, where like you said, it's like you just ban the strongest stuff, because if you don't, they're going to play it, right? Whereas if this global ban, it's like, we could ban the strong thing, or we could just play it ourselves. But the asymmetric, you're a little bit more pressured to just take like the top meta heroes and just like get them out of the game. And we see a little bit of variance here at the very end of the draft. Team Peps, this time they're going to ban the Magneto. protect the Wolverine for themselves, which actually is a pretty potent final 2, I will say, for Team Peps, because that means typically the Magneto's Bulwark is like one of the best ways to save somebody who gets grabbed by Wolverine. So now Team 1, even if you do run that Groot, if he gets pulled in by Wolverine, there's not going to be that hard save for Bulwark to get him out of trouble. So actually, I mean, it's a small change up. It maybe seems subtle since they've, banned and protected these similar heroes before. Visually, it's not going to look that different. However, I kind of like this. I think it puts them in a decent spot.
Could you substitute with a Hulk that dives in and gives shields to bail out? I mean, it's a bit more rudimentary, but
maybe, but I don't really think nothing's as good as like Wolverine is, or rather, the comp is so much stronger with Magneto. So even if you do that, it's like you're creating holes somewhere else in your comp. I actually wonder what Team 1 is going to do to respond. Do they even want to play Groot into Wolverine, knowing that they don't have the Magneto? They might be forced to take things in a different direction.
Yeah, well, let's see if Team Peps can do this, fellas, because back's against the wall. And so far, when it's gone down to the mirror, it has been Team 1 just dominating in those moments where it has mattered most. So Team Peps going to need to step things up now. So, fellas, go ahead. The flow is yours.
Also, big shout outs to the production team where, we got the new change up on the UI for the bands, know what each team is not going to be able to play in the upper left and the upper right. So, we're adapted with the times and where we're at here. The game changes and thus do we. But already we're over and into it. It's going to be Team Peps here on the attack. And all eyes here, Jake, got to be on Leaf to see how Leaf is able to set things up here on the Wolverine.
An immediate opening kill there. Team 1 losing some of their backline, going to crumble from here. Team Peps fighting this close to their own spawn. These opening picks are enough to secure the team fight, get that cart rolling. The last remaining players here just trying to delay, stall out as they can, but that's a nice pickup by Beetle. Able to open the fight up. Wait, what? Oh my god. What?
That's
Bro,
cold.
he just got slam dunked.
Dude, what the hell did I just see? Bro, that
was messed up.
Over the skybox. What?
I mean,
like a rocket booster?
GB, correct me if I'm wrong. That felt like some Mankind jumping off the Hell in the Cell coming in from LA.
100%. But even funnier too that it was a Wolverine onto a Captain America. So hey, screw your super soldier serum, bum.
Oh boy, yeah, but let me treat you the Canadian Weapon X technology. But either way, up and over we go. Team Peps right now. DRP gonna fall here. Team 1 able to get a little bit of stabilization. They're gonna drop the Loki clone right on after, but here comes Leaf with the last stand. Opens things up for Hardest to clean up with the Kraken impact right on after. Team Peps looking reinvigorated with this play between Leaf and Hardest here so far.
I mean, not only does Leaf find, I think, 4 targets with that ulti, but crucially also he's pulling them out of the zone of effect from the Cloak and Dagger ultimate, so that follow-up can come in from Hardest. Beautiful find from Leaf. One of the more experienced Wolverine players, and really, starting to show that as now the Strange Portal comes in. Team 1 wanting to find the rebuttal. Melio has an ult of his own. Team Peps, how are they going to respond to this?
Pretty well, apparently, or Team 1 on the response, able to find Hardest immediately in through the portal. Rajaro, a really big pickoff, and Team 1 looking pretty healthy. Melio nearly falling, has the passive get triggered, so not gonna have that in a moment. Meanwhile, Beetle trying to keep the pressure up. Liberty Rush off into the back line. Here comes Leaf again with the last stand, picks up another 2. Leaf is absolutely wild so far this round.
Yeah, and Rajaro forced to swap over to the Strange just to enable this contest. They don't have the cap ult. They just can't keep up in the extended fight. Melio as well wasn't really able to find that massive value from the ultimate. And Leaf's kind of lapping him now on the ulti charge, really putting in that work on the Wolverine. Could be a key part of any kind of comeback that's possible for Team Peps. Team 1 need to find some more purchase in this map. They're back to the mirror match, though.
Mirror match going to be in play. Groot v. Groot, both sides. Taking a look here as Team Peps wants to keep this going. Obviously, may just open up here with the clone Loki ult from the get-go. Leaf losing the key passive there, getting bursted, so not going to have as much freedom to hard dive. Melio, meanwhile, just kidnapping Beetle. Quick pick onto the Captain America, and you're early enough in the fight here, Jake, and close enough to spawn. You can just wait a little bit here if you're Team Peps.
Oh, they pulled him in away from the spawn door, ulting all the way up to the spawn. Team 1 with full confidence. I can't believe they actually catch those kills. And Crook gets value out of the Invisible Woman copy, really staggering out Team Peps, who are now forced to retake out of their spawn. I like that Beetle's taking this outside approach, going straight to the backline, wants to put pressure on the Loki, already forcing their regeneration domain.
Yeah, I mean, getting the regen domain out early is huge. However, Leaf got caught on the other side. Here comes Hardest, though. Kraken impact. Resets. Got the real Loki. Now, gonna go for the fake Loki instead. Trust me, though. Puts an end to the Kraken impact chain. But enough was done here that respawns are gonna be coming in from Team Peps, and they should be able to get some serious convoy progress as Team 1 waits for the respawns to come back in.
Yeah, Team 1 are playing so aggressive, though. Despite losing that first point, they're really making the attackers work for every inch of progress. Now the Groot ult, trying to catch out, trying to finish some of these kills. Counter ultimate comes in from Melio, but so far not able to get the cleanup. Great response there by the Invisible Woman for Team Peps, keeping them in the fight. Big ult once again. Leaf has just not missed with this. So consistent, the cart continues to roll forward, but Team 1, as much as they're losing quite well here. They've been stalling the cart through every single fight. They're gonna have another chance at a retake. The question is, can they actually win the fight? I mean, big ulti's still available for Team Peps. They've endured the pressure admirably.
Team 1 is really drained at the moment. I think next fight, ideally, you hope Crook is able to just quick build up to the clone, get Invisible Boundary down, and stall from there. But there's a world where Team Peps just goes in early with Liberty Rush, gets the early pick off immediately. Aura Stealer in with the clone Invisible Woman ult. Team Peps gonna try and take the fight to Team 1 before those ults come online. Crook, though, real close to Invisible Boundary, immediately pops him. So Team 1's gonna get what they need to delay. So long as Rajaro stays alive, nearly gets bursted. Team Peps, though, moving on forward. Beetle still into the backline. Kraken impact used by Naga, not able to get too much of anything as Team Peps right now moves a little bit forward. Beetle doing a decent job of getting resources out. Fate gonna drop the Invisible Boundary, and Tunas, trust me, with the Strangling Prison, slows down Team Peps, gets a crucial strategist pick, and now Team 1 has room to move out with.
I love the way Team 1 had played this, right? They managed to bridge the gap, getting those key ultimates up just in time, stabilizing here at the end of the point, and now they're turning what was a victorious team fight into a team wipe here, chasing all the way back to the spawn. A little bit risky. If they lose players here, things could kind of snowball against them momentum-wise, but so far, so good. Team 1 is playing it clean, and that's allowing them to charge up quite a bit more of these ultimates, getting a little bit closer to the Wolverine ultimate of their own, to Rajaro's Liberty Rush. Going to be important. Team Peps once again has the tempo lead, but will they be able to leverage it? There's such a long way to go before you even get to that cart.
I think if you're Team Peps, you kind of pull the 100 Thieves, where 100 Thieves were in trouble, to go, Terra, please save us. I think for Team Peps in this map, the way it's been going, you go, Leaf, please save us. Oh, Leaf may be caught here. Leaf getting very low, nearly at his passive triggered, is going to get healed back up. Last stand, going to be up soon. And I think all eyes here must be on Leaf. He has been the difference maker and the playmaker here for Peps. But Hardest opens up the Kraken impact, gets reset on the Loki clone early on, still has him reserved. Invisible Boundary now down here from Aura Stealer. Hardest into the air one more time. Leaf so close to the last stand, yet so far hasn't been able to build it up here just yet. 99 now has it, good to go. Invisible Boundary in from Larry on the top. Leaf still looking for the opportunity. Strangling Prison is in instead by Trust Me, takes down 3. The Prison too good from Trust Me, gonna shut down this push. And if we're going to overtime, Jake, that may be it.
Yeah, that's a great defensive hold there from Team 1. Despite taking a bunch of tough fights in the map overall, their strategy is immaculate. They have the depth. They're playing for the final victory. They're not worried about losing a fight here and there. They have the bigger picture in mind. And it seems like this Team 1 squad has continued to level up, not only taking some of the individual skill to the next level, bringing in players like Melio who had really strong games, but also really having a great read of how to get the most out of these maps, where to take their fights, getting as many fights as possible out of each engagement, or each point rather, on Convoy. And Leaf has been putting in huge work against them on the Wolverine. I mean, the fact that they're able to keep coming back, standing tall, despite the fact that Leaf is just chopping them to pieces on the Wolverine, is mightily impressive to me.
You know, GB, you're watching this, you're hoping for a different look here coming in from Team Peps. What have you thought so far after one round where, you know, it was promising and then in a way it just kind of hit a brick wall?
But notice the thing that you guys said was, oh, looks like Team 1's going to swap over to the mirror. And it literally, like, when that happened, that's when things started to just tip over and, you know, and go sideways. And then things slowly but surely just started to get worse, worse, and worse. I just think that this Team 1 team is so adaptable. Yeah, we'll have to see. But I think, you know, it's so far, it's not what I would have hoped for map 3. But we'll see. I'm not holding out hope yet, or rather, not giving up yet. I don't know. I can't speak.
Well, the one upside for Team Peps is that you're not always guaranteed to get through first here on Spider Islands. I mean, you think back to the Shroud Gauntlet that we just casted back on Saturday. It ended on first point. You look at 100 Thieves not able to get through first against Envies. So, I mean, it's holdable here. But we'll see if Team Peps is able to dig deep and find that as...
do it.
Yeah.
Well, they throw him in. He gets
Wait, what? Oh my God! What in the world?
Wait, that was a nasty play. I can't believe that didn't work. They were able to clutch save him. Great hold there from Team Peps. Good presence of mind. Beatles, though, super low. Just barely getting saved up.
It's done some damage. Team Peps is on the back foot. Leaf gets caught as Peps is just desperately trying to back out, get a little bit of restabilization. Now they're about to lose Beetle too. On top of it, Team 1 getting pickoff after pickoff, where Team 1, Jake, I feel like is better than the norm at turning small wins in team fights into bigger wins off staggers.
Yeah, they're so quick to chase it and look for more kills, and they're doing just that right now. Team Peps continuing to stagger out. They're trying to stay alive, escape, and reset, but it's being punished brutally. Everyone being focus fired, finished down. Leaf has to hide away. And, I mean, they're even threatening, yeah, another kill. Are they even going to get a fight on first point? In contrast with the way that Team 1 was able to lose fights, stall cart, and then able to make some retakes happen, I don't know if Team Peps are going to be able to do the same. They're onto the Strange, so that portal should be able to get them into this engagement. But it's going to be awkward. It's going to be very much last second.
They don't touch.
Oh, they don't get it in time. They get body blocked in the portal.
Oh, boy. You just have that moment of dramatic silence where neither of us was like, are they going to do it? And they're investing ults here, too, and I don't like any of this. Okay, you win this fight, and it's an expensive fight. You just blew both strategist ults and Kraken Impact, and it's at the Team 1 spawn. You failed.
Yeah, like that's 3 big ultis, and Team 1 I think are very happy to just wipe and reset. They do not care about that, I don't think, one little bit. They're coming in with ultimate advantage. Is 1 point to cap to finish the series. Team 1 may have already won this. I mean, they're so solid in these scenarios. Groot ulti comes in, forces the counter response from Invisible Woman, keeps people alive, but Leaf died for his trouble, was trying to get in. Doctor Strange over the top, looking for that Eye of Agamotto. Wants to be able to slip it in, but where will the damage follow-up be? Team 1 has been so aggressive. They don't see the Beatles here, though. This could be a window for a big team fight.
Yeah, Beetle up on the top. The Eye of Agamotto is ready. What's it going to be? Drops on down. Only hits Crook. I think hit Rajaro too. So 2-man Eye of Agamotto, but Melio is just smashing everyone to pieces on the other end. So the Eye of Agamotto into the backline doesn't really amount to much.
He's emoting. Just flexing on the other Wolverine. He's like, bro, I know I can't catch you.
That was just cool. Man, that's all that was. It was just cool.
Dude, Melio just soloed. Melio, I mean, talk about a player who came into this team, right? And has seemingly revamped it. He brings the Wolverine, he brings the Hela, bringing incredible flexibility and great skill. Now he's setting up on this flank, looking to grab someone and pull them in, get them to overextend. Beetle coming in to touch carpet, could be vulnerable to exactly that as well. Now Groot caught, forced into an awkward situation. Naga looking for the window to ulti, but doesn't find it.
Hardest gets one here. Team Peps desperately trying to hang on. 1 pick. They may have what they need here. Leaf with the last stand. Did Leaf grab anyone? And no, Leaf right now getting abducted by Melio on the other end. Down the trust beat. Team 1 still with options to win this fight. And here comes Naga. Naga, Kraken Impact, good to go. Fate, though, down. Picked off. And Team Peps has done enough damage here. But the problem is, Jake, they got to hold for another 3 minutes on not the most defensible area.
It's got to be perfectly clean, and I kind of want to see what Team 1 was able to do here. Is like play forward, play aggressive, make these walk-ups a point of contention for the attackers. It's greedy, and you could get punished for it, but by the same token, you need to make some plays happen. If this just is a textbook ult trade, eventually things are going to go against you. Team Peps have a really rough strategic position, so we need to see some individual playmaking. We need to see some pickoffs. By the same token, you can't be caught out. Team 1 also looking for those same openings. Invisible Woman ultimate. Naga as well, coming in for the follow-up. Needs to get a reset, needs to keep this ulti cycling. So far, can't quite find it.
Not able to get a reset yet, and the elimination they get is not a reset, but you've taken out the Groot. You're almost there if you're Team 1. 1 pick off here so far. The initiation looking good so far. Close to Liberty Rush is Rajaro. Gets real low, able to get out of danger. Same for Trust Me. Strangling Prison on the deck here with the Liberty Rush. Team 1 looking to put this one away. Naga gets another pick. The Strangling Prison is dropped. Team Peps on the ropes. Crook able to finish off Aura in the back. Bit by bit, Team 1 is ripping Team Peps apart. Nearly at the apex here of the second point. They're on their way to a rematch versus Virtus.pro for $1,000, and they've done it.
And they're going to get exactly that. Another shot at the belt. Team 1 proving themselves as a firm second place in Europe, but that silver medal is starting to wear heavy on them. I think they really do want to give a bigger bite into this VP squad coming into our money match up next. Team Peps, a valiant showing from them, making this more competitive than the series score would lead you to believe. But Team 1, the reps, I think, are really starting to pay off for them. They're starting to hit a higher level. Now, a new ban format, kind of changing the meta just a little bit here, could be an opening for a new title challenger, but I hesitate to say that that's even likely. I mean, it's possible, but this is Virtus.pro we're talking about. They have an immaculate record, essentially undefeated at the top level of European competition, and that's who you have to go up against next for if you are Team One.
Very tall task, but doable given how Team One have played this VP team in the past. So congratulations, Team One. They will be moving on for the money match. It's going to be good. Looking forward to seeing how this one plays out here. Of course, that'll be coming up in just a little bit. But you know, there were some moments, man. Hopefully, we can get when the highlights are ready. That fastball special was great. By the way, I don't know, you know, just because I'm a big comic book nerd. I don't know if you guys could tell with all the stuff behind me. But you know, when the first ever fastball special, Uncanny X-Men. Don't remember the issue, but I remember they were fighting, I don't know, some mutant Sentinels things. And then this was a thing that Wolverine and a newly joining Colossus on the X-Men lineup came up together. And then from there, it has been a staple in the comics ever since. But what's interesting is that there's no Colossus in, you know, this game.
Well, yeah, that's kind of one of the fears that people had is like, fastball special being given the Hulk and thing. Maybe this means Colossus isn't going to be in the game anytime soon, but
Colossus has to show up. He would be such.
I feel like they just have
tank.
so many. They have so many great options from the Marvel universe to bring into the game. It's just like, I mean, Colossus, there's so many more though, right? From like just the litany of possibilities from the comic book. I think that's exciting for the game overall for Marvel Rivals. So there's just so many great options for lore and heroes they can bring and make and bring them to life in this game.
Yeah, well, a lot of cool things. Speaking of cool, though, we got to go ahead and award a match MVP. So let's go ahead and do that. It is, of course, going to be Melio. Congratulations. And just, my God, I don't want to find you in a dark alley when you're playing Wolverine. Goodness gracious.
Well, look,
my guy was attacking.
I think what it comes down to is that, you know, when it's a close game and you have a lot of candidates for MVP, when you allow yourself to be thrown by Hulk and go into just some ridiculous curveballs to get pickoffs, and you send people off the cliff at times, and on top of doing this in map 1, it's flashy enough that's like, yeah, you are going to be the match MVP in this situation. But, I mean, Jake is well-deserved, too, because you think about it, when you can't run a Groot and you're up against a Groot, you're so reliant on your Wolverine to just be playing at a top level to actually make the match winnable.
Yeah, I think not only is this impressive on this match, but also for me personally, one of the things yeah, this is a ridiculous kill, actually. One of the things I really liked from Melio is that, like, I don't think before this, at least in the last couple of weeks when we've seen Melio play, I don't think we've seen him play either the Wolverine or the Hela. And the fact that those were really his two staples in this series, and he was able to make massive work on them, really has impressed me. I was impressed by everything I've seen from him in the hero pool, but he's really solidifying himself as one of the top duelists in the game in European Marvel Rivals, especially right now, with incredible flexibility and playmaking. I mean, Wolverine is a very much a specialist character that I don't expect a lot of duelists to really be amazing on Wolverine. He might have great aim, but like handling all the skills for Wolverine, the approach of a melee character, very, very different. And so the fact that he's got it on lock like this, I think has great signs for his future.
And you're seeing all these highlights, man, and Melio definitely putting on a show. This one was cool, just chasing him down, decided, you know what, I'm gonna stunt on these fools. Look at that there. Showed him the Weapon X. You know, hit him with it.
We were debating the MVP for a while. It's just like, okay, he did the emote. Yeah, okay, you got it.
Like the emote.
Yeah, you get
style points matter in the MVP race, guys. I wish we were purely competitive, but we got style points are significant. I believe was it Nevix who won MVP by typing in the chat, or
that's all you got to do.
Typing in Twitch chat while live in the game. That is a strong. You earn a lot of MVP points if you stand on the card and come type in the Twitch chat. That goes hard.
Stun on some fools. You know what I mean? Always be professional, obviously. But that will get you the MVP. You know, you just got to stunt on some fools. That's it. You know, bust out a couple emotes. In any case, though, Team 1, Virtus.pro. It's going to be our money match. $1,000 on the line. And, I mean, I'm excited to see VP, you know, play in person again. But this is a very similar battle. And if you're VP, you know, yeah, sure, Team 1 look good. But, you know, I'm sure you're not like, oh, What's going to
VP,
happen? Like,
there's no way this VP squad has respect for any opponents at this point. No one has tested them. I mean, it's just like, come on, like there's no way these guys aren't laughing and having a nice chill time, even playing these matches, because at some point you've been winning every single tournament in a row since the game came out. It's like, okay, you got to start to believe that you're just immortal at this point. That is also the most dangerous moment to be a team on the top, is when you start to believe that you're too good, that you can't be defeated. You slip up, you lose a map, the cracks start to show, right? That could cause real problems in a team. And so I think, for VP's future, I'm hopeful that they aren't thinking that way, but it becomes harder and harder. I mean, how can you not have an ego when you're dropping 10 like 3-0s back to back to back? I mean, it's just human nature. At some point, you got to start to expect that that's just the norm. We just are the best, no question about it. Team One have been the team that has been hustling and grinding and working away. But last week they got 3-0'd. I mean, it was close maps, but I mean, the scoreline don't lie, right? Like in the end of the day, when you go home, you're like, you don't think about that as a player. Well, guys, we played them pretty close, guys. It's okay. No, you feel terrible. You're like, we want to win. These players, nobody plays at this level if you don't want to win.
Well, let's see what ends up happening as we get ready for our $1,000 money match coming up right after this. It's going to be Team One, your winners of the Challenger matchup. Of course, commiserations to Team Peps, but Team One will be taking on VP. And when we are back, we're going to break it all down. Stick around, folks. This is Rivals Fight Night. We'll see you on the other side. It's Thursday, and you know what that means. It's time for some Marvel Rivals Fight Night, baby. Or you can just see Wolverine just take his boy, the Winter Soldier, all the way to Narnia. I know it's a different IP, but shout out to the Invisible Woman, though, for the God tier protect at the most clutch moment possible. And my dog, Stella, who happened to like that play, too. Welcome back, everyone. There you go. All right. Now, that's my best Puckett impression, by the way.
Not bad. Not bad.
He does a very. I like the intros. It's very low key. It's very chill. You know, whenever I do like VCT, I'm like, oh, hello, everyone, welcome back. You know, sometimes you just want to take a chill. Well, this game ain't gonna be anything but chill though, because these two teams have played against each other time and time again. And in those times, VP has walked away as the winner, looking pretty strong in the process.
Every time.
Yeah. Yeah. Now the question is Team One a squad that has leveled up enough to be able to contend with them? And we saw them last time. They got, they made those matches very competitive. So it does lead you to believe that there is going to be some possibility that we could see Team One begin to, break a few chips off that shield. Right?
Look, I'll go out on a limb here, and I don't think this is an aggressive prediction, but I do think Team One will get one map today. I don't think VP is going down today, but I do think Team One will get one map, which would still be within the realm of possibility, because you look at their history. They got one from VP the week they were defending, and they've gotten a map from VP a few weeks after that. So it wouldn't be unprecedented. I don't necessarily think they're going to get two maps, but I think the maps are still going to be very close between these teams. I think clearly Team One has been leveling up. Talking with some of their players off the record, they just seem very confident, and they feel like they're going to put on the best show yet. And I think at the very least that is going to be reflected by getting at least one map win here today.
Yeah. I mean, the more I see Melio, the more impressed I get. I think he has kind of opened up the possibilities for the squad. And I think this is always the moment when there's a little bit of a format tweak as far as the ban system goes, with the asymmetric bans, where maybe VP don't have it quite as dialed as they're used to. Maybe they've let off the gas just a little bit. However, I mean, just looking at this roster, beyond strategy and tactics, this team is so rock solid front to back. Every single player pretty much best in class at their role. Team One needs to have a monster game to shut them down.
And it's also just, for me, as an Overwatch old head, to see the homies. Nevix, Finzi, hell, even Sparker. I remember Sparker as well. I was more toward when I was leaving, but good to see, him there. And yeah, I mean, overall, though, I was looking on the chat, and Finzi was talking about how he needs his money because Iceland's expensive. So if my guy's out here playing for rent, ZP, no one can stop him.
But at the same note, when it comes to Finzi's still able to come on in and drop some love with some subs to the channel and show support week after week, where sometimes it's hard to draw the line. It's like, is Finzi playing or in chat? And oftentimes the answer is both. But I think the key to Virtus.pro success, as you look at the roster here, whether you look at the Vanguard line of Finzi and Nevix, whether you look at the Duelist line of Fi and Sparker, or the Strategist line, which we talk a little bit less about just because they're so good in Saipai and Dredro, where, Hex had a golden rule of talking about supports back in the OW days, and that was one of, if you're not necessarily talking a whole lot about your backline, it means that they're doing everything right. And I feel like that's often the case with VP, where they just get such solidly good play from their strategist backline that it allows Finzi, Nevix, and the Duelists to kind of steal the show. But you don't have the success that VP has had if you're not a truly complete team.
Yeah, well said, ZP. For real. That's like, it shows that prep, it shows that time, it shows that effort that they've put into it, and that matters, and it's paid off as a result of that. But of course, I do want to say, same can be said for their opponents on the other side of the field, right? Team One putting in that work, putting in that time. It's going to be a difficult one without a doubt, Jake. But to ZP and what he said earlier, hey, a map feels like it. I could be smelling it. I don't know. Are you smelling a one map win potentially?
I wouldn't be shocked to see it. I do feel that Team One have continued to level up as they grind out attempt after attempt against Virtus.pro. They have been improving slowly. However, I just think VP has been one of those rare teams that is on the top, but is not getting cocky about it. Like they are staying grinding, they are staying keeping the effort in, and I'm very curious to see how VP approaches the new ban format. They're the standard bearers in Europe. Hell, maybe they're the standard bearers in the world in terms of Marvel Rivals right now. And so I think the way that they approach a new ban format is going to be really instructive for folks at home, maybe folks in other regions as well, playing competitively, because well, this team has been, they have led the way on quite a few innovations in terms of how the ban phase ends up going. No change just yet, though.
Both agree that Human Torch needs to go. So it turns out people are
They're not Human Torch is OP, I guess.
Oh, poor Johnny Storm can't get
and the
one
group
over.
protect. VP have changed. VP, you changed, bro.
Again, it comes down to the fact that they respect Groot as one of the best heroes in the game. They love playing Groot in the sense that they know Nevix is one of the best around at it. But oh God. Okay, this is going to be interesting here in turn where Team 1 has opened themselves up to having their group banned. I think VP, do you come in and take down Groot? If you have this level of respect for Groot and you hate playing against Groot, surely you would ban Groot from Team 1 here, is what I feel like would make sense. Team 1 maybe comes with the Wolverine. But also, Luna is such a high prio that you're still afraid of Luna. So it's just interesting to see VP's draft strategy warp to the whims of the new format where we know their preferences really well. And even then, they're saying, okay, we're going to let some of this through.
Okay.
They take away both Loki and Luna. So the big difference here is Team 1 is going to have access to the Loki while VP has access to the Groot so far.
What do you take in that? What do you take in that situation, though? What do you like more?
You know, honestly, I'm curious because historically Loki has been really strong, but almost always been played alongside the Groot. They have a great natural synergy, and they're going to be able to grab a Wolverine too. So there's not going to be like a Loki regeneration domain to save people from the Wolverine ulti. Not that that's an easy execution, but it is one of the few like hard saves for some of these big nuking ultimates.
Yeah.
But VP just think Groot over everything. They're willing to play some like maybe less ideal strategists, but like there's still the Invisible Woman available. Historically, like VP has played a lot of the Thing, which is a nice combo with Invisible Woman, getting some of that team up utility. There's stuff like, you know, Cloak and Dagger. I think that's probably the most likely support duo is something like the C&D Invisible Woman. Maybe bring the Mantis out. Maybe you do like a Mantis Star-Lord. But VP, I think, are pretty happy. I mean, they've got their Vanguard setup. Like Emma Frost Groot is kind of the monster setup. I think that's very scary to play against.
And they'll have what? Warlock and Cloak and Dagger and Invisible Woman, right?
If they wanted to play like the Warlock or Star-Lord comp, I think they could do that too. They don't have the Loki, of course, to synergize, but very different ban phase overall. So VP has some very different ideas about what's really the most important in this meta. And we'll get to see something, you know, really interesting born out.
We were judgmental. I know I was. I was like, I don't know if I like this Ignite, but now I'm seeing VP do it. I'm like, okay. Maybe something, maybe they know something. Maybe they feel like this could be a fun way to play. I don't know.
Well, I think what's interesting is that I actually would have liked to have seen at the very end. I understand respecting how good Sparker is on Psylocke, but I feel like there's a world where you could have come in for Team 1 and actually banned out Invisible Woman with the last pick, because they had gotten to a point where they had gotten multiple strategists taken out of the pool for VP, and VP was using their protects on the Vanguard line. And there comes a point where if you lose a ton, that it's fine. Man, so you get the insight in the VP with their view in the game where they just value the proper Vanguard line way more over the more upper tier strategist picks, it seems.
Yeah. Oh boy. I'm excited. First time these two teams are going to be clashing with the Ignite ban system. So we'll see how this works out. But fellas, here we go. Time to see how the chips fall.
Hopping on into it, and again, to me, Jake, the star of the show here and the story, win or lose, is going to be Melio on the Wolverine. Does Wolverine find high value for Team 1 and lead them to victory, or does Melio get stuffed by the Namor on the other side, and as a result, just VP has a lot of room with their Vanguard line?
We'll have to see different visions for the game. VP aren't even going to run their own Groot here. So I'm kind of curious to see how that ends up panning out. Finzi and Nevix playing some much more mobile strategists with the Hulk setup. Vi as well, pumping in damage from above on Iron Man. There's no conventional hit scan on the other squad, so he might really get a lot of damage done. Pretty difficult matchup for somebody like the Wolverine. And the choice not to run the Groot also means this Wolverine, it's not as obvious who you're going to be targeting, who you're going to be looking to attack.
I think here VP won the option to run Groot if it was Groot versus Groot with no Wolverine, but they don't necessarily want to run the Groot into the Wolverine is probably the thinking we have here. But Sparker just threads into the back, finds Naga. Quick pickoff here on the Namor, and the Squids are also pumping out the damage. So the Namor setup from Sparker, really, really nice so far.
Oh, and the last long-range kill there from Vi does shut down Melio. And honestly, I think the comp matchup, very unconventional, but VP have unlocked this Hulk plus Namor team up, something that we never saw previously in the last couple of weeks because one of them was always banned out. Nobody let the other team get access to this team up, and VP say, hey, this is broken. Like, this is the meta. We're going to force our will, and that's honestly why VP has been on top for so long. They're not just individually great. They have amazing reads of the meta, and the strategy that the heroes that they bring into these fights is always immaculate, always something that people can learn from.
And this isn't even with the Groot in play, by the way, that they protected.
The Groot may come into play now that Melio swapped over to the Hela. I think it could be the way they're angling here if they lose a fight. Meanwhile, Naga, cracking impact grabs. One is pulled out of the sky by Fi. The response immediately from VP stops. It could have been a chain reaction. Bait dropping the Eternal Bond, giving a little bit more room for Melo here. Team 1 trying to seize the opportunity before the progress gets too far away. Invisible Boundary, though, going to be used here from VP. VP, at a minimum, would like to get a little bit of stall here. Regen Domain can be dropped by Team 1 in turn. Team 1 just hungry for another pickoff. Meteor M up and over from Trust Me does not connect. And Team 1 nearly gets a flip, and they get
but he gives the flip. That's so big that Nevix gives the flip over. Is he going to ulti? He is going to recommit. Fi was able to find a kill with the ultimate, and now Nevix can really run rampant, getting his HP absolutely melted down, feeling the threat of the focus fire, but still getting quite a bit of damage with these claps. Does he find a chance to get a finish? Is forced back into the conventional Hulk form, but Melio's low, forced a defensive ult up in the sky. Can he get damage? Getting burned down so quickly out of this health bar. Invisible Woman tanking through everything.
Melio laying in extra damage via the Goddess of Death, but the team is dying all around him, and Melio falling right after. And now you look at VP. They're going to get the reflip here, but Team 1 doing a decent bit of stall even as the fight was breaking down. Still, 33 to 61% right now. VP about 2 fights away from taking the first round, and Team 1 in a full reset now.
Yeah, it's looking pretty awkward here for the retake, especially with Dredro having that Cloak and Dagger ultimate. So potent when it comes to enemy having no ultimates to respond to. You can get so aggressive with the C&D. See if VP want to do that, or if they just want to run the clock down using the threat of their ultimate to make the fight scary for the attackers who are looking to make this retake happen.
Okay, off and into it now. Melio able to get the early pick on the Sparker, punishing early. Now, 1 up is Team 1. Naga working on the outskirts, trying to make the sidewalk pressure work. Eternal Bond can be dropped by Virtus.pro, so Virtus.pro can play in and around the Eternal Bond for now. Buy a little bit of time to get back up to full 6. And VP doing a really masterful job right now of not letting this escalate, even after giving up the first pick. And here comes Fi. Pulse Cannon, off, over, in. Not going to get what he wants. Regen Domain going to be laid down, and Team 1 close to getting a flip. Dance the Butterfly going to be dropped here by Naga, and it's just trying to buy space on the point to get the flip. They haven't gotten here just yet, but with Nevix going down, they do.
That's big that Team 1 are able to get the reflip, doing so holding on to a couple key ultimates. The Loki clone could be copied into another Cloak and Dagger ultimate. Rajaro with that Liberty Rush as well from the cap could be especially good, can be sort of a proxy for a support ultimate. And Fi is going to back off from the Iron Man, go over to the Star-Lord, giving up some of the team ups, just feeling he needs to be a little bit more mobile to deal with Naga and Melio. But Gary's spot to play against the Duelist. I mean, Melio on the Hela now defending the point is in a great position to really pop some heads on the walk up here for VP. No real shields to deal with him.
63 to 99. VP looking for the flip to put this one over the edge. Team 1. However, potentially just 1 fight away from taking this round. Team 1 going to open up here with the Liberty Rush. Force Hulk to immediately ult in response. Invisible Boundary already dropped here from VP, but here comes Trust Me, Meteor M. No, not going to get what he's looking for. Nevix eating a whole ton of damage in turn, but the Horde from Sparker are going to connect. Whale to the face. Crook gone. Trust Me out of there. And Team 1 bleeding players. It's going to be VP on the retake, and it'll immediately go into overtime.
Yeah, and that should be the round. Team 1, I don't even think they're going to be able to get players back into the fight. He does TP away. Maybe that'll stabilize him for just a moment. They do have some stall touch coming in at a strange portal as well, but yeah, it's no shot to actually win the fight. The VP Beautiful connections from them, able to outlast through some of those defensive ultimates, and Melio wasn't able to find those kills despite the open range on the point. It's Sparker who strikes first blood with that Horn of Proteus.
I think we saw also just what a hard counter, you know, the composition that VP was running to, the aggression of the Wolverine, right? Like the good luck going up against the gamma-infused turrets of the Namor while also having to deal with like all the other crap that's going around as well. So it was a tough one for Emilio for sure. Which, you know, good on them to switch rather than continuing to run it down, you know?
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the tenets of Rivals, too, when you look at how people run Ban Protect, whether it be last patch or this patch, or even at times during the Shroud Tournament, is just because you protect something doesn't mean you necessarily have to play it. At times, you can protect something to force a reaction out of the other team that is more favorable for what you really want to run. And interesting enough here, VP coming on out, they're going to go with a little bit of a triple strategist this time here, Jake.
Yeah, we'll see how this ends up going. Still no Groot coming into play. They're having Nevix and Finzi here playing the Magneto, Emma Frost. An interesting perspective, but Phi is going to have massive amplification of his damage, getting a ton of help from these strategists into the comp. See if that's able to pay dividends. Sparker wins the duel into Melio. Melio, you're supposed to have the advantage there, but the DPS right now favoring the Adam Warlock, who is a shooter in his own regard. They look so tanky, so durable, fighting with Finzi and Nevix. I mean, once again, VP have just proven to be innovators. Every time there's a change up in the format, you think, okay, maybe this is a chance, maybe we change something up, but they're the ones to figure out what's good first. They're the ones to lead the way in the meta.
And I think they've correctly identified, especially with the verticality changes on this map and the fact that you can kind of brawl out for a long period of time. The Triple Strategist gives you a lot of time here where even if Team 1 is able to get an early pickoff, VP, obviously half the heroes there, they're going to have a self-res, and even the ones that don't, you're just going to be able to stall and sustain for a long period of time. So Team 1, even if they win this fight, Jake, they might not even get it back until VP is at about 60 to 70%.
Yeah, Adam Warlock, I think such a difference maker. The fact he's able to win that opening kill. Magneto comes out, but that means no one's there to respond to the Legendary. He's able to pump free damage and regeneration domain used, but he's still getting a lot of damage. Very effective here in this team fight, pushing away some of the backline, and he's going to be able to clean up for one more kill. Does get killed, but as you mentioned, VP just going to be an instant self-res, going to be regaining back into the fight. 6-on-5 engagement, VP in the advantage, fighting another kill, and Team 1 fighting for scraps, getting nothing, going home hungry.
Meanwhile, Naga dropping the Kraken Impact, trying to get things going. No resets to be found here so far. Instead, just getting a choke slammed and stepped on by Finzi over on the Emma, finding 2. And look, I mean, there's a reason why, as memey as it was, that every Galactic Legend got answered by Meteor M for weeks on end. It's because it's the proper way to go about it. Going for the aggro Meteor M just isn't a good idea if your ult tracking reveals that there's a Galactic Legend on deck more times than not.
Agree. I think it's a mistake, and I think it's sort of uncharacteristic for Majaro, who's been one of the more solid Magnetos. It just goes to show the level of pressure that Team 1 is under. This is a revamped Virtus.pro. We thought maybe Team 1 had been resurgent. Maybe they had started to show some of the cracks, but instead it's been VP who have shored up their defenses. Coming back into the series, looks like stronger, as strong as they've ever been. Now with another bank of ultimates, Finzi ready to pop his, breaking down that Gamma Squid first. Such a huge threat from Naga. But they have so many tools to work with, and Team 1 has nothing. Health bar is draining, dropping low, staying alive for just a moment, but there's so much pressure on them.
Naga's able to get one pick off Team 1, a little bit of life here off the Eternal Bond. However, Karmic Rebirth, and here comes what could be the stall. Melio, meanwhile, Kraken Impact, gets the reset, looking for more. Karmic Rebirth, this is where you could feast a little bit more, drops it, looks for another pickoff, reset there, one more, again and again. Here comes Melio, the fall through has been here on the resets. Melio, though, getting assassinated by Finzi. VP still with 4 on the point, potentially able to turn this Team 1 a little bit wounded right now. They have to drop the Loki clone to stay alive. Trust me, we'll use the Hulk call here in just a second, but VP, even in this fight, they have not given up control. This is a long, long stall where Team 1 is getting no progress here so far, Jake.
Ultis are down, it's into the deathmatch. Hulk pops the ult, looking to get something, looking to create some big advantage for his team. Can't quite get stuck in for a finish kill. There's one though. Something for the squad to work with. Team 1 finding a bit of purchase, another connection. Naga this time finding one. 99% for BP, but finally they're going to be evicted from the point. But such a difficult, long climb ahead for Team 1. The fact that they're able to clutch that out, big value for Melio, getting a ton of resets from the Winter Soldier. Trust me on the Hulk, also able to battle back. And using this team up with the Namor, maybe that's a road to defending this point with that Gamma Squid could be really potent on some of these high grounds. But VP, they're going to have a lot of bites at the apple, a lot of chances, and it only takes one team fight victory to secure this map and put them in advantage in the series.
Team 1 has to drastically play up relative to what they have done the rest of the map here so far. And I think you're right. A lot of the pressure here is going to be a Nog on the Namor, where it's more effective when you're on the defense. You have to have sublime squid positioning here and good pickoffs if you go for any flanks. Binzy right now, a little bit under pressure. Soon to get Psionic Seduction up and ready to go. Rajaro, though, is getting pummeled from all ends. They would love to get this pick on the Rajaro, force out the Meteor M before the Galactic Legend comes into play. But Rajaro, really nice self-control. Doesn't force out the Meteor M. Team 1 now, gonna move in with the Eternal Bond. Nevix first to drop the Meteor M and just neutralized on the other end. Regen Domain, keeping Team 1 nice and healthy. Rajaro now
2 big kills.
holding on to the Meteor M. They're waiting. Yeah, Fate got 2, and I think for VP, you go back to the drawing board here, perhaps.
Well, Rajaro, Meteor M. Oh, they're trying to clutch, though, VP with the reses. They're actually kind of coming into this one. There's no chance in that fight, but then they just res back into it. This is the strength of the team, up 5 with 3. A 4th comes in from Binzy. And VP just snatch it right back. It looked like they would need to reset. It looked like they would need to have one more fight. Team 1, Desperation Strange Portal, last second. They need to go right into this.
They got it.
But the contest is there, and they're getting swarmed. Cloak and Dagger blinds everyone. Regeneration Domain already forced. They're running so low on resources. Still some players yet to respawn. And Virtus.pro about to clean up map 1. Dreamthrow still holding on to that ultimate. So much safety and security in this fight.
That is a ridiculous comeback from VP. A fight they were losing, Fate finding too early, and yet the Reses come back in. They're able to get room on the Galactic Legend, even with the Meteor M. And it just feels like VP is the only team in the world that can pull themselves out of the fire in this sort of way, because other teams, Jake, would just be like, okay, this one's kind of on the way out. We have plenty of time. VP doesn't even care that they're super far ahead. They go for the win when they can see it, and oftentimes it's successful.
Pretty
Very impressive
dominant
game.
performance from VP. I mean, as much as Team 1 battled back in that round, so many of those fights are so one-sided for VP across the board. And up 1-0 in the series. Scary spot to be. As much as it's only just the start of the series, VP had a completely different perspective on the ban phase, and they were vindicated. They were proved right. Now for Team 1, it's like you're scrambling. Do you change your ban? Do you go back towards that? By the way, VP didn't even play the Groot, despite the fact that they protected it. Very interesting.
Yeah, it felt like it was more, it was a denial of with the denial of Groot and them having the flexibility to use it, it just gave them the comfort to just be like, oh yeah, well, we can just go ahead and roll with this like anti-dive comp, which they ran successfully, and then force them to have to switch. And it's like, okay, then we can go and, you know, start to play a little bit more of our own game in these fights. And one thing I noticed too, guys, was that as Jake works on his hair that I don't have and I will never have, is that, you know, this VP team is relentless. Like, it's probably the best word I could use to describe them, because even in that final fight, like, at no point was VP ever in a position when they started to clear and then you started to see, you know, Team 1 get the win. That felt more like VP was like, okay, we can't keep contesting this, but we'll get it back on the re-clear. And that's exactly what they did. It was very, very clinical on their side. So ZP, I mean, it does feel like this VP team truly does play without fear. The way you kind of have to if you're won RFM the amount of times these guys have.
I think the key is that they play hungry, like a team that is about to lose the game, even when they are vastly ahead of the game. Like, they channel the energy of a team that's like, oh, this is the last fight. If they don't get this, they're eliminated. And VP's like, okay, we're going in. We're going to find a way. Where other teams, even extremely good teams, like Envy or 100 Thieves or some of the teams you see on the NA side, they'll let the foot off the gas a little bit at points, and it makes perfect sense. So you go, okay, you're way ahead. Just go for the safe, secure thing. And for VP, every fight is a must-win situation, and I think it's what leads them to just winning games in a fashion that other teams don't usually do.
By the way, that bulwark from Nevix, the Meteor M went straight into Fi, connected with them. If you don't get bulwarked by Nevix, you die there. You don't get any of those kills for Fi. So great team play. Another aspect of
that was like on the money. On the money, literally like dead to rights. My guy was staring right at the Magnus, nothing he could do, and then out of nowhere, whoop, all bubble, and just saved him. Just so well played. Yeah, exactly. That was a just goes like being front and center and seeing VP up in person like this, well, not up in person, but you know what I mean. Like, and now rather than like actively watching it, rather than like just keeping it on the side. Oh yeah, no, this VP team is nuts. They are very, very talented. Of course, we're going to get ready. Yeah, no. They're going to get ready to go in a little bit here with map 2. We do want to let everyone know, though, we go to Rivals Fight Night. You can actually, enter into a little giveaway. That's right. You can win yourself an Intel Core Ultra 9 285K CPU. Yeah.
There we go, baby.
Oh,
and when you get that, it'll like, and you open the box, it'll sound just like that. Intel. No, they won't do that, but this is me just really pitching it. So yeah, make sure you go ahead, join the giveaway for that. You just go to Rivals Fight Night. You'll find the widget right down at the bottom of the website. And if you were a sub, just go ahead. Just also follow, do all the stuff there, the Gleam.io stuff. It's really easy. Just if you haven't done it yet, please do. All right, Finzy's in the chat saying that was the warm up. Finzy, come on, man. This guy, he's playing for rent money, but then he's out here, talking trash.
Yeah, it's like, for what?
If you like teams that stunt, Golden Boy, you look no further than Virtus.pro. They style on everybody, and so far so good. I wonder now for Team 1 going into this map 2, it's like, do you just tuck your tail between the legs and kind of copy the VP ban strategy? Because that's the thing with the asymmetric bans. In theory, if you're banning the strongest characters because they're asymmetric, you should just be like the strategic imperatives kind of leading you towards the same direction in terms of the bans. And the fact that VP are able to protect some of these key vanguards and Team 1 didn't go that direction, sort of an interesting perspective. Like, I wonder if Team 1 think, oh, maybe we should copy you. I mean, I do think that's the nature of this ban system. It's going to lead teams more towards the same strategic concept. But now there's a question for Team 1 is like, did we get beaten because they're gapping us? Did we get beaten because the strat is too good? Do we go back to the drawing board? And like I talked about in the last series, it's a scary thing to admit to yourself that like we're out of our depth strategically and we need to like make a change up. This is it's match day, man. You prepared for this all week. You were scrimming and practicing, coming into your best strategy. And now to find out in game 1 that like we just got worked over. Are we just completely wrong? There's a lot of questions circling in the heads of the Team 1 players right now, and there's no easy answers.
Yeah, it's a rough one for sure. There you can see what the bans were, and can't help but feel like that Psylocke one really didn't matter all that much. I don't know if that would have done much. The Loki one was good. I mean, I did think that was like a solid one, but ultimately, there, like you said, there are just other things that seem to just have a bit more presence, a bit more authority in that situation you might want to get rid of. But we're going to be going to the Hall of Ajalia, heading over to the beautiful lands of Wakanda. ZP,
Look,
I know you've been there a few times.
Yeah, just a little bit. Wakanda. Every now and then. Like you got to travel mostly for the sky miles and nothing else, right? But
Wakanda Air.
Exactly.
How many sky miles you get for a flight to Wakanda?
Honestly, it's more than you can expect because you got to go through some portals. Like go through to another universe.
Dude, I would be on board with an airline that sends me through portals. So long as I have to avoid Newark, I'd be good with that.
No, you still have to go through an interdimensional portal. Like Newark is the interdimensional locus of everything. And actually, no magic works without it. I don't know why, but that does explain some of the recent issues. But here's what I'm going to say as you go forward. I think if you're Team 1, what I would like to see, and maybe it's not what they would like to do, but I still think it'd be effective, is that I think you go Groot and you force Groot Mirror out of VP here. Because even though VP is an incredibly good Groot team, also, they have avoided running it for a very long time. So if there's anything where VP may be a little bit out of practice, it would be if you were able to do Groot v Groot, because they've just avoided it for literally months at this point. So I would like to see that,
want to ban
especially
vanguards and force that pick on their side, right? Essentially.
I think that's where they could go.
Just put a more high prio protect. I mean, I think it's interesting too that like there's been a heavy focus on the Loki and the Luna in our first series, and VP have kind of ignored it, and they're like, you know what, you can ban our Loki and Luna. We'll play the Adam Warlock, triple team up with Star-Lord and Mantis. We'll play a Cloak and Dagger, Invisible Woman. Like, we don't need Loki, Luna. That's what they seem to be saying with these bans. And honestly, I kind of believe them. Like, they can still get a lot of mileage off Cloak and Invisible Woman. They look great on that setup. I guess the Luna maybe is particularly dominant with how long-lasting that defensive strategist ultimate is. But the Loki, I'm less convinced. I'm less convinced that it's completely necessary. Although the regeneration domains were powerful, they were able to make clutch plays. overall, the VP supports were able to also find those big impact moments.
And we're also seeing a lot of DPS prio, taking down those healing. I forget what the low-key heals are called, but really focusing and just like, hey, we're just delete this as soon as we possibly can. We're not gonna. This doesn't get it. You're also seeing them force out. There was a couple times where on the dive we were seeing the Lokis just have to use their regenerative fields rather early, right? Thus removing that cooldown from the fight. So yeah, I mean, you guys might be onto something here. Loki might not be the play as far as prioritizing banning, but Team One, they're going to protect it.
Crook loves Loki, and he's really good at it, and he plays it a ton. And so, like, I see the vision of just like, it's a high skill strategist. I'm really good at it. Let's bring it out. But I feel like VP have like another level of thought on this, which is just that they're willing to give it up because they just can play anything. Like we'll find the strategist to support the rest of the comp we want to play, no matter what you take away from us. And so far, the only exception to that has really been the Luna Snow that they've wanted to get out and delete from the server. Well,
here's an interesting little factoid, everyone. Luna Snow made it to the next round. Probably going to get banned here, though.
Yeah, one more. I think this, I would be very surprised if VP don't ban the Luna, and same for Team One. I think it's very likely going to be a mirrored Luna ban. VP have the opportunity to protect the Luna themselves if they're able to get it past this point, which I suspect that they might.
Yeah, I mean, you look at it here, neither. Okay, they banned the Emma. So again, this is VP going, we don't really care as much on the strategist end. We just want to make sure we have the proper Vanguard play. It is a key difference in strategy. And now, for Team One, they are going to be able to come in here and do a ban and a protect where they're going to be able to protect the Luna.
Yeah, they get the Luna Loki.
Yeah, it's one of the most, I would say, the most common and probably the most powerful strategist backline in the game. But in exchange here, they're not going to be able to run with an Emma Frost. They're not going to be run like Emma and Magneto at the same time. And also, if they protect, here's the problem. Should they protect Luna here, then they're not going to be able to protect Magneto, and VP can ban the Magneto.
I really think they should have banned the Adam Warlock here to attack the team up for Star-Lord, because I do think as good as the Loki Luna setup is, it's not, I'm not super convinced over the triple strategist setup. I think that's like another way to deal with it from VP. I don't know. I mean, it's going to be interesting because Loki Luna is a monster combo, and like just being able to have like how long the copied Luna ult lasts, the real. Okay, so they do. Yeah. Oh, and then Team One didn't protect the Luna. Okay, never mind. They're not going to get it. I don't know about that, man. Like, I guess Magneto is pretty good, but you had the opportunity to get Loki Luna over the line and you didn't take it. That kind of surprises me. It also makes me think the Loki becomes less potent because you can't copy the best strategist in the game.
Yeah, well, also just again to focus on the Vanguards, right? VP making it very clear that in these moments you want to go after the mate on the field. That's the goal. Get rid of the mate, make it spoiled. Don't have to deal with it. So you're taking, you're protecting some of them, right? Like, Magneto, Emma Frost, getting rid of others. Actually, wait, in this one, was there any Vanguard bans? Yeah, there was one, right?
Yes. Well, especially coming in from the VP side, where they decided they took out Emma, and I think they would have banned Magneto. They would have banned Magneto too if it was not protected. I think that was the problem that I think Team One realized towards the end of the draft, is that as much as they would have loved to have protected Luna, I don't think you love your front line if Magneto is out of the game. I think that is even worse, where you're already down a key Vanguard and Emma, the way VP has been playing. I just think VP is probably onto something here, where they're going, no, the number one thing in this game, it's not necessarily strategist play right now. You want the proper Vanguards to dictate the course of battle, is I feel like where we're at.
Yeah, VP are also going to get access here. Both teams, rather, are going to get access to the full Gamma team up, and they're both going to take that mirror match. So it's interesting, despite how much prio Groot has seen from the drafting perspective, VP still aren't going to utilize it themselves. So they just want to prepare that option, but it's almost like they're saving it in reserve to counter some other strategy that we haven't seen yet. I don't think they would have been protecting the Groot if they didn't intend to have it as an option, to have it maybe mitigate some threat. Maybe you're right. I think you mentioned this before. Maybe it is something like the Hela that you want to be able to deal with.
A little bit Iron Man versus Iron Man. One Iron Man with a bubble.
Grab him out of the air.
Ooh, Finzi able to find Melio right on after. So yeah, I mean, Iron Man gets grounded, immediately taken down. Team 1 is also looking very wounded in the poke battle that's going on at the moment. Naga super low, finished off by Nevix, and VP's defense here looking flawless thus far.
Yeah, that's an insane grab. Nevix jumped into the air, pulled Melio down out of the sky. It was an easy follow-up for the rest of VP. Beautiful pickoff, getting at massive advantage. And Loki, yeah, you got the Loki. You invested so much into creating this advantage, and I wonder for VP, like, even if you didn't ban Loki, do they even want to play it? They look so solid with the Cloak and Dagger and the Invisible Woman. A lot of playmaking available on these squads. Trust me, trying to build back into that Hulk form is going to pop it, but the clock's starting to run a little bit here. Almost a minute 30 is off the clock. You have a Cloak and Dagger ult if you want to open this next fight, but VP have a very well-practiced defensive setup and have already broken away that Gamma Squid.
All right, in once more is Team 1 trying to crack what is a very difficult first point buy right now. In the back, just beaming Hulk, trying to put back the puny banner, and the Horn gonna finish it off. The Horn, super well timed, coming in by Sparker. Gets, trust me, back in the puny banner form. Team 1, though, still get commit here with the Loki clone. Moving in, looking for anything. Meanwhile, Pulse Cannon denied by Rajaro. Meteor M, right place, right time. Deals with Phi, gives Team 1 a chance to make this fight something meaningful. Naga working here, has a Horn of his own. Looking to the back line right now of VP. Sonic Seduction, though, coming in here from Finzi. Gonna force a lot of movement out of Team 1, and Fate cannot get away. Massive seduction from Finzi.
Yeah, that's so big. The Emma Frost denying that ultimate pop. Melio got his ulti canceled last time and has charged it up again. He's in behind. Would love to kind of make a play here. Cloak and Dagger, though, making it too difficult to find that window. Now Melio potentially gonna get hunted down. Oh, great catch there by the Hulk. Is that going to create an opportunity now for Phi to chase this one down and then pull from the Invisible Woman? It's a full court press. Melio under pressure, grabbed and controlled by both Nevix and Saipe there. And that's going to stall him out even further. This is going to be down to the final attempt of the attack. VP are about to earn the full hold.
And this was the Team 1 map choice, and it could be the quickest map we have seen here so far. Last opportunity for Team 1 to get things going, to avoid going the reverse sweep land in all likelihood. Starting out here, looking at Melio on the Iron Man. Right now, decent poke here to the left, a little bit of squid control. Gonna get Hulk in his face here in the moment. Phi, though, meanwhile, was able to get on the Naga.
Oh,
and
shielded.
the maximum pulse gets shielded by Finzi. Unbelievable presence of mind by Finzi. Just completely stuffs Team 1. And they got 35 seconds now, Jake.
We talk about it a lot, man, but these VP Vanguards are just on a different level. There's the regeneration domain used, and you're just sitting on the Horn of Proteus now. You have to walk up into Sparker on the full defensive setup. So many ults available for VP. Team 1 are walking into a meat grinder. They've already dropped one. The Ultra Hulk comes in, instantly stunned and controlled there by the Horn of Proteus. Cloak and Dagger ultimate is going to get them onto the point. Virtus.pro need to find the way to stabilize, but they're banking quite a stack of ultimates.
Horn gonna be dropped here. Team 1 looking for any sort of way in, and it may just have to come here from Rajaro. Meteor M, can he find the miracle? Looks at Finzi, does it again. Finzi just drops the barrier in his face. Finzi playing out of his mind on the Emma Frost, dropping the Sonic Seduction, looking to clean things up here. And now Team 1 running out of options. Ultimates fading. VP still healthy, still an invisible boundary in reserve. Trust me, getting burned on down. Puny banner about to come into play. Naga down. We're in overtime, and VP is cleaning up.
VP have such diamond hands with these ultimates, holding on to them deep into the fight, and Team 1 is just out of gas. Saipe slams the door shut on them with the invisible boundary, and they're looking down the barrel of a 2-0 situation in the series. Team 1 facing immense pressure to repeat that full hold. You didn't even get a tick. This is brutal. I mean, VP have so many chances. If you ever over ult Team 1, if you ever dump just a little bit too much into the fight, VP can reset and come in with a huge advantage, knowing that all they have to do is cap first.
GB, you saw that there, and we talk about the impact. Oh, never mind. He has stepped away for a second. But we are going to move in, and honestly, Jake, as we're looking between the two teams, I don't know. I mean, did they even get a tick on the point? They did not.
No, it's a beatdown, man. They did not even. There was no fight that they were that close to winning, from my perspective. They just got worked. Oh my God, the Poggers tech from Dreedro, the mind spam. If this works, I'm gonna lose it, man. I feel like this is such a meme.
It's good though. I mean, it is literally you memorize a spot on the ground and you memorize a spot in the air and you shoot the spam and hope that they run into it. It is again, it's old school like Tribes mortar spam tech that is actually coming to play. We'll see if it gets any kills here, but look, needless to say, this is pretty tough now for Team One, where they have to have the fuller hold. Where Jake, you've been in these situations a lot in your time here in Hero Shooters. Do you love knowing that your best possibility is a draw? Probably
no,
not.
This is like the worst case scenario. This is though a true test of the mental fortitude of a team, though, that can they continue to play well, and even maybe actually getting the full hold in the end is a very tall order. But still, I think my eyes are on Team One. Like, can they win a couple fights here? Can they make it close and competitive? If VP just bowl over you in one fight, feels like the series is slipping away from you. If you can make it competitive, feels like maybe you have a chance to make a comeback.
VP, though, plenty of time, no pressure on them whatsoever to go up 2 maps here and in the moment.
Distraction.
Yeah,
creates an opening.
Caught here by Naga. Where, by the way, I love the triple strategist from Team One. I think when you have to go for the Miracle Super Hold, you need sustainability and you need the ability to deal with random picks. So I think this is the right comp for Team One if they're going to pull the Miracle.
Yeah, I do agree. It gives them a lot of clutch staying power and rezzing, but there's a very early invisible boundary. Virtus.pro flipping the script, going super aggressive, already finding 2 kills, and this is a completely different VP from the defensive posture they took in the last round. This time, they're taking the fight straight to Team One, and Team One crumbling, gone out of this game.
Team One just bowled over on the point. A mere 33% is all that VP needs to take Hall of Jolly here, which, remind you, this was the Team One map choice, and they got demolished. That is brutal. And the scary thing is, Jake, we just saw Team One look like world beaters just a series ago against Team Peps, and they run against VP, and it is an entirely different league.
Ridiculous speed run. I can't believe it. I keep thinking, surely someone's going to find the answer. Surely Team One are going to level up. There's going to be a meta shift. And then VP just somehow seems to get better and better. This goes against kind of everything I've seen in the past at this level in esports competition. It's usually almost impossible to stay at the top because other teams analyze you. They watch you. They learn from you. But Virtus.pro just has everything. They've got incredible hitters on every role in the squad. When it comes to an individual deathmatch perspective, you really can't outdo them there. They've got immaculate strategic selection here from across the board. They're always seeming to find the right strategy, and they can actually execute whatever strategy they think is the best. Every single player on this team has versatility. I mean, if you're coaching, if you're trying to put together a roster, this is like a dream team in Virtus.pro. There's a reason they've been so dominant for so long, and it's starting to really look like they're going to extend that run one more time this week. I mean, I said maybe, okay, Team One, you can make this competitive, you can win a couple fights, then, okay, you're looking at least a decent spot mentally down 2-0 in the series, but that was not competitive. They did not win a couple of fights. They got speed ran on Hall of Jolly.
Yeah, that was a that was definitely. Whew, man, look, in the words of Pro Wrestling Hall of Famer Ron Simmons, damn, that was a lot. that was a lot. Okay, that was they got worked, unfortunately, and Team One certainly going to be licking their wounds as we get ready for our 3rd map here, which will be their pick again, because loser picks. And I mean, it's definitely like, where do you go, right? And I mean, just the like, I used the word relentless is a great way to describe it. I mean, you guys even said it toward the end of that cast. You're like, oh, wait a minute, VP, they're just going in. They're hitting the win button. It's time to go. And like, that's just what they do. And to your point, Jake, when you have this much, like star talent in these positions, it would be insane for the results not to be like this. Just wild. So yeah, I mean, the talent's out of this world. And try as they might. I mean, there were some moments, but then look at that. Just holy crap, man. Oh,
it's everyone across the board. That's what makes this such a challenge, is that there's no holes in the VP squad, right? Like, the Vanguard's immaculate, shutting down every play, clutching, saving their teammates exactly when they need to. The strategist holding on to the ultimate so deep into the fight. I mean, they're risking some deaths there. Like, they're letting people get low and then like clutch healing them up, and just having the confidence to not rip the ultimate and to really always call this having the read of the game. This is something that you like really can't teach a player. That really comes from raw skill and practice experience with the game. It's just knowing the difference between a Vanguard who's taking a lot of damage, but you could heal through, and somebody who truly does need your ultimate to make the heal. And if you make that decision wrong, everyone's going to be making fun of, oh, why didn't he ulti? Oh, it's like so bad, you know? And that's what makes VP so impressive. They are really grinding it down to the limit, holding on to those strategist ultimates. Even when, for me, I'm like, man, why aren't they popping strategist ults? This is looking scary. But they're right. They have the perfect read. They're able to clutch and save those team members without using the strategist ultimates, consistently putting them in that spot where they have the final trump card in the fight. And the end is a foregone conclusion when you have that final extra strategist ultimate. It means you've been fighting so much better throughout the fight that you've been able to hold on to that resource.
Yeah, I'd say just a VP team that has not just, you know, the game knowledge, but the teamwork, the coordination. It's something that you know, really all they got to do now is just go get, you know, matching haircuts and outfits and just become one, you know, and just or you could just you could fuse like a Dragon Ball Z character. You know, what would be like a Finzi Nevix combination be? Finvix. Ooh, that sounds like a disease or some kind. All right, well,
okay.
Did you get Finvix today? Oh, yeah, no, I caught it. All right, well, let's see what we get here. ZP, no surprise. Human Torch is gone for both teams right at the start.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Team
Also,
one going to grab the Emma
like,
Frost this time.
Also, I feel like right now, what you have to do is that you would have to ban Emma or grab Emma, because you look at what happened the last game where Finzi was just playing goalie the entire time, blocking Maxima or blocking pulse cannons, blocking meteor M's. I mean, the value that Finzi was getting out of Emma was way, way more than what we've seen on average from that hero. And I think Team One just kind of got a crash course on, oh, we probably should be running Emma. Dear God, we got worked as a result of that. So yeah, you're seeing change-ups here.
We need the mind lasers. We need the mind lasers, but more importantly, you need all the everything that the kit provides there. Still, what's going to be this protection here? Probably going to be another Vanguard for VP, probably Magneto, some kind.
Wouldn't be shocked. That's sort of the direction they've gone in the last few ban phases. This is a pretty significant change up though from Team One. They protect the Emma Frost themselves. They're not worried about getting the Loki. I think that's kind of been their weakness so far, is that VP have such incredible flexibility on the strategist front. Team One have almost been throwing away their bans. Like the Loki has not been a difference maker for them, especially because the Luna keeps getting banned away.
I wonder
where
if
that's some of the strength from Loki.
If that's the thing, if like you look at what that priority for the team is, and then you try and like go against it, because like you said, you got a lot of great strategist players and options on this team. Maybe you got to look at where you can hard focus potentially.
Oh, final ban gonna be coming in here from VP.
I wonder if they want to take the Loki away.
Team One really
do not care.
Look, Team One here really deciding to end up and go, okay, we want to protect the Vanguards. VP, meanwhile, okay, what do they take here for the very final ban? Because
this will be telling. If they don't ban Loki, okay, they do ban the Loki, so they have some respect for it. I was gonna say if they don't ban Loki, it looks incredibly bad for Team One, because they're like, we've been Prio 1 protecting the Loki, and they don't care at all about it.
Yeah.
Okay, they are gonna take the Loki away, force Crook onto a different hero. But that's where the versatility comes in, where VP, of course, they're super confident on all these different characters. I don't know. I mean, Crook has played a ton of Loki that we've seen. Let's see how he goes, flexing off of that most comfortable character. And it's going to be Burn and T'Challa to potentially decide this series back to the control game type, but with a significant switch up in terms of the comp selection here, especially from Team One.
Yeah, it's going to be a challenge here for Team One so far. And if you're just joining us, Hall of Jolly, a complete hold. No pips gain, nothing. Just utter domination. Krakoa, you had some opportunities there. All right, there were some chances. Is this going to be the one that Team One has been looking for, though, is the question, right? ZP, you were not confident, but you said, hey, there's a chance that we could see Team One get a map here today. But Virtus.pro, they were offended by that, clearly.
I think so. And VP's like, by the way, our read on things is just better with what we prioritize. But Team One, they've had 2 maps of beatings, basically, to accommodate and acclimate to what is going on now. And this is where, okay, maybe they've made the proper adjustments. They're going to be running with the Emma, which they haven't really been prioritizing over the course of the day, and we'll see where it goes.
Immediately, Fi just breaking down that center pillar, wants to bring up some of these walls, not deal with some of the chaos, keeping vision on the field. Doesn't want to be caught by any kind of a cheeky flanker. Although I think Melio has already snuck in behind him. Is he aware of that? Now he's going to be.
Both teams right now trending back and forth. And Vi right now super low, caught by Melio. So a little bit of life from Team 1 in the first engagement at the moment. And off here to the back. And now, if you're VP, this is where VP usually can make things happen where they're able to bend back. But trust me, gets on the Dreedro. The Emma swap for Team 1 actually paying some dividends so far. And this is where Team 1 can do a little bit what we saw versus Team Peps, where they're usually pretty relentless at chasing down staggers, but they hold it right here, Jake.
Yeah, I mean, VP as a team, you want to put some respect on the name, right? Over-aggression could be really risky against the squad, how strong they've been playing so far in the series. Low on cooldowns is the sidelock. She manages to get bailed out of trouble, but VP are going to sweep through that opening, taking the fight straight to Team 1, not letting them hold on to the point for long. Stun onto Naga. He's low, but had to back off here for now. And the Cloak and Dagger roll now being taken into the backline of VP, stabilizing for the moment, but Nevix has already gone down.
Yeah, Nevix down here early, and okay, I mean, Naga, new look here for Team 1. Early control. VP gonna pop the Eternal Bond, try and make things work out here. Melio, meanwhile, Dance of Butterfly has already been used, mostly negated by the Eternal Bond. Vi, meanwhile, finds Naga. So opening here, but Melio evens things out, gets side in the back. Way higher value pick here from Team 1. And Melio really looking good on the Psylocke here thus far.
Trades are coming in though. VP trying to scrap this one out, keeping it in contest. Finzi still has that Psionic Seduction if he wants to pop it, but right now, it's running out for Trust Me. No follow-up from that ultimate. VP, it's been a long staggered fight, a very scrappy one, but it seems like they're starting to trade well. Team 1 still relatively stable, but the Ultra Hulk could change that now. Nevix into the back line.
All right, Rajaro, hang on here. Team 1 in a very good spot here so far. 78% on the point thus far. Trust Me, able to take down Vi. And VP, a little bit more disheveled than we've expected here. Down 1. Running out of time here. This is basically do or die at this point, and it may be more on the die end. Team 1 doing real good at setting the tone of battle. Finzi goes for the Sonic Seduction, trying to make something happen, ends up falling for it in turn. And Team 1 down 2 members here. VP down 1.
Sparker winning that duel into Melio is huge. Makes this winnable now for VP. Nevix is incredibly low. Burned out of the Hulk form, but Sparker finds another, now turning into the backline, starting to clean up now, straight into the tanks, pumping that damage at close range. And VP are snatching this one back into a realm of possibility. However, the Strategist ultimates come down for Team 1, keeping them in the engagement. Dreedro responds in kind, and that should be enough to get VP back in control of the point. Team 1 still trying to scrap this one out, but it seems like the overall majority is going to elect for the retreat, trying to take a relatively quick reset. VP have a long road to be able to win this first round, but we know that they've done more difficult things in the past. Team 1 got to be careful with their approach. It's got to be clean.
Yeah, and I think the good part here for Team 1 too is that they're not in the deal with an element like a Star-Lord, where Rajaro was actually having troubles not being able to freely use Meteor M, or at times even using it to counter the Galactic Legend and still not have a good moment. Here, this is a little bit more standard from what we've seen. Invisible Boundary comes down early. Melio, Dance of the Butterfly. Meanwhile, though, Dreedro is able to find Crook in the backline. VP a way more successful counter engage here, Jake.
Yeah, and the Cloak and Dagger was expended by Team 1. The fact that they weren't able to clutch out despite using a Strategist ultimate puts them in a rough spot. That was like a remarkably decisive fight for VP, considering the Strategist ultimates came down. The backline hit was immaculate. VP was surrounded them, hit them from the flanks. They expected that angle of approach. And now it's that Nimor on the defense effect with Vi sitting on the boat. Hela can be incredibly strong in the open, but it's hard to come out of these chokes. It's hard to really get leverage into the engagement, and flanking seems too risky against Hulk, Cloak and Dagger. A lot of these options, right? You see Naga getting denied, trying to take that high ground angle.
All right, VP have brought themselves back in the game. Nevix, though, eating a lot of damage right now. Still really close to ult, so should be able to save himself. Vi, meanwhile, lets the horn go early on into the fight. Hits Fate. Fate super low. Fate, though, able to be saved. Team 1, right place, right time. Mio Rajaro. Meteor M looking to the side. Nearly gets the pick off, but not quite. Sparker, though, falls right after. 1 up now is Team 1. Goddess of Death doing Orswit's damage. Nearly gets another pick off. So close. Does enough to set Rajaro, who gets the cleanup from the Hela. And this may be the first round to go the way of Team 1. They just need a little bit more.
Nevix has to decide, is not going to pop the Ultra Hulk, so it seems like it's a signal that VP are willing to give this one up. And Team 1 finding their first real purchase in the series, getting a round win. Verdant T'Challa looks doable for them, however. Virtus.pro they're far from defeated. One round, sure, you can give that away, but they rarely give up maps. So Stellar Spaceport and Warrior Falls. Time to see if we get any adaptation from VP. I actually really liked the Hella on the rollout from Naga. However, that Gamma Squid is very compelling, a real reason to be considering picking that Namor. So a tough choice for both squads.
You know, GB, you're looking at this, there's some hope. A little bit of hope. First round coming in from Team 1. But
Maybe the first glimpse of hope in the series. But you know, I'll wait a while until I'm really convinced. Team 1, I need to see more. I need to see, as you predicted, ZP, a map win. VP, they don't give those up easy. They don't go down without a fight, and they're coming into this next mid fight rather with both of their Vanguard ultimates. So Cloak and Dagger is going to have to be very perfect with her defensive utility to be able to keep this team in contest.
all right. Second round, up and over. Team 1, a sign of life here. The change with Trust Me onto Emma proving pretty good. Melio finding room here on the sidewalk, and more than that, can open up this first fight with the Dance of Butterfly into the back. So see how this works. Nevix right now taking all sorts of fire, has the ult to continue moving forward and being a distraction. Eternal Bond can be used here early by Team 1. Not all the distraction, and it doesn't even matter. They're still in the fight. 2 kills, Eternal Bond or no. Massive opening here for VP.
Yeah, the damage from the Hulk ult, just enough to be able to get through that Cloak and Dagger. It's not the strongest of the pure defensive strategist ultimates. Gets punished. Naga is over to the Strange already, going for the Desperation TP. Point Flip is immediately back in favor of Virtus.pro. Awkward engagement there for Team 1. And once again, the Cloak and Dagger ult is just not enough. VP, this has been a calling card from them. The Focus Fire enabling them to find kills. Despite strategist ultimates being down on the ground, they're willing to continue to gamble, and they gamble for good reason. They consistently are able to get those focus kills.
Okay, so right now, VP in control. Team 1, though, was able to get a little bit of progress on the point from the beginning, so don't come away entirely empty-handed. Melio, a very quick build of Dance to the Butterfly. Should be able to open the fight with it here, so I'm curious how Melio is coming around the backside at the moment, what the target selection is going to be. VP bending back a little bit, options of their own. And this is a slower engage here so far from Team 1, really giving Melio time on the setup as they build through some strategist ult. Invisible Boundary should be out here from Crook here in just a second. And Trust Me getting really, really low. They have to say Trust Me. Trust Me needs the boundary perhaps. And meanwhile, Naga gets caught by Nevix. And Melio, Dance to the Butterfly a little bit later in the fight, nullified by the boundary. And Team 1, a rough beginning here, Jake.
Virtus.pro going to now push out of the boundary, taking the fight to Team 1. Are going to respond with ultimates. They're down 1, but they're willing to recommit into this, taking a gamble, taking a risk, but so far it's paying off. Melio finds 1. Cloak and Dagger ult is on the ground, enabling VP to continue to fight this despite being down a player 5, looking for the answer, trying to find an opportunity to drop this one to Proteus. The boundary drops down, immediate connection from the Proteus, but the Dance of the Butterfly is still pumping in damage. Sparker is staying alive, and despite all that incredible ult dumps, no one has fallen. We're getting now deep into the fight.
And if you're VP, you love it right now. You're 82% there. Nearly another Fight Night victory in the books if they're able to get this round and the one after. But taking a look here for Team 1. For right now at 88%, they're able to get the recontest. They're able to get control of the point. VP pushed back a little bit. Still something that you may want to invest ults into here, Jake, and not let this round go by the wayside.
Yeah, the tempo advantage pretty significant here for VP, but they're down on a lot of ultimates, so they have the chance to make the retake and win the round, but I think Team 1 are actually in a pretty nice position to make this happen. You see Nevix is just trying to draw attention to himself, trying to pull some of the aggro away from his allies who want to come out through the choke. Here's the team bubble on everyone, enabling them to push through a little bit more quickly. Chasing Hella is potentially a difficult concept, trying to get in there onto the backline, but for now, Naga's okay.
Melio, Dance has been used, able to get out successfully, and it creates the opportunity for Naga to get the pick off. Same with Rojaro. Out Team 1, they sense a little bit of weakness. They dive on in, 2 down for VP. And VP, they still have time here, Jake. Only 52% for Team 1, but it is back into another reset where Team 1, they could get that map victory.
Naga has been very nice at shutting down some of these flank dives. It's what he needs to do. He's got to keep his head on the swivel with the threat from Sparker and Nevix, but so far he's navigated it beautifully. This time, though, he doesn't have the ultimate, so he could be a bit more of an Achilles heel when it comes to the retake. Buy as well, looking for some kind of opening. Ulti's coming in, trying the Psionic Seduction, trying to deny some of these key ult pops from VP. Team 1 want to end this round before it even begins, but so far VP holding strong, and they're turning this one around.
Yeah, the horn doesn't really get much. Meanwhile, here comes Rojaro trying to even things up. Goes for the slam dunk meteor M, gets nothing. Bricks it. VP still at full strength. Eternal Bond rushing forward. Sparker able to find Naga into the back line. And now it may be VP's turn to get the reflip here. They're real close here on the point. Team 1 trying to stall things out. And now you have to buy some time here, Jake, to get someone back in spawn to go for the Strange Portal, because you're not going to have much time in terms of the touch. Sparker, more cleanup. And I don't know if the Strange Portal is going to have time. Naga's going to go for the swap. 90% for VP.
They don't have strategies ultis. It's such a hard fight, though. They're going to be able to get the TP out of the point, but it's going to be out of the frying pan into the fire. Here they go, trying to touch the point. They are keeping that OT rolling, having the opportunity to jump in and out and get reset back in the spawn. Now they're bringing everyone to bear, but the Ultra Hulk is here waiting for them, grabbing them, picking them to pieces, clapping them down to the ground. VP, drop 1, drop 2. Sparker, though, is fighting right back, finding picks of his own, still has that dance of the butterfly. Would love to be able to hold on to that for the next round. Melio triples down, giving everything to this engagement, but it's not enough, and Team 1 dumped everything into this. They're coming into the last round, potentially the last round of the series, and VP are at a massive advantage.
1-1 here on map 3. VP once more on match point to become champion here of Rivals Fight Night EU. Yet again, Team 1, a sign of life when they started out the map, a chance to maybe force another map. They've taken maps from VP before, but every time it is so desperately hard fought.
Scary spot to be. Back against the wall. You've got to win so many fights back to back to back, so many maps, but you can't think about that now. If you're Team 1, you've got to just be focused, dialed on getting your one. We talked about the ZP. Can they win one map today? Can they put the pressure on VP? VP, though, looks resurgent. They do not give up maps for free. As much fun as they have in these games, as much as they stunt on their opponents, they do that because they win time and time again. They deliver those wins with consistency, with poise, and they've been showing that here. Being able to make that comeback, bring the round back into contention for themselves with a beautiful retake. And now with ulti advantage coming into the next round, Naga needs to be a hero, and Melio as well. We need just individual duelist pickoffs. But of course, Virtus.pro can do just the same, and they have ultimates to add.
And we're kicking off here with the Dance of Butterfly.
Oh
Sparker wasting no time, just slicing Naga in half. Devastating opening blow here from VP should give them first control.
Yeah, and I love the just instant aggression. That shows that not only do VP have this ultimate advantage, they understand it too. They have correctly calculated the ultimates. I don't think you would start the fight like nearly that aggressive if you didn't know you had the massive ultimate advantage. And that allows them to even just win with one ulti, getting the point cap. Team 1 on retake. They didn't really charge any ultimate in that last fight. They got crushed so incredibly quickly.
All right, Team 1, tournament life on the line around. They must win. Trust me. Can open up here with the Psionic Seduction. VP for now on the point, a little bit spread out. The pressure on Team 1 to be the ones to make a move right now, and they're getting poked down on all ends on entry. VP not making this easy at all in the neutral. And I feel like you look towards Fate here. Maybe a quick Eternal Bond to set things up. Meteor M now good for Ajaro as Team 1 looks for a way in, but VP delaying every step of the way. Eternal Bond, though, finally uses Fate, gets low. Here comes Team 1. VP
Sparker
gonna answer in turn with the quick invisible downgrade. Sparker with the pick onto the back line. That's huge, Jake.
Yeah, Rajaro doesn't get the connection with the Meteor M. Psionic Seduction now being used by Trust Me. Virtus.pro just fighting it out. They don't need their ultimate. Sparker finds another connection, shutting down the back line. Here's Melio trying to get something done. Dance of the Butterfly, but it's in the midst of the Cloak and Dagger ult. It's healing up all the damage. VP seem to have already won this one. Team 1 floundering, falling to pieces, and it's all Sparker in the feed, kill after kill. He wants another championship. He wants to hold on to that belt.
You know, he's about to keep that belt and then some. The ref's about to count to 3, and the count is already at 2. And we're not just making wrestling references just because GP is here with us today, though. It would be a good excuse. VP on the way. One fight from the championship. Team 1 backs against the wall. Can they make a little bit of magic happen here and now? Sparker, though, the dance is ready.
So and this is scary because with Psionic Seduction, you might not be able to pop your ultimate. So if Finzi finds the right initiation, this one could be over before it begins. Team 1 has to be so careful. They got to be not getting caught out by those ultis. They got to make sure that they can actually get the engagement that they want. Here comes the Dance of the Butterfly, already forcing some key skills, some key defensive ultimates out. Finzi comes in with the Psionic Seduction, but it's Trust Me who finds the first kill onto Nevix, despite starting to look winnable.
Kruk had a good boundary. They were able to just escape into it. They don't get anything off the Dance of the Butterfly. They're able to punish Nevix in turn, who was a little bit too deep. Team 1, the last gas perhaps coming out here, forcing VP back. They get the flip. They're on the board. Trust me, though, might have gone a little bit deep, but no, healed up in turn. They're able to catch Finzi. Team 1 still alive.
He's still got some fight left in this one. Finzi wasn't able to get the massive connection he was hoping for. However, some Strategist ultimate available for both teams. Difference makers will be the Psionic Seduction for Team 1. And Saipe coming in with that second Strategist ultimate. This has been the recipe for success in the past for Virtus.pro. Create a Strategist ultimate advantage and make yourselves inevitable while threatening to cap the point. Coming in on the entry is hard, though. You can't just pop those ults willy-nilly. Oh, that's the connection on the back line. Nevix with another.
From downtown, Fi with the horn. The follow-through's gonna be there. Unbelievable opening here for Virtus.pro, and perhaps the end now of Team 1. Overtime ticks on down, and that is it. VP once more sweeping here in the money match of Rivals Fight Night EU. The multi-time champion yet to be defeated, and for good reason.
I mean, last week we thought, okay, maybe Team 1 have started to make this more competitive. They've started to level up as a squad. They looked great in our challenger match. But this just goes to show how far ahead VP is. Sparker cuts them to pieces in this round. I mean, across the board, it's a full team performance for Virtus.pro, and maybe one of the most dominant Fight Night wins yet. That to me is shocking. You would expect the team on top to be trending down relatively. You would expect other teams to be catching up, but somehow, some way, Virtus.pro is just with sheer will pushing themselves further and further ahead.
And Finzi can pay his rent. Congratulations, Finzi. You are economically in a position where you can contribute a small sum after you give the rest of the money to the rest of your teammates, because you all should be splitting it evenly. And then after taxes and whatever other things you got to cover in Iceland, and then you should be able to pay your bills. Congratulations.
Give us some more subs, bro. Give us some more subs, bro. Please.
No, but GG Virtus.pro, absolute domination, top to bottom. Exactly what you'd come to expect from a team that has dominated RFN since inception. So that's a pretty cool thing. And, it's something they should be proud of, right? People have stepped up to them in this format. It's a different format in comparison to what you'd find in other esports, right? You're usually playing tournaments or league matches or whatever. But here, you got this King of the Hill format I love. I mean, we've been for years, we were trying to get this going in Call of Duty, and it never would have worked. But here, it's like, not only do you have these teams showing up, but you have them showing up, being consistent, and really just dominating the competition. So congratulations once again, VP. Virtus.pro must feel happy about that one. They walk away with some more money, courtesy of, that will be going to Finzi's retirement fund. So it is good for you, bud. I'm happy for you. All right, well...
I love how it all comes back to Finzi. It's just like, this is what happens.
He was in the chat going about how he needs to pay his rent. So now here you go. This is
at this point, the bro is like counting on the check from Rivals Fight Night, and I can't blame him. Like, they're playing with a vengeance week after week after week. I don't know how that they're continuing to improve. Like, who is pushing them? Who is challenging them to reach that next level? Somehow they just have that motivation. I think this is a team that sees the longer vision in Marvel Rivals, is looking ahead to things like Ignite, and is saying, you know what? We want a slice of those $1 million prize pools. We need to be ready, not just to dominate Europe. We need to dominate the global competition. We want to be the best in the world. And maybe that's what's giving them that source of continued drive and motivation to keep improving their play and keep pushing the limits of what's possible in Rivals. Feels like they're immune to the format changes. Feels like they're immune to the meta shifts. They have just stayed on top through everything. We rarely see runs of dominance like this.
So consistent once again. Congratulations. And also Finzi coming in hot with the 5 subs. So look at this guy. What a dude. As a matter of fact, why are you giving us subs? Because Finzi, you're our MVP, brother. There you go. Yeah. He is the most valuable player, and some might even say the most valuable chatter at this point, because he spent a lot of money on it.
There's good odds. There's good odds for both.
Good odds for ZP, right?
Yeah, I mean, look, for Finzi, to me, it's kind of like you win a gambling bet, in Vegas, and you tip the dealer. We're just getting tipped by Finzi is what's going on here after he hops on in. It's just like, thanks for the good luck, good tournament, etc. But also, Finzi made his own luck. You look at how Finzi was able to go about things the entire day, and it was a masterclass in Emma Frost gameplay. It was ridiculous the entire time, where you just had barrier after barrier, just ruining the day. And you take a look here. Look at Melio, over and in. Oh, what's that? A barrier in your face? Your pulse
Two
cannon
times
did
he
nothing?
shut down.
Like, it's
Choke slammed out of the
insane.
ultimate, then barriered into the next one. Finzi just got the download on the Iron Man. And I mean, like, think about a lot of teams like putting high prio on some of the early protects. VP was like always first prio protecting the Emma Frost. This is why Finzi is just a terror on the character.
Yeah.
And despite it being relatively newer to Marvel Rivals, I think maybe some teams haven't quite realized the potency of the character. Not so for Virtus.pro. Finzi, believe me, he knows how good it can be, and he is playing to that effect. Amazing stats here, monster damage block, 40k damage block, pretty insane stat here, and still dumping massive damage, still staying alive so deep into these team fights.
Congratulations to Finzi. It's going to be our MVP for EU RFN. The ZP, man, this team, they're disgusting. And it feels like very little is in their way. Are there any like things that you're seeing from this team that could potentially be an issue? Because right now, it seems squeaky clean.
No, I mean, right now that you kind of had the question of, okay, what would happen here? Now that you've changed up the draft format, would some weaknesses get exposed? And if anything, they look stronger here today than they did last week against a team one that we thought looked leveled up in the first series of the day. I feel like VP, people keep saying it's like, okay, let's wait for some international competition. I mean, take a look at the Ignite schedule. Clearly, it looks like there's going to be some LAN competition coming into play there. But right now, I would not be surprised if VP goes in and just crushes everyone. They are that far ahead. And I think you see the cleanliness of their play, even relative to NA, where NA looks good at points. But if you're to put the top of NA against VP right now, I feel like VP still wins. That is how good they are. I firmly believe at this point they are the best team in the world.
Ooh. All right. We haven't seen a LAN yet, right? We haven't seen like them play in person.
Oh, I don't think we've seen any Rivals global LANs yet. And I think, frankly, that's what's next for VP, right? It's clear that the region doesn't have a true competitor for them yet. Hopefully team one can grow into that. Hopefully some of these other squads can keep grinding and can kind of catch up to that level to give us some stiffer regional competition. But it might be not until something like Ignite where we see people come out of the woodwork and start to put together a real challenge. I mean, I think for Virtus.pro, they've got their eyes on the global crown. At this point, that's the only thing you can be pushing for with how dominant you are within your region. And frankly, thinking about dominance in the region, I'm trying to think, have I ever in esports history seen a team run their region quite the way VP is running Marvel Rivals EU right now? I mean, flawless runs for months on end. Every tournament, 3-0.
Ninja's Pajamas, CSGO start might be close.
It's on that level, though. It's like this is going to be remembered as a legendary run. And the only question is, I guess, how long can they keep it up? But they're showing no signs of slowing. Like, if you had to guess right now, you'd be like, I don't know, another couple months of just beating the world. VP on top, man.
Here
Bet
it
your
is.
channel points on them. Bet the house on the channel points on VP.
And the one that doesn't have their name next to it, they weren't here. So that will give you a good idea. And not to downplay anyone, but when you see that level of control, when you see that level of domination, it's a very, very difficult thing to stop. Finzy's in the chat talking about he might have to play with an Xbox controller. What's going on right now? Unbelievable. This guy.
We gotta get these guys on. We gotta get. If you play Emma Frost on an Xbox controller, you build different. Actually, tracking on an Xbox controller.
Actually, gonna give it a try now. Let's see how it goes. All right, here's your schedule. This is what's gonna be coming up because we're all wrapped up here in EU. Coming up next, though, we got some NA action. Got Envy versus Sentinels. You may know Sentinels. You may know Envy. Two small organizations that vie for the hearts of millions. Going up against the T-shirt company. I'm kidding. They are an incredible organization. 100 Thieves is waiting in the wings. And if Shroud Gauntlet is any indication, like how these teams go back and forth, a very different scenario from what we've seen in the EU side of things over in NA. So, the ZP, there's been a fair amount of turnover on the NA side of things because the parity seems to be a lot closer out here.
Yeah, I mean, NA, again, you stop and look at it. We've just had a new champion every single week. It is continual turnover. It is the very definition of parity. And even last week, we had two matches, and both went the distance. 5-5. It does not get any closer than that. NA for Rivals Fight Night has been a treat week after week. You never quite know what's going to happen. In fact, one of the two teams here just messaged me saying that they have massive PC tech issues, so we might have an emergency team coming in out of nowhere. TBD, I'm not going to name the team till it's a final, but that's what just popped up in my DMs. So after this break, you might have surprises in more ways than one.
Good luck, ZP.
ZP's gonna have to deal with that because that's his responsibility. But for us, I mean, I'll tell you what, I'm gonna sip on this cup of Joe and I'm gonna chill out because I'm getting ready, people. We got some big matches coming up and waiting in the wings. It's 100 Thieves, but that is, of course, gonna wrap things up here. Big shout out to Team Peps for giving us their time and competing here at Rivals Fight Night EU. Massive shout out once again to T1 for always putting up a good fight, and of course, your champions, EU's very own VP, Virtus.pro, dominating the competition, hitting the eye of Agamotto on pretty much anyone in the region at this point. It is going to be a tall task to take care of those guys. We'll see you in a little bit for the NA matches. Oh, we hope you had a lovely break. Maybe you made yourself a toasty or a grilled cheese, a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, or you just sat there and watched the replays of these guys, VP just blowing people up the entire time. Of course, you just heard my little dog in the background. That's Stella. I'm Golden Boy. You, of course, got new casters here. It's Achilleos and Avasios, as I like to say.
Vastios.
Yeah,
Vastios.
we haven't really workshopped that one, but we have gotten to combo a little bit here on the Marvel Rivals train.
Doesn't sound good. I don't like that.
That seems good.
I don't like that.
Sounds like a trail in the middle of the Appalachian Mountains, you know? It's like, oh,
why not like double A? Why can't we do like
trail?
something cutesy, like double A? Like we're the double A batteries. We bring the energy or something. Why can't we be cutesy? Why can't we be like that?
Okay,
You
but
know?
that's cutesy to you? Good. All right. Well, we learned something new about it.
Versus a kill of ass versus let's murder of ass. Like, yeah, that's a great one. I love that one.
I don't know.
I'm leaning towards that.
I actually, chat, let us know what you think. Sound off in the chat there.
Roll a poll in the chat.
No wrong answers. No wrong answers. In any case, folks, welcome back to Rivals Fight Night. This is our NA portion of the show. And now you probably came into this thinking, oh, wait, it wasn't going to be Sentinels versus NV. Well, unfortunately, there was a technical issue on Sentinels' side last second, so they could not join us. And it's completely understandable. It is what it is. But Shroud X stepped up in the moment where you need them most, and they will be going up toe-to-toe against Envy today. So, fellas, we're going to get to see Envy versus Shroud X. Vaspi saw these players at the Shroud Gauntlet. It was a very long event, but...
We saw him a lot.
It was a long one. It was on the longer side. But we did get to see a lot of range from these two teams. You got to see Speedy on the Envy squad fit into this lineup. How did that play out? What did you make of both of these squads in the Shroud Gauntlet?
I mean, realistically, I think for Envy, this is a team that, after looking so great, obviously, in the Gauntlet and looking so great in Fight Night previously before this with their new roster additions, like you said, speedily, this team looks really, really good. They end up winning the Gauntlet, the Shroud Gauntlet, so this is a team that's coming off a very hot event for them. Obviously, slightly different rule set. We're not running a Fearless draft here. Shroud X, on the other hand, obviously went out in the lowers, but overall for Envy, if you're an Envy fan, you should be feeling really hyped, especially because right now, they're all boot camping together currently in Dallas.
Right.
6 players coming up. They're all playing because of the upcoming DreamHack event, which I'm sure we'll talk a little bit more of in a little bit. But right now, this team is looking like a team to beat, I'd say, even though they're not the current reigning champions.
Let's actually do that real fast before we move forward here, because I think showing the lineup here is a good opportunity to say what's going on at DreamHack, because Intel is teaming up with Envy and RFN, and they're actually going to be doing some DreamHack money matches, I believe, with the Envy boys. So there you can see the squad, and you can go, if you're heading over to DreamHack, make sure you find them at the Intel booth Saturday, 11 a.m. to 4 p.m. There you can meet, some of the RFN crew, because Vast, you're going to be there. ZP, I think, is going to be there too.
Yeah, we're obviously flying in Achilleos too, and bringing him in the box.
Yeah,
Actually, we're not. We're not going to bring him from Korea. We're not going to bring him from Korea. We debated it. But we're
In
like,
the dog
we're
crate,
not
in the
gonna ship
hull.
him in. Yeah, we're going to put him in the cargo section, but we decided not to. But we're all going to be there, running a fun match. Intel obviously helping us put it on, so thank you so much, Intel, for the DreamHack booth and for the NBA guys here Saturday, 11 to 4 p.m. Central Time, of course, because it is in Texas, in Dallas. And it's going to be a really fun time, and I hope we get some fun stuff with the fans, with Envy, and just hanging out there. So make sure to catch us.
Perfect.
I am actually very jealous because I've never gotten to. I've been to like one DreamHack ever in Stockholm, and it was like forever ago. Yeah, I've only ever been to not Stockholm, but Youngshipping. I went to DreamHack Winter in like 2015. Only one I've ever been able to attend. But I really miss being able to go.
DreamHack.
Yeah. But I really miss going to like conventions and gaming, things like that. I used to go to a lot of LANs when I was younger, and I TO'd and everything, or did like admin at LANs and stuff. It's a fun time. So if you guys are in that area or can fly in, I would genuinely very much recommend it, because it's such a good time.
I agree. I did I believe Overwatch was OWCS finals at DreamHack Winter just last year. I forgot how much I loved DreamHack, how much I loved being with other gamers, just enjoying the space. It's a lot of stuff to do. It's super fun. Like, I know it sounds like we're shilling hard. Honestly, we kind of are, and I don't give a shit. Like, look, real talk, we kind of should.
I mean, we don't own DreamHack. We don't own it.
We need more events. Okay,
this is all just real talk.
Yeah, this is all real talk. I just like seeing people.
if you want to go and you want to have a good time at DreamHack, deodorant and body spray. It's a good thing to pack in the bag. Just, you got a bunch of nerds. They're all going to be in a convention hall.
That's right.
You're really selling it. You're really selling it here. Like, let's go to DreamHack. It's going to be stinky.
Bring some water. Okay, you never know. Stay hydrated, kids. Trust me. All right, because you don't want the hems. In any case, though, let's go ahead and move forward. By the hems, I mean hemorrhoids. To Shroud X.
Great way
for the clarification.
Great way to intro Shroud X.
Figured you enjoy that one, Achilleos. All right, Shroud X. We're not going to talk about what I use for the transition. Instead, we're going to talk about this team and really in the Shroud Gauntlet, every team, every player had like a moment, right? We saw Doomed, like have some pop-off moments, right? We also saw Vision have his moments, right? Every one of us on this team really does bring a punch to the lineup, and it seems like they're only continuing to get better. These are guys who have won RFN as well, so this is not a out of the realm of possibility for them, right?
No, 100% not, and they do have a lot of flexibility with the squad. I think they've just played a lot of interesting compositions in the past, and when we forced some of the Fearless draft for the Shroud Gauntlet just occurred, they definitely showed a little bit of adaptability. They took, they were longer drafters, some of the longer drafters, so they're really thinking about it. They're putting their time into it, but they definitely have a bit of flexibility on this squad. And also an interesting point for them too is, they weren't prepared. I think they just kind of last minute come in for this event, right? Where Sentinels, they had the tech issues. So not only are we happy that they're doing that, but I'm going to give them a little bit of leeway where maybe if they start off a little slow, that's fine. Perhaps they were all chilling and they're like, oh, like we got the call, here we go. So I'm hoping, though, they come in guns blazing. This team has been champion in the past, like you said, GB, and I do think that this is going to be a squad that's always right on that cusp, right, of being like really, really good, and they still are very solid. Yeah,
this is a lineup that has had Achilleos a lot of moments that we were like, oh, they might be out of this, but they've shown how they can pull through in those big plays, right? We wanted to see that when we were watching the EU side of things with Team One, right, and how they were able to pull up through the clutch. But to the point that Avast had made, they're coming into this one a little last second, so we're perfectly fine to give them some leeway here. As for you, what are some of the things that you're going to be looking out for, especially now that we're going to be using the Ignite draft system, which, for those who don't know, basically you're banning what your opponent can use, not global bans. So it's a little bit different, it's more targeted. What do you make of this, Achilleos?
I think it's going to be a big change-up. Obviously, I haven't been here for a Rivals Fight Night in quite some time, so I'm excited for all of the changes that have come to. There's some new characters as well that are going to be in play. So for me, it feels like I'm kind of just restarting all over again, once again being thrown into the deep end. But I think that the draft system, it's a really interesting change-up, just not, saying like, oh, not for you, but we can go ahead and use it. I'd also be curious to see, Fearless. I might have to go back and see how that all played out, because Fearless in Rivals seems pretty.
If you have 8 days,
make sure to 2x. Make sure to 2x the bond.
Yeah, I might be able to do that here. In
real quick.
Goodbye. My wife is leaving for work, but yeah, I'm looking forward to that. But I'm right there with you and Avast, and wondering how warmed up they're going to be, how prepared they're going to be for this. Obviously, again, props to them for being willing to just kind of dive in. But if I know gamers, they were just sat either watching this broadcast but they probably had on the second monitor, and they were
on a Discord already
ranked anyway. They were already playing the game. They probably have their warm-ups out of the way.
Yeah, exactly. Do want to give a quick shout out to Darth Boogie. He is all of your fathers, because he just hit us with an awesome gifted sub. So thank you so much, Darth Boogie, for that one. Appreciate the 5 gifted for the channel. Make sure you guys get out there and support RFN and what we're doing out here. Wholly independent broadcast ran by people from the esports community for the esports community. That sounds cringe as hell, but trust me, it's actually true. So you might want to give them a follow. You can also, subscribe to the channel if you happen to do so. And if you're watching this on YouTube, by the way, why don't you go ahead and, follow there too, subscribe, do what the kids do. All right. Use hit the buttons. All right, hit the buttons. That's me.
You gotta
This
do
is
that.
how I
You
look.
gotta do that. I want to see this many likes on the stream within the next 5 minutes.
And then you got to do it
Speaking
in
of
an
the youth
obnoxious
vote there.
YouTuber voice, you know? I want to see this many likes on the video and 5, you know, no, we're not doing that here. Also, though, someone had to come into the channel and ask real fast about what was going on. Thought Sentinels were going to be playing. Yes, there was a technical issue on their end. They couldn't find a sub in time, and completely understandable. Lots of stuff going on. They want to make sure that they're playing their best. So they decided to drop out. Shroud X is in. Here we go, fellas. The draft is beginning. Let's see what we get.
And remember, as we were talking about, this is now the new Ignite system ban. So when you're seeing a ban come out, it is obviously a ban that is not going to be banned for. It's not a global ban. It's just for the team. So Shroud X banning.
It's a global ban.
And
No shocker.
And it's a duel. And it's a duel.
Yeah,
I mean
that's happened every time, by the way. Human Torch has not made it past the first ban for every single match we've had today.
And he's very strong currently, which makes a lot of sense. That is potentially going to change because we're not at the patch 2.5 just yet, obviously. So there aren't Achilles. I know you're worried about like a bunch of new heroes. Luckily, Ultron's not here yet. You don't have to deal with that just yet. It's not completely new. But Human Torch is going to be nerfed a bit. But right now, we're still at 2.0, and Human Torch is very, very strong. Is Emma Frost protected for Shroud X and a Groot ban for Indy.
And that was one of the things that I was like, all right, Emma Frost, let's see what's going on here. Took a little peek, took a little glimpse, and I'm like, all right, I think I understand this. It's a little bit of a mishmash of a lot of characters that I've, that I'm familiar with from other titles, and I think it comes together in a really unique way, which is intriguing to me.
They went with the ban Groot, protect Groot, so that sets them up nicely. Makes you wonder where things are going to go on the Shroud X side, and what are they going to prioritize to ban here.
I mean, that was the thing, like, coming into this that I didn't even really consider with the draft system, is being able to, just ban and protect at that same front. So that's like, okay, now only we can use the Groot, and we're making sure you can't remove it from us. So I think that's so damn cool.
Groot has been a very, very meta pick, honestly. So this is a pretty, especially interesting because I think the first map here we're playing like Hell's Heaven, I believe. And Groot has historically been really, really strong here. So for Shroud X, they're going to be protecting Emma Frost and playing with Emma Frost. To me, that aligns at like, okay, we're going to play a very aggressive style composition, especially because, okay, we've removed Adam Warlock, so there's not going to be triple res comp, right? We don't have to worry about triple res. To me, it feels like it's going to be very brawl heavy. We're going to try to get around the Groot. We're going to try, and Wolverine getting picked, and Wolverine kind of the arch nemesis to Groot, unless Magneto's being played, which I imagine Envy is probably not going to ban Magneto, which are not. Okay.
Might not have been a bad idea to ban Magneto, honestly.
I mean, it could have been interesting, yeah.
Yeah, we saw in the EU matchups, VP really prioritizing the Vanguards, whether it was for the bans or for the protects, whereas here kind of feels a little bit more like, and again, for Shroud X, I'll give him some leeway because it's been a little bit. Honestly, both teams really, when it comes to the draft, because, things kind of got shifted last second, right? So not a shocker that we're seeing bans and protects that are kind of even across the board, very similar. You're really just looking to get rid of some of those bigger meta picks. Whereas on the one side, they prioritized the Emma, the other side, they prioritized the Groot. Hell's Heaven is going to be the battleground here for our first map. Groot loves this map. Big fan of it. He told me himself.
Yeah,
we were homies like that.
Of jokes.
All right, fellas, I'll let you guys go and have some fun with this one. Shroud X versus Envy.
Thank you very much, GB. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and get ready to get into the action. It's good to be back, and it's good to be here with you once again, Avast.
Even though you were championing the Kill Avast duo name, but I'll accept it.
It's a good name.
It's definitely a name. I would say it's definitely a name. But right now, I mean, Envy rolling out on the Groot Magneto composition, which is something that probably expected there. Obviously, the Jeff just to get some of the speed bubbles and Shroud.
This though is real.
Yeah, this is very real.
Squirrel Girl.
Which, to be fair, Squirrel Girl is getting buffed in 2.5. However, she's not currently buffed, but Squirrel Girl can get some value, right? You can get some value here, and there isn't Groot walls to block a lot of this damage, so maybe just going to rely on the spam here. Oh, well, okay, I thought they had the Groot, but good save from the jump pack, from the jetpack there from the rocket. Very good save.
They're not quite able to find the pick there, but still going to be some decent damage coming through, and that's going to be the biggest concern, of course, with Squirrel Girl, is just how quickly that can spiral, and we're already going to be seeing a first kill coming through. Dongman does get taken down, but quickly gets traded back. Vision we'll go ahead and find that there with the Winter Soldier. Sent towards that ultimate here as the neutral fighting coming through. Point unlocked. First little step forward, looking to try to get the cap. Here's Envy.
Yeah, just a lot of poke, but Doom still looking for the abduction, looking for the leap, gonna find it again. Up in the air for a long time, then come back down. Window getting hooked. They have the bubbles, they have the peel. Looks like Window's gonna make it out.
Yeah, have the shields there from Kalush trying to keep him protected, but no, enough damage does end up coming through as Nook will be able to find that kill. So Window dead as ult's now starting to come online, pulling the trigger here on this one. Fidel investing. Peps still not coming through here for either side. Envy occupying the point, but Tradex trying to fight back. Packet out going to be online as the Squirrel Stampede going to be sent forward here. Like how Cal just to try to open things up a little bit more, find some additional picks. HP bars fall low, but Kalush does get sustained back up to full. Tuck around the corner as now armed and dangerous is Vision, but he is fouled and Doomed, oh my god, is able to find a quick 4K. Exits back, a sliver of HP remaining down to 7. Let's grab that health pack. Point still not yet capped, but Shroud X very much poised to find it.
Yeah, I was just about to say, the point has still not been capped here. It's pretty much just speedily gonna go down there. And finally, first flip going the way of Shroud X, and Doomed on the Wolverine, getting so much value there. And it is kind of the benefit a bit of, I think you just have a lot of pressure here for Shroud X with the Emma Frost that Envy does not have. You know, you don't have the Carbon Crush, you don't have that Diamond Form just to try to maybe interrupt those. You don't have the shield. But I mean, realistically, Envy have everything in the bucket in terms of deal with this. But Doom once again hiding, looking for the leap, gonna find it. Kalush very far out on the point.
And he's just immediately assassinated. Basically the solo kill there from Doom to maybe a slight little tag in from a couple other people, but he is just playing this so damn clean. I mean, we were seeing some really good Wolverine play and kidnaps in that previous series over on the EU side of things, but I haven't gotten to, I'd say, cast like an impactful Wolverine map quite just yet here at Fight Night, and I'm glad that I'm getting it because this is something else.
And this is a really cool way that Shroud X in particular are playing this competition, like, you know, highlighted with this Emma Frost versus having the group, because they're really just applying tons and tons of pressure with the chokes and letting Doom just try to make space and forcing these bubbles out a little early. Yeah, they're going to do it again, and that's already a bubble out. The Tsunami, the Squirrel Tsunami, dead, gone. That's two big things out of the way.
Cleared out of the way, and I mean, just going to be dead on the back end of that one. Dongmin coming away with one as they break down the front line, and it's just everybody falling to the wayside right now here on the side of Envy. There's Nero and Month trying to just go ahead and kite back, get themselves alive over towards the spawn, but Shroud X feeling very dominant in control here at the moment and still have a couple ults behind as well.
And I think this is where the Squirrel Girl is starting to slow down a bit in the value, right? Because, like, A, the ult, very easy to shut down. Everyone just turns and shoots it immediately. Secondly, you know, if you don't own a choke, if you don't have any flanks, you can't really fight the flanks super effectively compared to a lot of heroes there as engage, going down.
And just again dead here on the entry as ults get committed. Kalush gonna get picked off. Envy needs something here in response, needing to find a trade, but now it's just up into the air. Armed and dangerous once again is Vision. Looking for the reset's not quite gonna be able to find them there, but they will still find the eliminations as Shroud X is looking to find themselves with a perfect opening round here. As it looks like Hell's Heaven is going to be theirs to start. Overtime going to start to bleed down. Portal is up here from Kalush to try to get them back over to extend this one, but it continues to bleed, and they are just going to get picked repeatedly on entry. Vision will die at long last. Pretty sure first death, as there weren't many kills found here by Envy, but that is a hell of a start.
Yeah, let's check the scoreboard, actually. That's a really good point here. I don't know how those limbs went down. I'm pretty sure Envy did get a couple, at least in the opening sequences of Cal, but it wasn't very high in terms of the final hits. Yeah, I mean, they have a total of, what, 3 final hits there for Envy? So pretty low overall, and definitely just something that I think they struggled a lot for the re-entry. And even with having the group, even having that option to use the walls to block the silence, try to re-enter the point, that's where Shroud X did a really good job of just mitigating the group value of either finding the early abduction onto a Vanguard so they couldn't walk in, just holding the choke super aggressive with the Emma Frost damage, with the shield, with the Mind Aegis. So well played from Shroud X so far. And I mean, Doomed being definitely a bit of a hero so far. And Envy, they need some options. Yeah. It's a
little bit good. A little bit good. Cal now going to try to match and outdo as he swamps over to the Wolverine.
Real quick, I do want to give a shout out to G Davis for the gifted subs, or as I like to call him, Good Davis. Enjoy.
Good Davis. A little Australian, perhaps. Gets a little Aussie here. As Doomed already on the flank, hunting Cal, trying to go for the counter hunt. They're slashing. They're mashing. They're just looking at each other right now. The bubbles are used. And now it's just a question, who finds the leap first, potentially?
Doomed is getting tagged up quite a bit. Some sustain coming through. Just, you know, where their bread is buttered. So Shroud X just sustain here for the moment, as that's just going to be Window thrown into the prison here, trying to find a pick. Unity at the same time does end up getting traded out. So good opening kill found here for the side of Envy, but now in a response, Shroud X coming away with one of their own. Doom still wreaking havoc going into the back lines. Going to try to go ahead and reposition those, swinging around the side. Will be a 1-for-1 here as far as the Wolverines on either side are concerned. In there onto Window, has him isolated. And he will be grounded to find Pulp there. His vision is able to find the limb. ShroudX once again poised out to find the opening cap and maybe set themselves up for a 2-0 here on Hell's Heaven, as still diving forward here with the Kraken. Vision just looking for some more picks, some more resets. Won't find too many staggers though.
No, but ShroudX continuing to play this really, really well. I love how they're comboing there with the Kraken Impact to just immediately deny someone when they have the leap that comes out for Doom too. So just trying to keep this individual pressure onto Envy, and Envy just struggling a bit, right? They're not able to just isolate anyone, and ideally if you have window on the group, you really want to find an isolation here. You want to be split off points, split the LOS when you find one, but there just hasn't been a chance yet here for Envy. Now they are going to have the Invisible Boundary, so they're going to have some options here, but Invisible Boundary into the Meteor M, not necessarily a fair trade because that burst damage can go through, so ShroudX happy to just poke currently, just wait it out.
Here I'm online here for ShroudX. Try to shut down an approach onto the point. As once again, Doomed diving, looking for that isolation. Window will be sustained. Meteor M dropping down, looking for some splash damage, but ultimately not going to be rewarded with too much of anything. In the meantime, though, completely surrounded once more is Impunity, and does end up getting picked off. Not going to be joining them there in the grave, so 2 kills going to be found here for the side of Envy. As we'll see the Storm invested. And that is just going to be a nicely won fight here, and much needed for the side of Envy as they get the flip in their favor. But 60% just about on the board for ShroudX.
And the trade just didn't quite work out there for ShroudX. They were hoping like, okay, we get the leap from Doomed, isolate someone, then drop the Meteor in, knowing they're going to pop the Invisible Boundary from Nero. That happened word for word, just keep your key, that happened, but fortunately just didn't get the pick in return. And so since Envy had that late Omega Hurricane that comes up from Storm, they don't have any strategy tools, they have nothing to really deal with it for ShroudX. So just gonna hold on to this for the upcoming fight. Now Envy, 25% on the board, waiting for the re-entry here for ShroudX, and ShroudX just trying to find the opening pick.
Ult economy very healthy here at the moment for the side of Envy. Nearly about to have that 5th on line as Nero builds up towards it. A little bit further behind is ShroudX is okay. Looking for the yoink on the ult. That does end up going here. Doomed at the same time, leading the charge forward here onto the point, but Nook is going to be taken down. So once again, solid opening kill going to be found for the side of Envy as Wall trying to lock this Wolverine in position. Massive stun going to be coming through onto 3 players, and the cleanup off the back of that will end up being swift. Kaluj dumping that Meteor M, finding Impunity, and that's going to be Envy setting themselves now to take the lead.
And what a find, too, from Month there, because Month dropping the damage from all the doppelgangers from that left click, the primary fire for Loki, it does a lot. And it take down Nook after he had popped the God of Mission, but he hadn't yet used the ult. So they lose that ult in that fight entirely. They don't have the heals, they don't have the sustain, and they can just wait
Drag out,
okay.
Doomed.
Doomed,
Able to find one. That's the first opening kill we've found here for ShroudX in a little while. So a solid one, but they're still working their way over towards the point. So Window just about to respawn, can join in as long as the rest of the team can hold the line and buy some time. A little bit of poke and prod here onto the Storm. And Speedly now just going to be diving forward, opens up with the Tornado, and it's just right in on top of so many players, but sustain will be found. ShroudX not allowing for this to lead to kills. Vision at the same time able to find him. Trades out the Storm. A little bit less DPS now to be concerned with, as there's going to be the ultimate, but not finding the resets here. So ultimately, the Kraken not leading them much here for the side of Vision.
Right,
Bang, 99% forced out.
Play it. Seth, you're so bored there too that everyone stays up. The force physic's so good, but Doom still gonna find one. Maybe ShroudX back in this fight.
He's getting that overshield coming through, finding the kill on the Window. So yeah, now with the 2 picks, still an opportunity to try to further extend this, and the flip is already in. So ShroudX in control. Envy, no other recourse but to have to back away. Surrender a bit of added percentage here for the side of ShroudX, and then look to try to regroup and get back in, but that's a massive stagger found. That being said, though, Nook does get traded, but I don't think that there's going to be too much of a window here for Envy to get back in.
They do have a chance. I mean, they are going to put Speedly now onto the Iron Man here for a bit of the faster contest. The Storm, not quite as quick, though you do lose the aura. Not going to have that movement speed as Cal set up on the flank here. And Envy, they do have a bit of a chance to make it back in. They have to worry about the strategy results, but nothing big for ShroudX side. No last stand for Doomed. So Envy can poke it out here a little bit. They can wait. Not unless Window's going to get caught, though.
But yeah, I mean, talk about just both frontliners just getting kidnapped a little bit there, but it's still going to be Cal coming away with a kill. Dongman does get taken down, so backline going to be softened up a little bit here for the side of ShroudX. Now completely shattered. Envy on the return, coming out in a huge way. As Cal gets the pin, and Impunity will fall. The reflip into their favor. Only 3 players alive here for the side of ShroudX. Dongman with a swap. Gonna be looking to try to set up the portal here to get the recontest. Has it. They dive out, but can they win the fight is going to be the question as they look for the 2-0. Multiple ultimates online here for the side of Envy. There's now that Iron Man ult as well online. Meteor up and over the top. Infinity looking for a solid target. Dumps it right there on top of Window's head, but cannot find the elimination off the back of that. The beam coming through, as that will be the cleanup. And we go to a final round here on Hell's Heaven.
And Envy, what an incredibly good recontest, because the split there was not good for Envy, because there was not only did they have the hook that came out from Vision, and so like, okay, we immediately have to pop the invisible boundary to save Window, but also the leap comes out onto Kaluj, and so Kaluj has to use all of his resources to keep himself up, but they both survived. Both those front lines were so crucially called out there, and because of that, there wasn't a lot left in the bank early for Shroud X, and so Envy get the ults up. I like the Iron Man swap too, a bit more up in the air, a little bit harder to contest comparatively to the Storm, and sure, you lose some of the auras for like for the Thunder and for the and also for the Lightning, but I think overall like that was a really and the Tornado I should say, so really well played from Envy making those swaps. A little bit faster contest, a little bit more in the air, but gonna keep the Storm for now. They're really liking the value that Aura is providing, because Speedly, I mean, you look at the damage, Speedly is pumping a lot of damage, and you get a lot of damage boost in general when you're dropping the Goddess boost. So yeah. Envy holding on to the Strangling Prison, holding on to the God of Mischief. They have some options here in the bank for the crack and impact that Vision has. Shroud X, I mean, we're gone to a final round. It's been kind of back and forth so far. The team's looking pretty neck and neck.
Yeah, I mean, just the turn of events there, the scoreboard just showing kind of the parity between the two teams, just shows how one-sided of an affair both rounds have been thus far. But now we go into the final one here to decide who's going to be starting off this series with that 1-0 start. Once again, looking for a little bit of a kidnap. Window going to get pulled into the side, and this time he will not be allowed to escape. Oh, does get vested as well, trying to turn the tides of that fight. Doom's taken low, but otherwise everyone else on the side of Shroud X ends up being very healthy. So maybe a bit of an overcommit there from Window. And Shroud X once again look to try to get this opening cap. Vision ult now expiring. Get top back up as Cal, slicing and dicing, looking for the E-limb, trying to take down Dongmin, but can't quite make it happen. A little bit at risk himself, and as that bubble gets burst, Kalush cannot keep him protected. He'll fall to the wayside, and Fidel's going to be able to find that kill. Now all things are looking great for the side of Shroud X.
You say that until a little bit of weather comes through, and Vision, even with all the hooks, I think the Storm gets a lot of value. Now, it's not over yet, but I do think for Envy here, that Storm just turned their fight potentially.
And it does certainly give them a window back into this contest, especially as the line there of Impunity ends up getting sliced and diced. So Cal does manage to go ahead and continue to keep this point from going over, but okay, rather they stop it from getting advanced further. So 23% built up here for the side of Shroud X. Envy now on board.
And what a good Storm ult there again, the Omega Hurricane from Speedily, and just getting so much value in general from the Storm, where they're trying to play out the LOS, they're trying to keep just some of that Vision blocked, and also keep the pressure on Vision to make sure they're not able to shoot Speedily out of the sky here, even with the incredible Bionic hooks that are occurring. As Cal on the flank, looking to maybe set it up, but probably just wanted to set this last stand here in the choke, but both the Wolverines looking to contest each other here a bit, and the leap missed, so no one connecting just yet.
Looking for that neutral opener here as Point now shifting around once again, looking for the isolation on a Kalush, but he's going to take to the skies as the meteor comes through, immediately doomed. Pulling back, keeping himself protected, looking for a different angle. 6% away from having the ult online. Stun onto Impunity. As Envy looks to try to break down that front line. Doom now going in with the ultimate. Two players forced into the back line as Cal going to be taken down off screen. Fidel coming away with that one. Doom now just frantically trying to survive. Goes down so very low. As Nook will get traded, but trade up is there for the Shroud X, for the side of Shroud X, as they look to try to go ahead and get the slip back into their favor. Pull not going to be connecting. Meteor drop down, a bit of splash, but no kills going to be found for now. Envy still maintaining control of this point with Kalush falling. Does make that a little bit more difficult as the resets are being sought. Just have to break down this kill here onto Window, but Sustain's going to be found once again. The Tornado going in, looking for a little bit more impact. That's going to be Vision traded out. Envy maintaining control. Impunity able to find one back, but Shroud X still very much on the back foot as Envy are getting closer and closer to 99%. Hero, the ult at the ready. Dongmin going to be taken down. Envy maintaining control as they look to get themselves a 2-1 victory. Window going to be juggled into the front, but once again the bubbles coming through from Kalush keep him alive and well. Doomed maybe grabbing a bit more than he wanted, a bit more than he could chew. Has to once again make a swift exit.
Doom, the last stand gets used. There's not much in the bank here for Shroud X. Shroud X just trying to keep this fight going long enough to maybe get a God of Mischief. Really good 4-6-2, denying the leap. Month just been on top of this. Month and Nero both been so good with this. And with the Invisible Boundary, I just think this is probably going to do it. They're going to burn through these ults here, and Envy's going to take it.
Everybody locked in position, and yep, there you go. That is going to be the wipe. Doom just now respawning. No hope in hell's heaven to try to get the touch, as that was a really good start from the side of Shroud X. Looks like maybe they were going to run away with the map, but Envy with back-to-back 2 rounds will take it.
And I really have to respect Shroud X. Their backline in particular were doing a really good job of trying to deny the value there for Cal on the Wolverine. They were saving the cooldowns. They were saving the leap for the Invisible Woman. They were just making sure to just constantly look to deny that, even setting up just for micro plays like, okay, we're going to hook window, put him in, remove the bubble, then immediately crack an impact. I think everything that Shroud X was doing there, I liked. It's just Envy played this so well, and the storm value they got was just so good because they made sure once all the ults got traded, the cooldowns got traded, we're going to pop in here with the Mega Hurricane, clean up the backline, clean up vision. And I think also, again, when you look at the matchup for Window, even though they were getting hooked a lot, they were getting pressured a lot, it's just kind of that power of Groot, even into the Wolverine. It's really hard to remove Groot from the battle. You need a lot of pressure on the Groot. And if you don't have a Groot of your own, you're not having the ability to break the LOS of your strategist, to break the LOS from the rest of your team. And so it's kind of a hard matchup. So Shroud X just not able to remove Window, to remove speedily, and deny that value. And Envy just showing again why they're looking right now as like the upcoming team, the team that's going to be really vying for like a #1 spot in North America.
It took a little bit to try to find the groove a little bit there, but in the end, Envy, finding their footing and just really running away with it.
Yeah, they really just look like they are on absolute fire with the way that they were playing that one. And you know, I just really, it was great. You know, Seth, you were talking about the Wolverine play, and now it's like, oh yeah, trust me. When I started watching Rivals consistently, and then you see just how aggressive Wolverine's wild. Anyone who played Marvel vs. Capcom knows exactly what I'm talking about. Wolverine, Mr. No Block, this dude's all up in your business. Suck to play with, but you know, in this game though, an absolute menace because he can create so much carnage. He goes right after that Groot. I mean, you were seeing the way that they were putting Doomed in those positions. He was just waiting it out, saving things. They would have to put the effort to have to stop him. And then there was just so much more that they would have to worry about. It does make you wonder, you know, like you obviously saw them, you know, with the Winter Soldier. Maybe you might need something a little bit more direct to deal with the Storm Avast. I don't know. But yeah, overall, man, Envy just showing that they have a very... Well, I would say just picking up right where they left off from the Shroud tournament, where they were just looking so good.
I think that's kind of the problem here, too. But with Envy, when they're playing Flyers, what's the best Flyer counter typically? Either banning them or playing Hela. And you do not want to go Hela for Hela, ban for ban with Envy, just because Cal on Hela is really, really good. One of the best Hela players in the world for sure, and definitely one of the best in North America. And I do think that that's kind of the problem here for Shroud X, is that they can play Hela. They're really good on Hela. It's just you didn't have to want to play that, then okay, Cal's gonna go play Hela Envy, right? And I do think that's kind of the problem there a bit of playing Envy a bit. And the current, I think, conundrum with Flyers is that the best person to deal with Flyers typically is gonna be the Hela. And if you have a really good Hela player, then you're just like, okay, well screw it, we're gonna play some Hela too. Why not? Like, let's get to it. Let's light this candle.
Yeah, well, I mean, Achilleos, you've been...
something out there for my boy Punisher, perhaps, to deal with Flyers. Maybe we can get some Punisher.
Maybe next patch. Maybe next patch. Maybe. I don't know about this patch.
Everyone kept saying, GB, you don't know what the hell you're talking about. And I was specifically, Avast told me I was a stupid idiot to my face. It was crazy. I couldn't believe it.
Exactly
sounds like,
you know,
yeah,
that's exactly what he did. But yeah, I would like to see that, you know, some more like hit scan DPS to deal with that. But no, like, you know, there like Hela really is that counter to that. And then to your point, then you're kind of baiting Cal into it, and then Cal's like, yeah, sure, I'll just run up there and just, you know, throw some of my Hela spikes, you know, like it's no business. So yeah, it's a rough one for sure. Now, Achilleos, so, you know, having seen what you see now, I know you were saying like it's been a bit for you. Anything that you're seeing that's like standing out to you, like, oh wow, the meta shifted in this direction, or something to that effect?
I mean, it's been I'd say a big shift compared to what several weeks ago. The last time we did the show. There wasn't much Storm coming through. I mean, over in EU, there was a lot of Hulk play, which I didn't get to see much of at all. So I'd say, yeah, it's been a pretty big shift, but a shift that I like, because it felt like when I was casting, the Wolverine was something that was kind of present, but no one could really execute on. And it seems like both teams here are very willing to play it. But it feels like because of that issue with Envy being able to really utilize these Flyers, you don't have the comp that Shroud is trying to run doesn't have a solid pick target, so they have to basically constantly default to that front line, and unless they can get the kill, then it all kind of falls apart when they go for the execute.
Yeah, and the protects have been really good. The heals have been really good on Envy's side, so it's like, you know, there's so much you have to get through. And then in order for you to succeed, yeah, it's a tough one for sure. Hall of Jalia is going to be map 2 here. So, you know, we're going to get some good old fashioned payload across the map. We'll see, of course, what the decisions are going to be. But I mean, Vass, I don't really see the meta picks are going to be the prioritization early on. Do you think we'll ever see Human Torch again?
That depends on the team. I'm going to say, like, I feel like since we're in this holding pattern, especially with the new patch being announced, like, and it's going to be coming up with some of those changes, maybe everyone's like, you know what, let's just get rid of this guy. He's moving like Prime Bond. Like, we got to remove Human Torch, just like take him out. Like, we don't want to deal with it. But some teams still do really like to play the Torch. But also, if you think about it, as we head into the, well, there it is. It's gone. It's gone. Yeah, it's gone. No point even talking about it.
Nothing else can be said.
And the answer is we might not see Human Torch. We might not.
Also, did want to give a shout out to Shroud X because they're filling in. Sentinels were supposed to play. We had a sub out, so Shroud X coming in. Not a lot of warm up time. So again, just want to really give those dudes their flowers because they're stepping in a moment for RFN. But they are down in the series 1-0 here, and they're stepping into this new Ignite ban system. Which again, to explain it to everyone, you are banning what your opponent can use. It is not global bans, which is why you're seeing dueling Human Torch bans, because you're banning it for your team, and then you protect for yourself, so as you're seeing it play out here. Nothing really all that crazy right now, Achilleos.
It's a little bit of a repeat of what we were saying, but I was going to say it's Groot for me, not for thee, is basically the way to think about
and
it.
Frost for me, not for thee. You know, on the other
Unless
side,
you see the bans on both sides, in which case, obviously, then no one can use it. So those are the circumstances, but it's okay. There's a little bit of a change up here as... That's an IFS ban?
That'd be a Hulk Bean band. I think I see Hulk Bean band.
Sorry,
that's Mr. Banner. That's Mr. Bruce Banner. That's Mr. Bruce Banner that is being banned there. And I do think for that, it's Envy trying to remove, like, likely to team up with the Moore. They don't want to deal with that. The Moore is pretty strong on Jalia. Also, additionally, just not deal with Hulk in general, who can be pretty strong, especially if you potentially don't even want to run an Iron Man, though obviously we didn't see Shroud X playing that. But for them, their bans and their picks, mostly the same. It kind of depends on what they want to protect here. But okay, going to protect the Luna Snow. So that's pretty interesting because that means to me that they do want to play flyers. They want to have the Snowflake where they want to put down a flyer, have them roam around the map, or even just be a hard flanker, which potentially that's why they're removing the banner, right? We're removing Bruce Banner so they can't have like the Iron Man, they can't have the Namor that can be really strong on the flanks, potentially with like a Snowflake. So pretty interesting ideas.
So global Human Torch and then a global Adam Warlock here to round it out.
Yeah, no one wants to deal with triple res. Everyone's like, we're not watching 20 minutes fights. We're taking Adam Warlock off the field here. We're done with it. We're not going back. We've defeated the Cyclo Samsara. We're not going back to whatever Marvel.
No 20-minute fights, no 20-minute bans.
Yeah, we're not going to deal with that.
Exactly. Oh man. All right. Well, let's get ready for this one. It is, of course, Shroud X's pick, Hall of Jalia, for your second map here in the Challengers portion of NA Rivals Fight Night. If you're just joining us, Envy looking pretty good here, starting things off. It was a competitive one, though, without a doubt. Some great plays coming out of the Storm, coming out of the Wolverine for Hells. For Hells, you hear me? For Envy. I was reading the thing at the bottom like I'm Anchorman. But of course, still plenty more left to play here, as Shroud X are going to do their absolute best to try and get that one on the board. Get back into this series, fellas. I'll leave this over to you. Hawkeye's out, no shot.
I don't think that's going to be safe.
The temptation to say the sign-off line there to GB from Anchorman, strong, but not that kind of broadcast.
You're San Diego.
Well, anyway, let's go ahead and get into it. As GB pointed out, Hawkeye. We're just going through. They're like, okay, what has Achilleos not really seen in a Rivals fight? Let's just play.
We haven't seen Hawkeye in a while.
Hawkeye is getting some buffs in the next patch. I wasn't expecting this. I thought Cal maybe going to swap, but no, they're saying it. And then to be fair, did recently receive some buffs in the most recent patches too, for season 2. So I mean, I do think that this is he's a lot better, right? He's doing a lot of burst damage. You got some ult buffs, so it is kind of just this burst damage hero here where you're hoping you can keep your distance, just pump out damage in general, far away from everyone else. And to be fair, first point, Hall of Jalia and just the rest of Hall of Jalia, pretty long sightlines you can work with. So you're seeing that's what they're kind of doing.
Yeah, I was curious if Envy was going to make a pivot from the Storm as well, because it is a little bit more open compared to Hell's Heaven, so less pillars and terrain to try to hide behind, but still sticking through with it. Meanwhile, looking for a little bit of that backline access here. Going to be noted as Vision is able to find one, opening up a kill there with that Psylocke, as 2 players now going to be taken down as Nero joins him in the grave. Nook does get traded. Cal able to find the 1, but Vision comes up with a 2nd kill overall, and that is a massive breakthrough here on the opening push. Looks like Shroud X, just 1 fight, and then the full cap coming through.
And I think this is kind of the problem too, where I wonder if Cal's going to stay on this or maybe even go. It looks like they might even, okay, they are going to continue to stay. Kind of the issue when you're playing to this Psylocke composition, especially with Emma Frost right now, where you have the clones that you get, so you can just like pump a lot of extra damage and get some extra survivability, is there's a lot of pressure being put onto the Envy Duelist squad right now, right? Because you don't have any like strong anti-dive, like strong anti-duelist picks right now. So the duelist here for Envy are going to have to really work to make sure that they're trying to deny the Psylocke value, because there's so much damage being pumped up from Vision.
Just diving into the back line, same time, Spittily just utilizing that tornado to try to create some space here. That splits the fight here on 2 different fronts, and oh, Vision immediately shut down. What a kill from Cal. As soon as he tries to go in with that, ends up falling to the wayside. Meteor M, though, from Impunity, able to find one, but Cal coming away with a 2nd pick. Does get rid of the enemy in the snow, so a little bit of value going to be sought here from the side of the Hawkeye, but still a messy back and forth thus far. As Impunity roughly just trying to backpedal a little bit here and stay alive. Nook tagged up Doom. Similarly, does manage to find the isolation pick, though, onto Window, so Cart can continue to advance.
Shroud X just keeping this pressure on, making sure to constantly keep Speedily and Cal split, try to force those resources between the 2 of them. They're going to have the last stand here, so Month going to likely hold on to the God of Mischief, and that's where Doomed needs. They want to force it here so they can use the last stand to take them out of that invisible boundary that's going to occur. Envy, maybe they want to go first, but it's actually going to be Shroud X going really aggressive here, trying to force out something here from Envy, but instead, Doomed not finding much.
Finding much, I mean, just diving forward, not looking for an isolation, just looking to try to close the gap here, get on top of some of these targets, so he can try to utilize his damage. With a swap. Flyer for Flyer will just move over onto the Iron Man, immediately comes back in, is able to find 1. Impunity going to be taken out as well, so multiple kills here onto 2 the members of Shroud X will finally give Envy a little bit of breathing room.
And they did end up trading out those ults, but I mean, Doomed hoping to maybe find them before they could pop it, but unfortunately just wasn't going to happen. Region of Domain was available. So now Envy holding strong here. The Iron Man swap, another good swap, I think, into this. Now, Psylocke, one of the counters were pretty decent at fighting into the Flyers here. Not bad, but Iron Man a little bit easier to fight, or a little bit harder to pin down, I would say, compared to maybe like Storm. You see Doom in the backline, trying to find one again, immediately taken down. Taking a little bit of a bigger bite than they can chew, I'd say. And really good peel there for Envy.
Yeah, good peel, but also really just separated from the rest of the squad. There was Doomed out on a bit of an island. Fidel getting tagged up. Ult now going to be online. Can bring that 52 Worlds to try to go ahead and keep everybody alive once they can get the reapproach, but still looking to try to get clustered up and keep everybody alive. I mean, so much damage just raining down. Vision into the back. Going to be looking for a bit of an opener. Dashes through. Gets quite a bit of damage across, but cannot find that assassination. And instead, will just get traded out as Month comes away with the kill. Cal finding Doomed as well. And that is once again going to be Shroud X here on the back foot, looking for the reset.
And Envy playing this split really well currently. I'd love to see them swapped, honestly, and they look like they are. They're going to get a Star-Lord. Oh, no, they're not going Star-Lord. They're putting Doomed now onto the Psylocke and put Vision into the dueling Iron Man. I think that's fine. I mean, it can apply a little bit more pressure. Maybe you don't have to commit to like a dive style. Cowl and Speedily both doing a really good job. I called out earlier where the duelist pressure here for Envy was going to be okay. They have to be hitting their shots. They need to make sure that they're not getting caught.
Maybe double
dive.
dive.
Doing a really good job.
So Vision not going for the Flyer to try to match in the skies. Will just be that Iron Fist coming through. So looking to really just get on top of these squishier members on the side of Envy and pick them apart with this. But so far, Envy's been really good about peeling. They're about to have 6 ults online, full war chest for them. Shroud X close to 5, but Vision going to be playing catch up here. There is going to be the opening. Dongmin looking to try to get the ball rolling, get it back over onto the cart and try to advance this forward once again. Shot just going to be flying through. Cal looking for these picks. Stuck in position, looking for the limbs, and Speedily will just go ahead and drop the orb right there on their faces. Immediately, the shutdown comes through. 4 ultimates committed here for the side of Envy, but once again, they drain the clock down. Now it's going to be less than a minute remaining here for Shroud X.
Yeah, it was a really good use of the Strangling Prison too, where, I mean, they've even put Vision, they were trying to put him onto Iron Fist to maybe contest, now going to the Hela. So they're saying, okay, we need to remove the Flyers. We need to get Cal off the angles, put Vision onto the Hela, let's duel them. It's tried and true.
Captain America.
Yeah, I mean, this is a dive, right? We're gonna have dive. We're gonna be using this Captain America to just put a lot more pressure here, as Doom also just forces the region domain early. Is gonna stay alive, so it's a big cooldown out for Shroud X. They can move forward here, maybe look to set up with the God of Mischief, just a Dance of the Butterfly. But Doom getting pressured here in the back, but luckily Luca's there, Captain America, Impunity's there with him.
Managed to find the one kill there as they dive in with a 2v1, but Cal at the same time finding a pick here over on the front. As a Meteor, I'm going to be dropped in, just a splash of damage. No further eliminations found here. Svedel keeps everybody else alive here for the moment. Month, though, with the Duped Ultimate, just leading the charge forward. Once again, just counteracting here against Shroud X, leading them away from the card. 6 seconds now remaining as Doomed is going to be taken down. Dongmin needing this Meteor M to be absolutely massive, which it is not. Might still lead to Kalush getting taken down, but they need so much more here on the back end of the fight. And Window is coming away with 2 as Videl and Vision all fall to the wayside. Impunity desperately trying to stay alive. Gets the ultimate online, sends it immediately. A bit of sustain here found here. The shield's trying to keep him alive and in the mix. So you have 3 Vanguards from the side of Shroud X in desperation to try to keep this OT going. Portal is set up, but speedily with another ultimate breaks down the front line. The Captain America dead, and Vision not in a great position here with the ultimate. That should just be the OT bleeding down as Shroud X cannot maintain control of the car to push out of the portal. Immediate death through it, as that will be the hold in front of the second point.
And Envy just playing this so well. I mean, making the Hawkeye work here. Just putting the constant pressure on. And more importantly, I think it was the peel that was going out onto Month in particular, because you saw the Psylocke, whether whoever was playing it, whether it be Doomed, whether it be Vision, they were trying to constantly force out the region domain, maybe even get the initial pick with that burst damage with the combo onto Month, and they just couldn't. They couldn't find it. And so that whole time, Cal, relatively uncontested as we get onto second, Speedily, pretty uncontested because they were putting so much pressure there onto the strategist, and they just couldn't find them over and over and over again. The peel from the Envy backline, too good. And because they had that group, they have Window constantly anchoring the point, it's really hard to move up and support those dives unless you're in like a full dive composition there, right? I think that's where Shroud X definitely struggled a bit, and where they continue to just not find a lot of value. Maybe first is going to be a bit more their speed, but really good peel here for Envy, and a backline in particular that's resistant, I think, to going down very easily. It's something that Envy has been really good with the addition of Nero and Month, of just how strong their strategist line has been.
I give a shout out. I love Nero. Was always one of my favorite players now, and love to see that he's looking very good at the moment here.
Were you expecting to see some Invisible Woman play Invisible Woman for Envy? Were you expecting that after he goes from the Overwatch League to here? Was this a expected move for you?
Maybe not quite, especially given his opening trajectory, but it was always I had found him to be one of the most talented Western players that we had at the time. But for now, Envy now on the attack. Foreman's to work with here at the start, needing to make it just in front of that second point. And if they're able to do so, they're going to find themselves at match point here in the series.
They're going for the long flank here up through the high ground. They're going to look to deny it for Shroud X, who's playing pretty safe back there. They are going to have the Star-Lord now and keep a Captain America here. So they're looking to just maybe dive onto the backline for Envy again, but now use the chokes, use this really large skybox here for both Impunity and Vision to just make sure you keep the pressure on. As you see, first initial dive coming on in, Impunity, Vision, Doomed. Everyone's up there, but don't find anyone.
Piling in, look at just go ahead, displace Envy from that high ground. Does force them down here. Kind of swapping sides of the map here at the moment is what we're doing, but it's going to be speedily coming away with the kill as Doom does get taken down. Dongmin's shield raised, frantically backpedaling. Does manage to find some sustain. Hooks into the domain there and is able to go ahead and stay alive, but Cal now at the same time takes down Vision, takes down Nook, and it's all just crumbling here for Shroud X. This defense not holding water as the cleanup will come through. Find a little bit of beamage. We'll find Impunity and Doomed. Yeah, I mean, the portal's set up, but I'm not sure you want to go through there.
No, you definitely don't. I wonder if Envy, any of them have the gumption? Probably not. They're not going to chase through that one. And I do think that when you look at that comp, Shroud X immediately taking some swaps here. They're going to the Iron Man, getting into the Loki. You look at it and it's just like, okay, you really want to have these really effective fights where you're just like pressuring out Cal and Speedly or maybe even the backline, but it's really hard because they're all turning to peel. You didn't have just an effective burst on one target, and as soon as the dive's over, Envy's just going to explode on out, drop the walls from Window, and hopefully Cal gets a lot of picks, which is exactly what happened. There are going to be ults on board, though. Come online for both these squads, and this is pretty much, we're entering close to last fight territory with 4.5 minutes in the bank because they did not get very far for Shroud X, so they have to hold here.
It's going to have to be a damn long hold at that. Still 4:25 here at the ready. 6 ultimates here for Envy, trying to get themselves over the line. Shroud X nearly there as well as Impunity tries to catch up, just get 16% behind. I'll just cut them off for a lit there for the moment. Good damage on the Doom, does stay alive. His ult's now starting to get invested. Meteor M going to be used here from the side of Dongmin. Slaps that one down, but no value going to be found. Once again, Envy continuing to push forward, continuing to find picks. Doom going to be eliminated. That Kraken ult not going to be coming through here. Not at least in this fight. Needs the rest of the team to buy some space and time. But with the ult, once with the dupe, able to go ahead and do just that. Everyone sustained. No further kills to be found here in the fight, so should have that full 6v6 reset coming in. The card inches forward ever closer to that last little stretch, to that finish line, to try to get that match point locked in.
And no strategy ults left here for Shroud X. Everything out, they're going to drop that Hawkeye ult here right down Cal. Though they immediately know they're keeping the contest, they're keeping the pressure on, but they have to make sure Cal does not get a lot of value, but all of Envy are moving forward, making the space.
It doesn't even matter if Cal finds the value. The fact is that it just does not get picked. Everything invested to try to get that execution onto the Hawkeye. It doesn't come through, and then the whole rest of the team falls to the wayside simultaneously. Dominance now on display here from the side of Envy as they just steamroll their way through.
And I think there for Envy is just continue to show that this team is so flexible. Their backline is just so strong. I mean, even in that trade, right? That last fight, Shroud X, Envy both pretty equivalent on the ult bank there. They just force out both the strategist ults. For Shroud X, they trade them knowing like, okay, we have a Hunter sight. We have an ult for Cal that's still at the end. And even if the Cal doesn't end up getting a lot of picks, right? The pressure from that ult is still going to require them to have to commit a lot of resources to Cal. Then we move on forward, take the space, get those picks. And the group just continue to pay dividends here. Where maybe Shroud X want to remove the group from Window potentially. I mean, Windows looks really good on it. Maybe that could be the option here as we head into map 3. But overall, just Envy showing that they continue to be a very, very flexible team and one that has so many threats to where Shroud X just struggling to find an answer to those threats, despite what I think is relatively solid fundamental play.
I think the problem that you're seeing at the moment here for Shroud X is just there's so many options. Like, yeah, you can go for Window, you can try to remove that group, but then there's, because of the flexibility that Envy has and has been putting on display, there's going to be something else that gets left open that they can utilize to really continue to try to take over these maps. I mean, it's like going to like a proper Thai restaurant and you look at that menu and you're like, Jesus Christ, there's 500 things. They're all delicious. And I only have $10 in my pocket. I can only buy 2 dishes. What do I do? Which one am I eating?
Posting?
And no matter what, you're missing out on a good meal.
You want Thai food, Seth?
You know, it was a little bit of a crave. Masters Bangkok was a little while ago, and I'm like, you know what? I want to go back to that
I'm not gonna lie,
culinary sense.
Food was incredible. Oh yeah, but it was hot. My God, that was a hot one. Let me tell you, that one was that I will not want to go back for that. But you know what was hot? The gameplay I was seeing from Envy. That's right. They were up 2-0 in the series, and you know. I want to get the thoughts on Hawkeye. We haven't seen Hawkeye in a minute, but Vest, you know, Hawkeye came out and is it Cal? Is it Hawkeye? What do you think?
Mostly, I'm going to say it's mostly a Cal Envy thing. I will say that Hawkeye with the buffs is being a little bit more meta. Typically not the pick, just because he struggles a bit if you're especially in dealing with which is a more standard like group v group matchup, honestly, where his LOS is constantly getting broken. There's a lot more pressure. I do think also they didn't apply that proper amount of pressure, where I think a lot of other duelist picks like for example like a Hela or even a Winter Soldier is able to just get out of those scenarios a bit better and have the ability to keep themselves alive with like bonus.
They were for a little while. They were. There were fights in the beginning where you were seeing the Psylocke get into the back line,
but it's just hard because they're perfect
like,
play. Perfect play from the Envy backline. They had the region domains. The force physics are always like so perfect from Nero. So the dive just wasn't working. And I think that's where, to me, I look at the Hawkeye and I'm like, okay, if the perfect situation has occurred here, we have the perfect storm, not speedily on storm, but rather the perfect storm, just Hawkeye isn't receiving the pressure, then Hawkeye is a very good pick. I do think that's just more of an issue of just this matchup worked out really well for Envy. And maybe against another team, like if they play against Virtus.pro, I don't know if Hawkeye is coming out necessarily.
That's fair. That's fair. All right, well, Yggdrasil Path will be the battleground for map 3. Can Envy get a clean sweep, Achilleos? Because right now, even with the moments we're seeing from Shroud X, Envy look unstoppable.
Yeah, the thing for Shroud X is that the starts have been hot. You know, the start of the push there on Hall was looking very, very good. It's like, okay, they got a lot of momentum behind them. They have a really good time bank. They're pushing and they're not being slowed down. They get just in front of B, and then all of a sudden, boom, it just seems to click here for Envy. It seems like they're one of these teams that as soon as they get that download, they get that understanding of how Shroud X is trying to pilot, what they're trying to do. They get the perfect counteraction if necessary when it comes down to just the composition picks, but then also the play style. And I'm right there with Avast. I don't think that this is a Hawkeye thing. I think that this is maybe not even a Cal thing. I think it's an Envy thing, because the team play to keep him protected when those attempted backstabs came through was just gorgeous. And but I also agree, you probably not going to do that against a team like Virtus.pro either, but they feel like they can get away with it here, and they absolutely are.
He could have also just ran Hella, right? I mean, I think like you get pretty much the same thing there and a little bit more mobility, but Cal just, so good that he was able to pull that off, and just so much help in the front. So it goes to show, right? It really is the sum of all its parts in Marvel Rivals. You can make it happen. Oh, what a freaking play, though. Damn, Doom trying their best to keep this one going. Look at this. That has to be the most annoying thing, by the way, to in any game with a bow character, when they just stand still and just look at you, because you're going to get shot in the face.
I think just snipers in general. Snipers in general, right? It's been a long debated, hotly debated thing of like, what do we do when we have snipers that are shooting you from very long distances, especially if they have a lot of mobility. And I mean, Marvel Rivals, they got a lot of that here. So I do think that overall, you get into map 3. It's why we saw Envy, I think, win the Shroud Gauntlet. It's why Envy's been so good recently, even outside of that, and the Rivals Fight Nights previously. This team is a force to be reckoned with. And so Shroud X, there's still a chance. I don't think it doesn't feel hopeless when I'm watching this. It just feels like maybe sometimes we're losing in the draft phase a bit. And remember, because they're getting kind of like shock acclimated to this draft phase after just coming off a different draft phase with the Shroud Gauntlet. So they're
also want to be clear, they're subbing in last second. Literally, they came in 5 minutes before the show, like we started NA. So, they, for the viewers at home, I just want you guys to have that context and understanding, because Sentinels were supposed to play, but then they couldn't because of a technical issue. And then Shroud X came in, and I said it like 50 million times. So there you go. All right, we're in the draft, guys. Let's see what we get.
No Human Torch.
They're gone.
Goodbye.
Screw you, Johnny Storm, you bum.
They really don't want to do it. And they finally did protect. Oh, no, that's Envy. We swapped.
No, it's Envy. It's Envy.
Yeah. I thought that was Shroud X. Like, oh, they protected. Like, they got it. And I'm like, oh, wait, no, that's Envy.
I say,
I mean,
and this is the conundrum that you find when you have this like must ban character in the Human Torch. Shroud X doesn't want to take the risk of having the protect come through if they remove the Groot first, because they know, okay, that's going to happen, and now we have to try to somehow deal with the Human Torch. So they're in such a rough position not being able to get that out. And then from there, I think Avast hit the nail on the head. It does feel like they're just kind of losing in the draft.
It's a tough one. It's a very tough one. And also, I feel like for reasons both these teams are also getting a Human Torch, it's not just because they don't want to play it. I do think some of this is just practice as we move forward to the next patch, because they're changing up how the Fantastic Four team-ups work, which obviously make like Invisible Woman very strong. Obviously also like Human Torch and those team-ups there. They're, I think, also nerfing Human Torch just in general. So overall, like, this is potentially just this practice where teams are going to start like not playing Human Torch a bit as we head into patch 2.5. So that's why there's like, screw it, let's ban it. Though I would argue like, okay, well, maybe we just, if we're both not going to play it, then maybe just don't waste the ban on it. But, a little, maybe a gentleman's agreement if you're from the CDL. Bit of a gentleman's agreement there, perhaps. I'm not sure.
Oh, God. Yeah. Well, I'll say that was words to me. Jeez.
Protect on the Wolverine here for Shroud X. So still wanting to try to get Doomed onto the pick. Adam Warlock banned away. Final Protect. I mean, I don't know. They could just, the Luna Snow looked good for them. They could just go for that again if they really wanted to.
If they want to play Flyers, Luna Snow is another like great protect. So it's actually gonna be Invisible Woman. Okay.
Invisible Woman. Okay.
Interesting. I wonder if they were worried that, Shroud X, since they had banned Loki, maybe they're thinking like, well, they're trying to target some of the more meta strategist picks this time, because they're like, maybe we don't deal with their Loki anymore. Instead, they're just gonna get rid of the Adam Warlock, which, okay, fine. Denies triple res. So maybe they were like worried that if they get rid of Invisible Woman, obviously Invisible Woman, I think by far the most meta strategist besides Loki. Enables a lot of comps, enables Flyers too with the Guardian Shield and Flankers. So pretty reasonable protect. I think Shroud X doing a little bit better here by, I think, pressuring some of the strategist picks that can't play Loki and they have to be protecting Invisible Woman, but still, I wouldn't say the ideal draft for Shroud X.
Draft definitely gets a little different when you don't put Luna Snow into the fray, right? Because we've been seeing so many Luna Snow bans, but now like these teams are kind of just like letting it through. So we'll see.
Definitely.
I mean, this seems to be the difference maker here.
It does. It definitely does. I think this is it's lose this map or win this map or series over, right? And Indy's gonna advance, so his back's against the wall for Shroud X.
Please, Cal. Please. I was just about to make the joke that they've been cycling through all of these like kind of off meta picks, some off kill things, very niche stuff. Bring her out. Show me the Black Widow. And
it's fine on the attack, because you can switch it out.
Oh, dude, like I like in my climbing, I main her, I main Punisher. I want to see both.
So
and right now, it looks like he's sticking with it. I'm hyped.
Yeah, definitely.
That is don't you go back in there.
Liability. Oh, they're just trying to go for the one pick. They tried to go for the hey, but it's a Hawkeye. It's a Hawkeye, so they're still gonna just keep with a long sight line, but instead get off the Black Widow and go back to Mr. Hawkeye there. So okay, fair enough. I mean, the idea is still roughly the same. They just wanted to have a little bit of surprise moment as Envy trying around the corner.
All right, seeing how it does fare. Back over the Winter Soldier and this Wolverine that started off the series very strongly for the side of Shroud X. So a little bit more on the back foot. Kalush does get taken down though for a nice little early pick, dragged forward. As there's the hook, and Cal does get eliminated with Fidel able to go ahead and collect the kill. So once again, a solid beginning for the side of Shroud X, not allowing for that quick momentum build-up that NV had on the last map.
And Vision has been on it today in terms of just landing the hook. So, I mean, even Doomed as well with the leaps. Like, both of these duelist players of Shroud X have been consistently landing those cooldowns. As they're going to see Doom, going to force him back on up here a bit. Just keeping some of the residual healing here from the Idol Aura, though. And Envy just making sure that there's no free positioning currently for Doom. They're going to just try to keep him off the off angles as now Mega Hurricane invested.
Okay. Just jumping forward, whittling away at these HP bars. Takes a couple players low, but ultimately it's just going to be nooked there with the dupe. Mischief managed. We'll go ahead and keep everybody sustained.
Holy Harry Potter reference. I can't believe I can't believe he dropped it. It's very millennial core.
Yeah, well, people say I look like him from time to time, so I guess it's in the blood. A window now going to be going through. Forward, Prison, invest, but still nothing really found here for the side of Envy. Grasping at straws, trying to find some eliminations. Maybe the Meteor M, but ends up sending it in a little bit too deep. Minor amount of splash going to be found, but ultimately kills not going in their favor quite just yet. Cart control still going to be maintained here for the side of Shroud X as we dip in underneath 2 minutes remaining as there is a dive forward. Looking for the pick here on to Cal, but stays alive. Doom does nearly get traded out, but in the end, we'll get topped back up. First point now at risk of being capped. Shroud X, can they reflood back forward? Kalush says no. Impunity falling. Should just go ahead and lead to this cap. As they do push forward, they're looking to try to keep this contested, but ultimately it's going to be a little bit of an overextension and a needed reset as Envy managed to get the time bank bump up.
And see, I actually think Shroud X played that really well. Like, they were trading the ults. Envy was forced to just hold on to the invisible boundary to just wait for Doomed to commit. The problem is they just backed up, lost all their space, post the hunter site, and we're stuck into that long corridor where all that damage is constantly being pumped into you, and they just couldn't get back out. They had to deal with the Groot walls, too, that split the LOS. So Shroud X just couldn't recontest, even though they had some good ults there for the recontest. Now they're going to be forced on a second. Looking to hold, and Envy just playing very aggressively with Speedly, trying to get a little bit of early poke. As Doom taking a lot of very early damage, not going to go down just yet.
Man, I felt like it was another one of those all-ins that Envy was able to shrug off. They get the dive forward, trying to get the pick on the Cal. They overextend a little bit because the kill doesn't come through. In the meantime, though, it's just going to be Envy. Shoved back around the corner once again. There's Nook with the copy, just able to go ahead and get those HP bars fully sustained. That being some of the back end. Impunity immediately did take quite a bit of damage. Meteor M going to be coming through here from Kalush. Elimination's not found quite just yet. Hawkeye ult at the ready, going to be sent. Impunity looking for a pick to try to shut down this push. Echoes are out. Cal looking to play off the back of those. As Vision, down to about half HP, clicks back around the corner. It's going to be some space opened up now here for Envy, regaining control of the card. Starting to inch forward here once again, but nearly half of the second time bank drained away here by Shroud X. Still looking to maintain a foothold and stop the push into B.
Good pressure there onto Cal, and more importantly here for Shroud X. No strategist ults up for Envy. They've traded really effectively. Doom gonna have the last stand. They're close to got a mesh. So I mean, overall, this is their chance. They just need to survive as a Mega Hurricane. A lot of pressure on the Duck very, very early. Has the regional main, but Fidel already down, and I think that's just gonna end it.
Yeah, that should just be the breakthrough here. Impunity trying to stay alive, doing their damnedest to sustain, but Nook, it's just not going to be enough throughput there. That's so special. So in the end, we'll just go ahead and get taken out. So decent time buying, but still 2 minutes as Envy will crest their way forward here into the second point. Well, once again, a minute and a half now added in as they look to try to complete the path.
And I think there's just a problem with playing against Envy right now is that Shroud-X, they traded the ults really well. They're like, okay, there's no strategist ults. We're going to have a last stand for Doom. Things are looking up. Well, guess what? Speedily that time still with a secondary ult, using this Omega Hurricane as a way to just constantly pressure the backline here after they do these big trades and these big team fights. It's Cal just peeking here from the window. Trying to just remove some of the doppelgangers and just keep that presence known. Maybe they can find just a little bit of a headshot. Not going to cop on the leak though.
And Doom going to be forced away as that katana swing comes through. Ult is out. Needing to find some targets here, but Vision does manage to find Cal. So in the end, the Hawkeye does get eliminated. Meteor M drawn out as well here from Kalush, which doesn't find too much purchase. Big window of opportunity now for Shroud-X to try to push their way back forward, maintain control here on the corner. Wait for some further limbs to come through as Month opens up with the ultimate, and that means that there's not going to be too much value found here off the back of Impunity's ult, rather. As Fidel looking to give them immunity. Goes ahead, sends out that Fit of Both Worlds, so kill's not going to be sought here on either side for the moment. As Nero looks to try to obfuscate, and here comes the Hurricane once again jumping forward, looking to try to tear them asunder, but it's going to be Window who ends up falling to the wayside as Doom finds the kill. Vision gets Cal, Kalush dead, 3 picks here. Shroud-X now in a very good position to stop this full push.
And finally, perfect trades there for Shroud-X. Sure, the opening fight, last stand, at the beginning of the fight was not amazing, but they were the backup. They didn't have to commit anything for the Strangling Prison for Window either. It just mostly caught those Vanguards who had the cooldowns available. And now Shroud-X gonna fight for this corner. They have Doom waiting, looking, searching, gonna find one.
Drags him in, finds the pick, Doomed. Reliable as ever. It's the instant reset there. That takes the clock down below a minute and a half. Has his ult at the ready. A little bit of an off position, does get noted, so to try to regain this space, but in the end, doesn't really get picked off, so we'll stay alive for the moment.
And honestly, I think having this big, without a bit of a record, this big ass hat here for Doom does not do him favors because Cal is constantly looking for just to pressure him off the off angles, looking to just make sure that he doesn't have any health when he goes to the initial engage. But this time, not gonna get caught, gonna get the bubble instead and just commit.
Just commits forward, and it's more than enough damage here for them. Window picked apart. Month a little bit late with the ultimate, sends it now to try to keep the rest of the players alive because they know that they're in the final throes of this push. 55 seconds now remaining. Cal does get traded out. It's a little bit of a trade up here for the side of Envy, but cart control still not in their hands. As Fidel similarly had that ult ready to go. Keeps them in with it. Push forward here to the forward corner. And once again drawn out from Speedily, just looking to try to find some eliminations, but then Nook has the dupe once again. Gets the copy. Luna Snow ult comes through, keeps them all protected. Dive in there. Doom's looking to try to get the isolation. Kalush gets finished off. As things are looking damn good here for the side of Shroud-X. Deny this push coming in. Window picked apart. Only Doom's dead right at the moment. Still ult's behind. Now committed. Dongmin rushing forward, looking for some additional staggers to really seal the deal. 12 seconds now remaining. Cal, his ult online, but he is not. Gets taken down. Portal going to be coming through, desperately trying to get the touch here is Kalush. Force out the OT as the clock now strikes 0. But he does manage to pile out. Ultless at the moment here, Shroud-X. Vision finds the pick. Kalush going to be taken down. Envy dumping what they have to try to turn the tides here of the fight. Cal needing some picks and speedily delivering with that Hurricane. Does manage to find two. A bit of an opener now, but still some significant distance to try to cover.
Oh, Speedily just did so much there. Another really good portal tech there from Kalush to make sure to just block it out on the other side where you're just using it almost as a one-way shield. You can play it, you can cop it out and get the contest. And Speedily, because they didn't find Speedily early, they had to pop it earlier in the fight. Speedily builds another Omega Hurricane, and they didn't have any strategy results. And now Shroud-X in a situation where they have to contest here in the OT, popping the Fate of Both Worlds just to go for the, rather they've got a mischief for the copy, just get back here and get the touch.
They do still have significant ultimates behind to try to reinforce this and guarantee the hold. Purity up and over the top, falling low, just managed to find window. Takes him down with the Meteor M. HP bars at the moment looking steady on the side of Shroud X. As Nook does get sustained back up. Now the Kraken going to be dropping down. Looking for the resets here is Vision. Gonna hold them at bay. Nero sends it out, obfuscating as Cal's able to collect one. Nook gonna be taken down. Vision at half, dead. Italy managing to find it. Yet another Hurricane is just tearing them apart. 3 more kills going to be found, and that's gonna be Envy making it to the end of the map in OT. Shroud X looking for that denial. They cannot, but at the very least, they make it cost all of the time bank here.
The problem is over and over and over again, they trade out the ult and Speedily just gives them the South Florida treatment. Every time a Hurricane comes on in, late fight, they have no strategist ults. I mean, you can't get the home insurance. Yeah, I can't get the home insurance. Like, it's cooked. It's just cooked. They can't pressure out Speedily fast enough. They're not able to remove him, to get him off the field, to get a pick, so they don't have to worry about the ult.
And then the crocodiles.
And then the crocodiles, and then on top of that, there's the snakes and the humidity. I mean, it's just over and over again.
And the people.
Okay, now we're gonna do. I didn't say that.
Most terrifying of all.
Listen, I lived near Miami for 3 years, so I was a South Florida resident. But I will say overall that this is the issue for these squads right now, is that Speedily is the issue. Just getting so much value in general from the auras, and also more importantly, once those ults get leapfrogged, right? We're forcing strategy ult, and that's what Envy's doing so well, is that they're keeping Speedily up, and they're getting these strategy ults and these other ults out of Shroud, so the Omega Hurricane can come in and just finish off the fight over and over and over again. So they need to have something happen. Maybe they can build some sort of, maybe we could shoot the Hurricane. Technically, you can, despite what others have said in the past, which were not true. You can shoot this Hurricane. This Hurricane can be shot. You can actually remove Storm from the field, and because it isn't invincibility, it's just you get that extra bonus health. But they're just popping it late in the fight, and Envy's just really good at following up, so Speedily's not going down.
Well, now onto the defense here. There's Envy looking to try to hold the line solid on the previous map. Gave up the first point pretty quickly, though. They're going to look to rectify that here on path of Yggdrasil. Yggdrasil path, rather.
Right now, this
is a decent poke and prod.
A lot of poke and prod, honestly. And I think this is here once the problems for just Shroud X is that the longer the poke and prod phase goes on, the worse it is for them, because it just gives Speedily more time to build ult, more chance for maybe Cal to get a pick. So Shroud X, they need to make something happen, and that is not what they want to happen. That's not the one they want.
Not. Yeah, Dongmin getting taken down of all people. That's going to be a little bit catastrophic when it comes down to trying to get a push going and building momentum. Cal finds himself a second as Fidel will fall, and that is just going to be a full retreat sounded for Shroud X, as it looks like a couple players will be able to make their way out, keep themselves alive. Nook not getting staggered, but already over a minute going to be bought here for Envy on the defense.
Yeah, now Envy, they're going to have the deadly ult cycle here, because Shroud X is going to look to try to remove some ults early, potentially from Envy, hope that they don't have to deal with the Speedily backline race to the Omega Hurricane. And that's just the hard part, right? Of, okay, we don't want to lose any picks as we come forward, and we also need to trade ults really effectively to make sure that Speedily just doesn't get to drop a free Hurricane on us again and again and again. So they rounded the corner, they're going to pop the God of Mischief, trying to find one, isn't going to find anyone with the Pharaoh Leaf there. Doom.
Speaking of again and again and again, that's maybe what Shroud X is going to be leaning on a little bit here. His Vision does have that ult at the ready, but here comes the Tornado diving in. HP bars not getting it taken down there. Are able to sustain, but as soon as that is gone, Cal just weaves in an arrow, finding Nook, and Dongmin will get picked off as well. Once again, the commitment comes in, but it's just swatted away here by Envy with a massive 5-ult investment, and Cal, yeah, shoot the echoes, get the kills.
And this is just right now the issue that Shroud have to run into, is that they just can't isolate anyone. They're not able to just like force anything out of Envy, so they have kind of the time to just wait, trade it out. That time even Speedily drops the Omega Hurricane to force out Strategy Ult so they can Cal pop it later because of the long sight lines. And look, Speedily at 60% to another Hurricane, 70. I mean, you just get so much damage here from that aura of Thunder, because you're just constantly just getting the damage boost. It's happening with the Goddess boost. So overall, just really tough here for Shroud X to just round the corner. Hope still happening here. And I think the problem right now for Shroud X is that they're just waiting to build a couple more ults, and the issue is Vision already down. They have the Strangling Prison, there's the Hurricane. I mean, that's another fight.
It is just brutality. Locked in position, no way to escape. Just Hit him with the wombo combos, and now looking for the full hold. 55 seconds remaining here on the attack for Shroud X. 3 ults built up at the moment. Nook nearly there. A lot of mischief, but it just feels like Envy has every correct answer, every correct read.
Yeah, I mean, we're in the last fight here. 30 seconds, Shroud X, 3 ults, about to be 5 on the board here. So they have some options. They're going to drop this Onyx section, hopefully try to find one. Not going to find any. Dogman just going down. I mean, I think that should, oh my lord.
Okay, yep, that should just about do it. 20 seconds remaining, still an opportunity for one reset, but now the staggers come in. Cal is just an absolute menace. He is immovable, he is indomitable, and he is, I think, maybe even deathless at this point, at least in this half of play. Good God, what a display put on. 3 seconds, looking for the touch, the swap. Looking for the portal, but it cannot be found in time. That is a full hold. Absolute perfection as Envy get themselves a 3-0 and now move forward into the money match.
Wow.
And Envy, I mean, they look fantastic. GB, I mean, I don't know if there's any team that, in your eyes, I think they're looking as hot as them currently in North America, but right now they're looking like the hotness.
Yeah, and you know, I mean, we saw like some hiccups in the road for this Envy team, but I think the more reps that this squad gets together, the better they become. And really, one of the things that I wanted to point out here, and obviously that sounds like very John Madden of me, but you know, it does make sense. It's like these guys, they're just only going to continue to get better the more they get these reps in. But something that I really do think was just awesome to watch was straight up just how the hell they played with that Storm and how much utility, how much they were forcing out of the hands of their opponents. Because the thing is, Storm pops the ult. And you know, like, it's not like you're not destroying everyone, but if you don't do anything about it, you could get destroyed. So you see all these like abilities, like the regenerative fields from the Lokis or whatever was out at that time to like try and give you some coverage. You got to pop it. You have no other choice. And then once that's cooled down, here comes Cal. And then while that's going on, Storm's probably got like 48% progress on ultimate again. It's vast. It's a really oppressive composition that I didn't expect. It's kind of cool.
And I think also part of it is just how the bans worked out. Maybe like just because both teams like prioritizing, like, we have to remove this hero like right off the bat. If the team maybe felt more confident, they could put more pressure onto that ban phase later. And additionally, I mean, it is just, I think I have to give a little bit of leeway, like we said, to Shroud X here coming in, because yes, that comp was really strong, but they came in last minute. Maybe we're prepped to show up for a match day after having a very long match weekend. Yeah, 5 minutes. 5 minutes before. Literally. So I am going to give a shout out to Shroud X for not only being like goats for showing up last minute and just like, oh yeah, we're going to come play when Sentinels unfortunately was not able to, but also being really willing to come in and likely not have a ton of warm up. So I feel like maybe a warmed up Shroud X could have been slightly different overall. I think this matchup, but definitely the composition for Envy was really strong. Speedily has been on Storm a lot, been on Flyers a lot, and looked really good on it.
Yeah, but once again, want to give a massive thank you to Shroud X. Last second coming in 5 minutes before we went live to play in this with a new format as well because of the Ignite format. So really, we're kind of just going on the fly. And I'm sure they're scrimming and they're practicing and they're getting ready for MRC and all the other things that are on the horizon. But still, we thank you guys so much, Shroud X, for hanging out with us. But that being said, let's go ahead and give our MVP to the man who lives by the beat of his own drum. It's Cal on the Hawkeye. That's right, because Cal decided, hey, I could use Hella. I could use something else here, but no, I want to bust out. I want to go back to season 1, the way it was when everyone hated Hawkeye. But it's not just a Hawkeye. He also had some moments there that we saw on the Wolverine too. So, you know, and Cal really just Avast is a man of wears many hats. And those hats are all very good at this video game.
At Hawk, is this true? At Hawkeye? Is this true? And I think overall, I mean, it definitely is, because Cal looked really good. Hawkeye, relatively untraditional, like non-traditional pick, what we've seen in the past from a lot of teams, but the damage potential is there, and it might even get stronger and better as we move to season 2.5. So if you have someone that can play Hawkeye really well, gonna be a threat. And I think just on this map in particular, on the Eagle Path, there's huge sight lines that you can abuse when you combine it with the Storms, where you're putting this constant pressure of just this ult tempo back and forth. Envy looked really good. And you know, Cal flexed. I mean, you said, like GB, that they're going to wear a lot of hats. They're wearing the Wolverine hat. They're wearing the Hawkeye hat. they're fine to wear like the Hella hat when possible, if necessary, right? Obviously one of their better picks. So they played a little squirrel girl even. So overall, Envy relying on Cal again and again and again to just be a really big difference maker for them.
Yeah, very well done. Cal, you are MVP. Achilleos, Cal almost gave you a heart attack with that Widow pick.
And you know, it's the one thing that made me lean a little bit more towards Speedily, but I couldn't deny it. You know, Cal's performance was just so damn good. I would love to see somebody unironically, not just for a first pick attempt, play the Widow, but I get it. Not going to be the strongest thing, but Envy, I mean, another familiar matchup here is
That's right.
as far as story orgs go, Envy versus 100 Thieves.
And the finals of the Shroud Gauntlet as well, where Envy won 3-0. But remember, that was Fearless Rules, different gauntlet. It was also 4 days later. So we'll see. We'll see, you know, how everything plays out. It's right, Avast, like, because, you know, that was a gauntlet in more ways than one. So, you know, you got to factor in, like, you know, exhaustion, the time, all that stuff. Now we got these two squads, I would say, you know, as fresh as grass here, getting ready to go. Might actually lead to pretty damn competitive matchup. What do you think before we head to the break?
I think you should be excited because, like you said, fatigue is big, especially when we run for very marathon matches. And everyone should be pretty fresh here. Envy, obviously, I wouldn't say they necessarily breezed through Shidex, but it was a pretty fast match. So I don't think they should be necessarily feeling like, oh, we just came off a marathon matchup right here going into this. So it should be relatively fresh. Remember, they're also boot camping ahead of DreamHack. So they're all together. They're playing together. They're all in a room together, which is something that a lot of teams, I don't think they have, outside of like FlyQuest and 100 Thieves. A lot of teams in North America really aren't in that situation. And this is a new one for Envy as well that can help them maybe level up even a bit more, which is kind of scary to think about. So this match should be ideally a banger.
Yeah, I'm excited. We're all going to take a second, get things all ready to go. On our end here, we've done our business. But by the way, while we have this break, real quick, I do want to say you can go to rivalsfightnight.com. Why don't you go ahead and sign up to our giveaway? Okay, because we're giving away a Intel Core Ultra 9 285K CPU. And when you open the box, it says it just like that. Literally sounds exactly the same. So you want to go ahead and check that out. Sign up there. Also, help us get to 10K followers here on the Twitch channel. Okay. Also, if you want some subs, drop some subs. I don't know. Give us money.
Support the grassroots esports, baby.
That's right. Support the way esports was supposed to be. Speaking of, though, we got a big matchup coming up next. It's Envy going up against 100 Thieves. Our money match along the way. Rip and tear. And we'll see you on the other side. Welcome back, lovelies, to Rivals Fight Night here. Of course, big shout out to our friends over at Intel. Once again, if you want to sign up, get yourself an awesome Intel CPU, why don't you head on over rivalsfightnight.com. Check the widget down below. Do all the stuff. It's super easy. Trust me, it will take you not even like 2 minutes of your time, and you could do it in another tab. Look at that technology. What a time to be alive. Am I right, everyone? Of course, from the current man yapping at you, I'm Golden Boy. You can see because the nameplate underneath my name. You got Achilleos and Vast here as well. Achilleos and Vast. Ooh, I actually like that. Achilleos and Vast. That's going to be your
Achilleos
new.
And Vast.
You're no longer of Vast. You are.
No, you're vast. You're just vast.
You're just very wide. You're large. You're, you know.
Shout out.
I feel like I'm taking all the hits. I'm taking all the hits in the duo. In the duo name here. It's me taking all the guts.
Unquantifiable.
I just called you vast. You are a vast man. I don't know. I think it's sounds cool. Anyway, guys, we got a great matchup that's going to kick off here. The finals, rematch finals of Shroud Gauntlet. Envy going up against 100 Thieves. And last time they played against each other, Envy got the 3-0. But this time around, things are a little bit different. We're not doing the Fearless Draft format. It's not late into the evening, so fatigue shouldn't be an issue here, although Envy did just play. So we'll see how this pans out. But let's what team we're going to start off with here first? Let's see. Why don't we throw a graphic up? Let's see what we got here. It's Envy. All right, Envy's first. And we just saw this team take it to Shroud X. Of course, Shroud X filling in last second, but you can't, you still got to call it what it is. They looked absolutely phenomenal. Cal and Speedily, that combination has been deadly avast, and it feels like this Envy team is finding their rhythm with these new additions.
They are. I mean, they're in the groove. The groove. Not only they found it, they're deep in the rhythm now. I mean, at this point, they're locked in. Like, they're extremely locked in. I think Envy is a team to beat, and I mean, they are now also one of the only teams that are physically on location, like boot camping, obviously, for DreamHack. So this is something that a lot of other squads haven't gotten. The other teams are teams like 100 Thieves, right? 100 Thieves, they were together. They got to go to the practice facility for them and use the Tostito bathrooms or whatever the name whatever the name of it is. And so I think overall, like, I do think this is Yeah, they got those. You know, they're like the Totino's pizza roll, like bathrooms or something, like whatever it is.
Really?
There's no
Damn.
shot.
Yeah, man. Yeah,
Honestly,
yeah. I'm not kidding. I'm not
It's a
kidding.
good sponsor. It's a good sponsor because let me tell you, it's true. No, that's okay. Interesting stuff there. And then they can that's where they can have their conversations in team meetings.
Now I don't know if it's the bathroom that's specifically sponsored by Totino's. I'm gonna be honest.
I mean,
I think it's
whenever
like a
I eat
practice.
Totino's
You
pizza
should.
rolls, I inevitably end up in a bathroom. So it makes sense. It's just, you
And
know,
look,
food goes in.
We're not
not
getting
an
into
insult.
Totino. That's fair.
No.
That's fair. Okay.
Wait, I want to be very clear here. That's not an insult, okay? That's a feature.
Oh, no.
All right, it's a part of the experience. And
That's just
when
the
you
human experience.
Exactly. It's just a human experience, baby, one way or another. So there you have it. Envy. They're playing on location, and it's going to be problematic for their opponents here. They are your RFN defending champs. You got 100 Thieves. And this team, well, when we saw them on RFN Achilleos, they looked phenomenal. But honestly, across the board, you got a lot of players here. I mean, Terra in particular, I really, really like what that individual can do and just the variety that he provides for this team with all the different heroes he could play.
I mean, across the board, it's a very stacked lineup that you have here for the side of 100 Thieves. But yeah, I mean, you know, you could, as we're talking about, there's all these other factors you can kind of take into account. You can make caveats for the Shroud Invitational, but at the end of the day, they're going to be looking for revenge. They're going to be looking to not have Envy get the win, but especially not in a sweep fashion. And I think that coming in fresh, being able to watch Envy from that opening set, they're gonna have a better idea of like, okay, this is how Envy's looking to try to, you know, play things out ahead of the patch. This is what maybe we can expect as we get into the draft. And then, you know, they have a little bit of added time to try to piece together their strategy.
And speaking of the draft of Vass, this is going to be 100 Thieves' first time that we get to see them with the Ignite draft. And as we saw with VP, they had a different interpretation from what Team One and their opponents were actually figuring out on their end, right? When they had played, when Peps and them had played earlier. So 100 Thieves could have a different read on the situation. And given what you know about the team, do you think you're going to be seeing some, you know, I would think we're going to be seeing meta picks for sure, like Human Torch going right away. But do you think they're going to try and prioritize to protect some of these heroes that maybe their duelists might want to prefer?
Definitely. I think this is a team that's also been, I would argue, like sort of resistant to some of the new meta choices to a degree, where they've definitely embraced Emma Frost, but they've really loved to say on their duelist side, like, let's keep playing Winter Soldier rather. Let's keep playing Hela. Those are two picks that they really like to trend towards overall. So I do think it may be for them that they're going to try to like potentially, and also Groot. I mean, they want to play Groot, so they're fine to potentially like, let's protect a Groot, or like, let's just not ban it right away. I think that's one of the things that for them, they might want to match Envy in those departments, right? Of playing Groot, protecting Winter Soldier, keeping Hela on the field here, where Envy maybe they play a little bit more esoteric, more flyer oriented. And 100 Thieves are like, no, we want to have the Hela, we want to have Delina on the Hela potentially, but they're still fine to play a lot of other picks, to play some Wolverine, to play some other things, but those are definitely something that's going to be a bit different for them compared to, let's say, what Shroud X did.
Yeah, we're going to see some uniqueness with this one for sure, Achilleos, and you know, however, 100 Thieves have their read on it. What do you think so far of the Ignite format? 'Cause this is new, and this is what we're going to be seeing in MRC.
Yeah, I think it's great, honestly. I've really been liking this quite a bit, just having that added flexibility, you know, being able to really work around what you think your opponent's strengths are, protect the things that you really want to bring to bear, rather than, you know, just fully excluding or fully securing picks in the set. I think it's a really interesting and creative draft style. The Fearless one, like I said, I still want to check that out, because I think that, you know, Rivals is at a point where you have more than enough characters to be able to use Fearless. So I'd be curious if that's something that kind of cycles back around for other tournaments in the future as well, because I think Fearless, we've been seeing it cropping up more and more across a bunch of other different esports. And I think that overall it's settled in really well. But I'm really liking the Ignite setup, but it still does lend itself to just seeing Human Torch getting it double banned.
yeah. But hey, I'm okay with Human Torch getting double banned here, because, you know, he's kind of really strong. You know, he's a powerful hero right now.
He is very strong. And like I said, my current theory as well for a lot of these squads too is that, especially because Envy has played a lot of Human Torch in the past and they've been pretty good at it, is I think these teams are preparing for the new patch, where there might be some changes coming through, especially with the team ups. So maybe we're going to start practicing a little bit differently. Is my particular theory that's ongoing for that right now. Is okay, Emma Frost now gone for both, so it's not technically a global, well, it is global now because both of them has banned it, so there is not going to be an Emma Frost on the field, and group protected role squads, which is something that we talked about a bit earlier. 100 Thieves, they definitely like to prioritize playing a bit more Groot than some of the other squads, and Envy obviously have been pretty comfortable with Window on the Groot, so probably going to be seeing a little more Groot v Groot.
Ooh, this is matching pretty much beat for beat here.
I think it's a mirror
we'll see,
matchups in my Rivals Fight Night.
Not at all. We'll see, though, what Envy elects to protect here, and it's going to be the Loki. So they'll keep that Loki in play. And on the other side, 100 Thieves. Now, this is where you get a little interesting, where things kind of shake up a little bit, right? And the Adam Warlock is going to go, so you're not going to really get that Star-Lord revive. Mantis revive, not going to be a factor there either. But Loki
This might
is
just be
going to get
another
protected.
Adam Warlock ban. It might just
Could be Adam Warlock.
be mirrored the whole way down.
Envy doesn't like to play they don't play that much triple res from what I can remember, and I don't think they've typically, like, no one really loves playing into it that much often. Like, it is a kind of a frustrating comp at times to play into, just because how long the fights can run, and also how so many threats you have to deal with, especially with the changes to Adam Warlock, where he's getting more live stream up for the critical hits. So, I mean, it might just be a full mirror across the board for these squads. I mean, depends on the map, obviously, but these teams definitely have I would say, a little bit more similar style comparatively to, you know, something like Shroud X indeed.
Yeah, we'll see whether or not that similarity will work out to the favor of Envy, who have already gotten a couple of reps in here and only seem to be getting better with this, with speedily being added to the rotation. Meanwhile, 400 Thieves, you know, my big takeaways when I was watching those guys were really like how well they play. Like, well, firstly, you had a Vinny who, you know, Vinny was just, the amount of times you were seeing that combo of TTK and Vinny shine on the Vanguards might be the possibility here. But of course, though, as we see Cal still sticking with that Hawkeye. Okay, fellas, let's see how this plays out. Floor is yours.
All righty.
They must be loving it.
Thank you very much, GB. I mean, and why would they not after how it all went? Standard Jeff opener. Just get the team boosted out the gate here. As, yep, Cal, you're with this speedily with that Storm. So 100 Thieves again, opportunities to watch the previous series, anticipate this, and now look to counteract it. They do have Delana, of course, with that Hela to try to do so.
And I do think also, you know, with their reliance on the rather go to the Hawkeye here, I think it's also just something they're prepping for 2.5, but we can talk about that later, because right now Envy just continuing the pressure, a little bit of poking here, just letting the Storm do her work, as Cal gonna find one immediately. Oh boy, that's a big pick.
SJB taken down. Well, that should be the cap, just about ready to come through. A little bit of a contest. 100 Thieves trying to maintain control, but ultimately have to backpedal, and Envy
very nothing burger
go ahead
fight.
With the first lockdown.
Kind of a nothing burger fight there. Kind of just both squads just looking at each other. Cal gets a pick, and everyone's like, okay, we're going to leave now. We're just going to wait. 100 Thieves are going to be holding on to the God of Mischief, so they built out a little early off the poke. That's coming out here because Envy is going to be putting out a lot more damage just because of this aura of thunder that's out in the Storm. So now Envy holding on to the point, just making sure they're trying to poke, maybe got another pick. 100 Thieves on it, into the point.
Yep, bit of an isolation here. Onto Window, nothing that he wasn't used to after the previous series. Does manage to escape, backpedaling, and now just sending down the prison, and that's immediately going to be a terrible picked apart as the rest of the team ends up getting it destroyed. Solid little reply here, Envy saying, oh, you think you're starting the fight? No, no, no.
So Envy popping 2. Gonna have the Hunter side here. They're going up for Cal. So 4 ults in the bank. I mean, pretty equivalent ult banks right now. So for Envy, you can feel really confident here because you can play it slow, control the chokes, go for the poke. 100 Thieves, the answer here. Okay, I was about to say, like, if you're going to stick on this, they need to maybe swap. Okay, they're going to stay. They're going to go to the Storm. They're like, okay, let's have a double flyer v flyer, get some aura of our own. A little bit of an aura trade going on here. Not aura loss or gain, but rather just an aura neutral situation.
A net neutral.
Always good. Yeah, very net neutral, right. I'd say. Very, very net neutral.
Trying to push forward Nero. Some early damage going to be suffered there. Live here for the moment. It's the Meteor Ram going in deep, but not finding much purchase efforts to the side of TTK. Now Kraken going to be drawn out. Up and over the top goes terrible, but Nero, rather, it's going to be Month with the dupe there on the ultimate. Just goes ahead and keeps everybody covered up. Storm into the back. Just going to go ahead and wreak some havoc here with that Hurricane. As Shapik does manage to get taken down. Vinny with a trade onto Speedily, but that's the only casualty he really suffered thus far. Blue's getting juggled around just a little bit, but he's got the rest of the team behind him. 100 Thieves are staved off, and that is going to be a perfect opening round here from Krakoa going to the way of Envy.
And Envy played, I mean, we talked a lot, I think, in their match versus Tradex, like, oh, they're backline, they're duelists. But once again, always something else that's so strong about this team, and something that's really, especially with the addition of Window, I think kind of anchoring this lineup now, is how good the Vanguard line is too, and how clutch Kaluj can be, in particular, like finding that pick with the Meteor M through the invisible boundary. So important there for your Magneto player to be kind of one of those factors that can burst through all that healing. So it's a good find. It opens it up. And Envy just playing this very slow style, right? I don't want to say they're playing extremely explosive. They're playing like this very slow style where they want to trade ults effectively, wait for picks, and then just like come back in with a Storm ult later. And it's something that's a little bit different, I think, that we've seen from a lot of teams where there's so much like death brawl, so much divey aspects in the current meta. Envy playing a lot slower, I think, around this Hawkeye Storm currently, and it's paying dividends.
Really is, and it's all just a bit of a snowball from that one opening pick from Cal. See if he's going to be able to find another one here. Thieves can dodge the arrows. Boost out, and do have a lot of changes here for 100 Thieves. So Cloak and Dagger into the mix back over onto the Hela, but it's not for Delana. They're going to be bringing that Psylocke out here, so a bit more of a dive focus with hitting on that Captain America as well. They're going to try to do what Shroud X was unable to do, which is get on top of Cal and actually find the picks.
I like the idea a lot here too, because a lot of teams have been prioritizing Cloak and Dagger with the Terra Cape just to like get vulnerability, so you can burst down a target really quickly, especially like the Groot, maybe even if you can just find them, but not if you're losing picks very early to Cal.
Yeah, well, it's going to be terrible this time around, ending up getting first blooded. Psylocke going to be noted. Dash away out towards safety. Delane does manage to stay alive here for the moment, but is very much noted on that flank. Clear out on some of the dupes here. And then ultimately, it's Envy once again in firm control to start.
And you really need to be on the lookout here for SJP to just like hit this vulnerability, this purple vulnerability, the Terror Cape. That's kind of like going to be the go signal a lot for the 100 Thieves, because they're just trying to just make sure we can set up as, okay, Freedom Charge going to be used, get a lot of the movement speed and the bonus health for the squad, just treat as another strategy ult there for 100 Thieves.
Taking a while to try to close that gap. Delana opening up with the ult there. It's cutting through, but Nero's ultimate widely mitigating a lot of it there, so Delana not able to find too much value on the back end. Now, Prison goes out from window, locks him in for the Meteor M to go ahead and get the slam dunk, as SJP and Delana will both get taken down. Looking for a little bit more here. Just point blanking with the arrows, trying to get this elimination. It will be speedily to come away with it there, as RV does get taken down, and TTK is getting staggered. This is brutal. Oh dear God! Show some mercy.
They're running. I mean, oh Lord, he's running. He's going off the edge finally, but that's I mean, that's an insane stagger. It's like 15,
so
20%.
much time bought.
That's a 15-20% stagger at least in terms of time bacon. Again, Kaluj, I have to call out, gets value with the Meteor M through the support ults there for 100 Thieves. That's so important again for your Magneto to be getting that sort of value. This Cal just, okay, if he had hit that, I would be like, okay, wait a minute, sus. Like,
yeah.
we're gonna have to maybe pause this one a bit. Just do a, like admin, ref, do something. Yeah. But right now,
Isaac, hello.
Yeah, Envy still in control of the point, gonna have two ults. Delana again trying to get behind. And Terra, I mean, trying to find some sort of flank, just been pretty quiet so far on the Hela. Both these duelist picks for Thunder Thieves just not finding a lot of value.
Still just needs so much more pressure to go in. Delana just cannot get this done by themselves, and Vinny was held at bay. It's looking like back-to-back perfect rounds. This guy's death is not going to be contesting much of anything. Does get some good, decent damages. CTK, okay, comes away with 2 kills. Gives them an opportunity to at least get this flip and get some percentage built up. Still, though, presence from Envy on the point, but Window not quite going to be able to hold this one out, so the flip is there. So 100 Thieves in control, not going to be back-to-back perfects, not going to be, you know, going out without a fight.
The caster curse. The caster curse already. You brought it here.
What can I say?
It's immediately, but Envy, I mean, they did a good job. I mean, 99, so now the 100 Thieves have to play perfect, right? Because not only do you have to win every fight, but you have to win it without over-investing your ults. And that's like the other problem, too, is you're playing against 2 different timers, both the bank and your ult bank. So currently Envy just going to be looking for the recontest. They're going to have 5 ults on the board here. I mean, knowing Envy, they're probably just going to commit. They're just going to commit because they have the ult tracking. They know 100 Thieves committed a lot there for the last fight. So they're going to move in here pretty
aggressively. Probably just send it.
Yeah.
Oh, they get Delana out of that stealth. Dash over the side. Does manage to go ahead and avoid these follow-up arrows. So Kill not going to be coming through quite just yet. Survives that ultimate on the side lock, about to be online. Vinny going with the rush as Harvey does manage to find one. Speedily going to be taken down. Meteor M looking for the drop down, but Nero again just going ahead, hiding the team away here within the veil, keeping them protected, answering Meteor M out. Kaluj unable to find too much of anything there. A lot of ults going to be exchanged. Prison still online for Window. Only one to really speak of at the moment here for the side of Envy is Delena opening up once again, trying to see if this time they can get a little bit more value. SJP going to be taking down Nero. Does end up getting traded. 1-for-1 though, as far as the back line is concerned. But Envy, that overtime starting to bleed down. 100 Thieves lost control, and Delena is now picked apart as well as Terrible. Things getting worse and worse here for the side of 100 Thieves. A little bit of occupation on the point, but they just do not have the throughput on the heels. And that will be that 2-0 eventually coming through as Envy open up looking for yet another sweep.
And I think 100 Thieves here, the swaps were cool. I like the ideas. I'm like, okay, we're going to use the Terror Cape, get vulnerabilities. We're going to split. We have the Captain America as well to give us a little bit more pressure. But Envy, just so good at protecting the backline, protecting Cal. And also Cal is just hitting every headshot. I mean, Cal is just like absolutely doming people when they go for the engage. It's truly disgusting. His head
on a swivel the whole time.
Yes, he's watching the whole time.
Always moving. So like you never had an opportunity for Delena to like actually get in there and do anything because he constantly was just sussing it out and he never really needed to leave past the area where he was already posted up to begin with because 100 Thieves were never in a position to challenge because the back line was so well protected. Oh man, it was so well played. Everything that Envy did there, Avast, I loved it.
They're just, I mean, they're pulling out another look for them. This is a look that they didn't even necessarily use for the Shroud Gauntlet for some previous Rivals Fight Nights. And again, I feel like this is, it's scary because this is like, Hawkeye isn't buffed, but he's getting buffed again in Season 2.5, which will be the patch that will play on, you know, kind of moving forward. And I mean, this is just insanity. It's just truly insanity. They're going to pull out this look already, potentially, before that buff has even gone live. So, Envy potentially leading the wave.
Yeah, they really are. Before we move on, though, want to let everyone know we're really close to 300 entries on our Intel giveaway. If you're watching the show right now, you're enjoying what we're doing over here. The easiest way for you to support us is to let the people who are, you know, supporting this event know that you care about them and what they are doing for us. Do you see how that works out? So anyway, all you got to do is go on to rivalsfightnight.com. You scroll down, you click on the little widget there. It takes you to the gleam.io website, and all you do is just you tick the little boxes. I literally just did it. It's a couple of seconds. Don't worry, if I win, it's not a big deal. But you know, because we're not going to win. But you know, I did the whole thing just to see how easy it was. So this way, I'm not lying to you guys. Okay, it's so simple. All right, so just go there, do it, sign up right now, and you'll be good to go. Also, Twitch subs will get a bonus on the entries as well. You get an extra 5 tickets on your entry. So if you're subscribed to the channel, maybe you just got a brand new gifted sub courtesy of Finzi or, you know, what was it, Davis? You know, then you might be covered and good to go. All right, Envy up in this one, 1-0. Achilleos, what does 100 Thieves need to do now as we get ready for map 2?
Be concerned is maybe the answer that I would
Okay, there's some feedback. Yeah, okay.
Look, it's an opening map. Playing control. At the end of the day, you can obviously bounce back from this. They're going to have their map selection. They can go to where they're going to find their strengths and where the strengths of the come from Envy maybe aren't quite as pronounced. The problem is, for me, you had time to kind of like look at this and try to dissect it, and it's not even on the buff patches.
But they did, though.
Avast is talking about,
they looked at it,
and they still look so good.
Yeah. Oof. That's the rough part
for me,
about it.
I don't know. Also, what is it? I think that especially if you're going to be playing like a Vanguard or a tank in any game, maybe don't have 3 letters as your name, because TTK getting staggered like that, it just made me, it threw me back to the days of FRD getting absolutely bullied. And I'm like, maybe it's just having 3 letters be your name. Maybe that's just the punishment. That could be what it is. It's just a curse, and it leads to getting staggered and bullied.
If you're going to use like just letters for your name, just do like 4 or 2. You know, although most websites don't allow you to
3
put
is
2
the curse
letters
number.
2 would be hard.
Yeah, 2 would be a little difficult.
I mean, not seeing that too often overall, so I do think that's not going to be possible. And I don't think the pain ends here for Degree for 100 Thieves, because Yggdrasil Path. We just saw them play Envy play against Shroud X. They looked really good on this Hawkeye comp there as well. Very long sight lines to deal with. This is the Hella map in many ways. Like Yggdrasil Path, one of the best Hella maps. So if 100 Thieves want to try to force that again, I feel like when we look at this, we talked a lot like, oh, the dive wasn't happening. It was also a really, really quiet game for Terra, who was playing. And now, granted, Delena has typically been like the Hella player for this squad, but Terra can play it.
Terra's been stepping up.
Yeah, he's been
lately.
looking great. He's definitely putting a lot of flexibility. So I think for 100 Thieves, it's now a question of, okay, if you know that Hawkeye might be coming out again, we need to make sure those duelists aren't going to remain quiet here, because the duelists just felt like they weren't getting a lot of value there for 100 Thieves.
Oh man! All right, well, here we go.
Gone again.
Oh wait, well, what do you know? What are the chances?
We should probably should we even call it out at this point when they just like global ban the inventory?
I think
like,
we should
whatever.
just accept
Just remove a ban from everybody,
Yeah.
and no one will play Human Torch. Like, this is basically the way to go. I think this is. I think, unfortunately, for 100 Thieves, likely to end up following a somewhat similar trajectory to what we had seen in the previous map, and it just feels like Envy's in such a strong position that somebody needs to innovate, but figuring out what that innovation is to stop the draft from just basically repeating and giving Envy exactly what they want is really difficult.
Well, there's an easy option. You can ban
Star-Lord.
the Hawkeye.
I think Star-Lord, it might be a good option, but the problem is that you'd want that res back, right? You'd want Adam Warlock.
I mean, not necessarily. You can play it without it. Like, especially if you have Invisible Woman. Like, Luna Snow typically is ideal because you want the Snowflake. But if you have Invisible Woman, you still have the Guardian Shields. You can make that work. I mean, to me, it just feels like the most obvious pick is like, well, if you don't want to play against Hawkeye, just ban the Hawkeye, right?
That's true. Yeah.
Just like,
Sure.
let's remove the Hawkeye. Obviously, it's not like ideal to have to use a ban for that, but like, what else are you going to use it for here? If you feel like you're getting crunched and it's not working out. Now, it was only the first map. It is the first of 3. So maybe 100 Thieves is going to be cooking someone up here, because Envy, obviously, they're not going to swap up their bans. Like, their bans are looking essentially the exact same here. They're not going to really change anything too much.
Yeah.
And it's just a matter of, does this end up being a Hawkeye ban to try to round it out? Because, I mean, if you do, even though you mentioned of us Envy not really a team that goes for, goes for Adam Warlock, maybe you still want to take that off the table, but it will remain open for them. It's going to be Invisible Woman as the final ban.
Yeah, another like meta strategist that's really good. That's not a bad choice,
I think it's actually a pretty good choice. I'm going to be,
Nero was getting
thought.
big value.
Yeah, go ahead, son. Yeah, Nero was getting a lot of value.
He was denying a ton of those engagements from 100 Thieves just by simply putting up the ultimates. It was like, okay, you're going to Meteor M. Well, now you don't know where anybody is. You're going to engage with a Psylocke. You can't see anything. So Nero was doing very well to counteract them. So I don't mind this as a target. But again, it's, can you get on top of Cal? Can you shut down the Hawkeye?
Well, here's where I think the big brain portion comes out. With both Luna Snow and Invisible Woman gone, those are both the 2 best pocketers for flyers. And guess who's been playing a lot of flyers? It's Speedily. So if you don't have the strategist you need to necessarily hard pocket a flying composition here, right? Like, probably the next best is you should have a Mantis, which you see Nero right now on the Mantis. We'll see if that actually comes to pass. But those are the 2 best in terms of enabling just flyers to get a lot of health, get a lot of sustain. So maybe that's 100 Thieves' option here is like, okay, instead of us targeting the Hawkeye, we're going to target the flyer comps for Speedily.
3, 2, 1.
Alrighty. Well, back on to
Yeah, well, nope,
Tell you?
not quite.
I'm like,
I was
all right,
hoping the
GB,
Widow-
hope you didn't
the-
step away.
No, I'm right here. I was hoping the Widow pick was wanted to see what would happen there.
I think it's going to be
Well,
opening
it's
shot
probably still going to be
again,
happening. Yeah, it's opening shot. They have the Mantis, right? I do think it's probably going to be, or sorry,
Just
that's
a
rather
shot
on
and
Envy.
see.
Yeah, that's just going to be a shot, I think, of the Mantis. Just get some of the allied inspiration, the damage boost from her, and then just make the swap off. Which, I mean, I guess we'll see what the let's check our production chat. What's the issue here?
Yeah.
Nope.
Maybe-
So far, we're just seeing Tostino's jokes. There's a lot of Tostino
a
jokes.
photo of,
Yep.
of Totino's
Lot of-
pizza rolls.
Yeah, that's us doing work right there.
And I will say again, just in case, I don't want to cause any offense. So if anyone from 100 Thieves and especially Totino's is watching, I think they're delicious. I can't buy them in Korea. Totino's, if you want to hook me up, please, I will devour.
A brother up. Look, years ago, I did a Totino's gig for Twitch where only thing we had to eat on site was Totino's pizza rolls. And it was a great day. I
sounds
had
like a
a
good
blast.
gig.
And we were also on this mechanical bull that was actually a couch. We were on a couch that was on like a mechanical bull setup, and we're playing games and eating like pizza rolls and stuff while jumping around. And it was honestly one of the more entertaining gigs I've ever done. I jiggled a lot that day.
How many pizza rolls can you fit in your mouth while riding a mechanical bull?
Yeah, and then let me tell you, felt those pizza rolls when I got to the airport that night. Oh, that was still a story to this day that my wife likes to tell everyone. So
ZP wants me to get called out. ZP's in the production chat trying to call me out here, but I will call him out. Yes, one of my former co-casters, Wolf, does have his own pizza brand, frozen pizza brand here in South Korea. They're not rolls. They're different.
You don't know about that?
It's not the same. They're not bite-sized. I can't shove 5 of them into my face at the same time.
It's a full-size pizza. Yeah, it's a Wolf pizza.
Yeah,
it's the Wolf American pizza, man, in Korea. Yeah. He's got that.
Oh, dude, Wolf has a food empire out here, GB.
Wait, what?
I said empire. He has three food
He's got
products.
3 products. He's got 3 products.
They have a budae-jjigae, which is the Korean military stew kit that you could buy. And then the thing that he wanted to do, because he was right, there's not really any good frozen pizza in Korea. He wanted to make a good option for frozen pizzas. So his company, they got together.
There it is.
Here's the photo.
He's got his face, yeah.
And I gotta say, it's
crazy.
It's good. Like, it is genuinely good. I'm not trying to just shill for a friend. Like, I was like, okay, I would buy this in the States over a lot of other brands.
I'm so proud to see my friend do something so cool, and I had no idea. Wow, that was awesome. All right, well, let's go ahead and do something else that's cool here. Watch some Marvel Rivals. Fellas, take it away.
Thank you very much. All right, well, not sure what the issue was. Either way, it gets dealt with relatively quickly.
Nero's headset died.
Oh,
Nero's headset died.
It's one of those.
Thank you, Fast, for starting the game.
Yep, cheers for that. I almost had my mouse die as well at the start of this one, but luckily I got my cord right here. Either way, onto the attack now. Still a little bit of a flyer, as we will have a Star-Lord coming out here for the side of Speedily, and he almost dies. Does manage to go ahead and cut back, though, limit testing a little bit.
He's tap dancing like the bullfrog, you know? He's about to go, hello, my baby, hello, what's up? He's
Hello.
to do that. 100 Thieves, though, I mean, they're moving forward. Gonna be holding strong here. And right now, Envy, I think when they're playing this flyer competition with Speedily, we talked about, like, okay, they root the 2 best strategists. If Speedily's able to stay up this whole time while getting pocketed, this is a really good omen for Envy.
Oh, but this is an ult being used there by Terra, and Vinny taken down. They at least do get the trade, but Electric Legend now going to be invested here. Speedily looking for some eliminations, and that's going to be Harvey taken down, looking for a bit more. SJP dead by Kalush's hands, and all of them zoned away, as maybe it's another headset death. I don't know.
It's a great question. I mean, so far, if we're going to reflect upon it, though, I will say Speedily's getting this much value from Star-Lord without a Discord. And now it's a Discord problem, perhaps? Discord's going down? Okay. I'm not quite sure, but apparently we're starting back up again, so we're back. So all's well. Maybe, you know, it's just the Tech Pause Central, honestly. Currently just Tech Pause Central's Window. We're going to see Window walking on back here. What a point of view.
Yeah, great POV as the cart glides forward. Solid ult there from Speedily, just able to turn the tides and get the breakthrough. And immediately Terra, when you saw the swap now over onto the Winter Soldier, not going to be sticking with that Moon Knight.
Which is a dangerous pick. Very dangerous pick. It's something I didn't even have a chance to talk about because Moon Knight got buffed. You have a lot more ability to just like burst through people. It's something that Moon Knight's been really good at always with the hand of Khonshu. But into a flyer comp, not going to be that beneficial. Is Terra already down to Cal?
Yeah, and I kind of mentioned this, the Adam Warlock being left open. Do they play it? The answer was absolutely. And, well, Cal able to find the kill, and immediately that's just going to be a trade up as Nero finds another. Delena has not been having a great day on the hell up. Right back into the spawn room, and similar scenes as point A, as Envy has all of 100 Thieves contained in a side room away from the point.
And nearly 6 ults here for Envy. 6 ults, about to be 6 ults over 100 Thieves, so relatively large ult fight coming up here. Retest gonna happen when he makes their way on out.
Coming over the top once again. Legend in play. Meteor M dropped in, and that's just going to be Vinny dead to rights. No way to try to bail him out. Invisible Woman ultimate not really doing too much there. For the side of SJP is Terra trying to go for the resets here into the back line. Has a cow, and oh man, that's just going to be the double pump coming through as the Goddess of Death layered in on top. Helps find a little bit more. So finally, one team fight here for the side of 100 Thieves. They get some stability just in front of point B as the reses now start coming through at the same time though. Envy want to get right back over onto the cart. So in around the back, now having to fight their way out of the choke though is going to be maybe a little bit rough, but Cal does still have that res.
Yeah, I mean, they're really, really split here. Sure, we've essentially just set up with another fight. They've removed the ability to walk, pretty much the debuff of walking back response, but it saves them a lot of time right now. But they're pretty split, so they can't make it back in immediately. So they're going to have to use that cocoon. Make it right back up, but 100 Thieves still on the point. Great fight for them, and Envy trying to walk on in. Also the pressure here from the Starlo for Speedily.
They'll contain here for now. Some little chip damage coming through from the side of Envy. You can see these HP bars not finding too much stability on the side of 100 Thieves, but the Elena helps peel one back as that is going to be Window taken down. Sedation going to be coming through is up and over the top with the Legendary once again. Speedily is able to deliver kill onto Harvey, and this time Envy are very much trading up. Rez does come through from Delena. Put the Loki back into the mix, has the dupe at the ready for the ult, but Vinny is getting whittled away at. Walled off here on the choke. The cap eventually comes through. So 4 minutes remaining for Envy for the final stretch here of Yggdrasil Path.
Blue's dropping a eat there. So just a little friendly bans. And I feel honestly a little foolish, I'm not gonna lie, because I'm like, oh, they targeted the strategist, they removed Invisible Woman, they removed their slow. I said like, oh, Envy, they haven't played that much triple strategy. I'm like, wait a minute, Cal loves playing Adam Warlock. They love putting Cal at Adam Warlock because he does so much damage, and with those refreshers of the live stream, just so much healing now as well. As 100 Thieves having it back on up, Envy just chasing them down.
Has this changed your opinion on the draft?
Yeah, I think it has changed my opinion on the draft a bit, because I'm like, wait a minute, I forgot Envy loves they love triple strategists. They love this ability to play the res comps. And 100 Thieves finally able to make it out of spawn at least, and off a good force fix, gonna punish Speedily there a bit, who I believe will have a cocoon. No, maybe not. Yeah, there should be the cocoon for Speedily.
Seemed like it. Yeah, not being brought in. Either way, on the reaggress forward, looking to try to get some control. And this is going to be Window taken down as some resets here for Terra. Galactic Legend once again going to be opened up. Speedily looking to try to go ahead and turn the tides of this fight. Terra down to a sliver, now going to be finished off as Nero was able to find the kill. Meteor M dropped in, the main's coming through, keeping them protected here for the moment. Speedily once again dead, Rest back through. Adam Warlock things. There's Terra now going to be swapping over onto the Wolverine, trying to find some isolated picks, but Speedily just driving in, dancing on their heads. Harvey caught up, eliminated. Goddess of Death up and over the top. The Terrible does manage to find one. Window going to be broken down, so Cart for now going to be halted in control here of 100 Thieves, but there's still 2.5 minutes to work with here for Envy.
100 Thieves, though, finally stabilizing the Strangling Prison really good. And Envy just poking, prodding here for a bit, but they're not going to be able to push without the Groot. And the fact they're being so aggressive right now is actually a little bit of a disaster for them, because they're going to lose month. They really need to start backing up here, because this Groot is just putting so much forward pressure.
And Terra just coming in on the flank there, able to secure the kill onto Cal, so good amount of space once again afforded to 100 Thieves as we get some rollback on the carts. It's a little ways to go before they get this into a bit more of a comfortable position on the defensive side.
But already looking a lot better.
Fighting time.
Like a lot better compared to what we saw essentially earlier with Shroud X. Like, this is the comp that they feel really comfortable on. They love having Delena here to be able to play the hella Terra on the Wolverine as Galactic Legend used.
Once again, having that at the ready, nearly getting the catch on Terra, makes a swift exit back over to safety, joining in with the rest of the team. As everybody now gathering in around the cart, but Cal going to be picked apart. Huge opening kill for Delena. As we see, ult committed in. Try to obfuscate, and now Meteor M dropped down, but kill cannot be found. Pick is not there. Terra stays there for the moment into the back line, but health pack just playing around it. Speedily cannot find the kill fast enough. The reload costing it there as Delena stays alive. For now, cart control is still going to be maintained.
I think Speedily has a Guardian Shield there that might have gone a little bit different than they didn't have to use the woman. Is TTK gonna find Window and again just removing them. They're just gonna pop the Karmic Revival immediately here for Cal. Just like, we want our group back. We need him back.
Sends it. Speedily, there's the cocoon, able to bring him right back in. So still 6 players strong, just looking to try to stabilize these HP bars, which has still been a bit of a struggle, despite the fact that they do have 3 healers here in the mix. Once again, up and over the top, Speedily desperately trying to find something to open up, as there's the pop on the ult once again. Quickly going to be pinned down here onto the floor. Oh! Eliminated. Huge kill from Terra. What a nap.
You do not see the anti-air Wolverine too often there to deny the Galactic Legend. You do not see that. And going to find another leap here as well. Just denying the bubble Kalush, getting caught on the walls.
Does manage to keep that shield raised, protected for the moment, and it's just going to be a bit of an unfortunate casualty there. As Speedily caught up in the crossfire. Kalush now does get picked. As Terrible starting to take over the latter half here of this defense. 3 seconds remaining, still 2 players dead. Sun's on the 2 with Count back into the respawn room. That is going to be a successful defense here, the final stretch for 100 Thieves. Envy this time around looking like they're not going to be able to complete the map. Portal does come in from Speedily, trying to get them back over here. They're rezzed in, but it's all to no avail. That'll be the cleanup and the denial on the finish.
I mean, that was some style points coming out from Terra. I mean, Terra just making sure to hit that, deny that value, which that was going to be the opener, right? Because like, sort of with the triple res comp, you're relying so much on the ebb and flow of like, okay, we're going to farm a lot of ults. We have a lot of sustain. We go for some flank pressure, and if someone goes down, it's fine. We have a cocoon. Then Galactic Legend, rinse and repeat, and just finding that, deny it, so they didn't have any strategy ults up. They didn't have to commit anything. Just immediately lock that down. So 100 Thieves holding strong here for last on Virtus.pro path, and I mean, look at the final hits for Terra. 14 final hits, double the next highest there for Kalush. So I mean, just overall being kind of the difference maker again, and just 100 Thieves looking so comfortable on like this comfort comp for them, right? Of like the Wolverine, the Hela, you got a Groot, you got a Magneto. It's the 100 Thieves comp, man. I mean, this is their comp.
I mean, it's as many final hits as speedily as eliminations at the end of it there. Very solidly done. However, not out of the woods yet. I mean, we did see the slow up on the approach in the previous series. Stratex able to take the clock down. Envy made it to the end of the map. Then they pulled off a full hold on the defense. We'll see if that's going to be able to happen here. But this time around, obviously, comp's going to be a little bit different. They're not leaning into the Hawkeye. It's still going to be this Star-Lord.
The battle starts in 5.
Hey, 100 Thieves
3,
looking to
2,
be
1.
taking a map here versus Envy. Ideally be the first. Stratex could not do it. And obviously these squads, they've squared up a lot. Here recently, they've been staples of the North American scene. Just been sort of icons right now. Selena taking a little bit of poke here, gonna get healed up. And now we're here to the corner, the ever-present corner. Kilio is one of my favorite locations in every map of Marvel Rivals.
First corner. Well, we saw speedily living up to the name when it came down to the ult charge time. See how quickly they're going to be able to cycle these through. Need to be able to have them maybe even more quickly than what we were witnessing previously. As Terra diving in, gets that overshield, doesn't manage to go ahead and stay alive, dancing over the top. 22% left to go is already, it's going to be Harvey pulling the trigger here. Ultimate invested. Goes for the copy, and that's going to be Window taken down. Has been having a significantly rougher time here on this map compared to the entire first series. As Terra still a force to be reckoned with, looking to play anti-air once again, and with the help of Delana, they will get the alley-oop, and that is going to be a very fast push to A.
And Cal going down there late to the Delana there, just making sure that they're continuing to deny, get some more staggers. And 100 Thieves, they're looking really confident on this comp. It's something they've played a lot of in the past. It looks like when I get some more, they are going to find some more.
Already getting that kidnap. Window cannot survive. Terra is just an absolute menace. You're lobbed in here from Collusion, what feels like a bit of desperation, but it doesn't lead to anything at all. Cart control cannot be found. In fact, has to lose out on that high ground position. Prison comes through from Vinny, locks him in. Terra diving forward, shield gets popped. And just to survive, pick not yet found, but Terra still alive means that there's still a lot of concern here for the side of Envy. But once again, coming through, speedily up and over the top, looking to try to whittle away at these HP bars, but you similarly have the Goddess of Death in play for Delana, just holding them back and finding the pick as Month goes down.
Karmic Revival used to bring Month back, but it's so aggressive here in the front. Everyone gets hooked out. There's just the double-edged sword again of the Karmic Revival, where you go for this. You're down the heals. You're down the, you don't even have the soul stream. You don't have the ability to just like lock them down. And so now, 100 Thieves, they clean up everyone off that ult. They're going to take the stragglers too from the Karmic Revival. And it is just that those double-edged moments there sometimes when you pop that for Adam Warlock, where you're going to get caught slightly out of position. The reses are maybe not going to be exactly where you want them. And so 100 Thieves getting second here, continuing to train forward. Hold on to the God of Mischief, so the ult bank looking pretty decent. They might even get some staggers. You're coming out of this forward spawn.
Cart pretty far forward, but 5 minutes 20 to start here on the final stretch. That is brutal. Envy need to play this to absolute perfection, but 100 Thieves don't want to give him the opportunity. Vinny does get taken down, but the quick trade is there. The trade up is found as terrible. Jumping in, just carving them to mincemeat here. Looks for a little bit more. That is a wipe as 100 Thieves start off the last stretch of Virtus.pro path in the best way possible.
And you'd be hoping that Envy would be able to just deny a lot more than Wolverine value is occurring, because you have the Soul Bond here, which is denies pretty much a lot of the burst damage, keeps people up against all odds, distributing that damage for the Adam Warlock. But 100 Thieves doing such a good job of forcing out a lot of the cooldowns early, and then setting up Terra to find picks over and over and over again. As Vinny caught on the pillar here just a little bit, has to invest some walls just to back on up. Is going to make it out, but holding on to the Strangling Prison.
Managing to escape. Delana traded, but then there goes Speedily. So there goes all of your damage. Taken away. Real quick res. Bringing him back into the fight, but still going to be time loss on this defense as Starlord continues to get cycled in and out. Meteor is going to be popped here on both sides. TTK trying to survive, but Kalush kind of barrel stuff in there, just gets right up on top of him, managing to find that elimination, breaks down that front line a bit, and it seems like maybe the first real breath of fresh air here for Envy, as they do successfully shove back the players on 100 Thieves and get a little stagger onto Delana.
And last point of neutral path is one of the harder points to crack in general. Very, very defensible here. Still, 4 minutes just about on the board for 100 Thieves, so they're going to have plenty of time to try to crack this. They know where they have to push. It's a win condition, right? They didn't even get all the way in for Envy. So 100 Thieves can play it slow, can play it low. Like, they can just make sure, like, okay, let's trade out effectively. Is there a visible boundary invested already for SAP? 100 Thieves are trying to take some space.
Pushing up through that one, utilizing it to get on top of the car. All through here on the copy from Month. Trying to keep everybody sustained as they counter push forward. Vinny, well, not had too much vision, but still was able to find some very solid kills as once again Envy are just getting absolutely trounced. Nero dead as quickly as they re-arrived as Vinny is going crazy. Knocking him down, and now the push coming in. I mean, Speely's just having the worst time possible. Terra is just ripping them to shreds, and that's the push. Okay, this map done and dusted, ladies and gentlemen. As the casters like to say, we have a series on our hands. Tied up 1-1. That is not going to be another clean sweep here from Envy over 100 Thieves. We are now at least getting ourselves 4 maps, and we love that.
We do love that, and we do love the fact that 100 Thieves making some. It's not. I won't even say adjustments. It just they played a comp they played so much of already throughout their past. It's just like this is their bread and butter to a degree, and they made it work. I think even against a comp that theoretically has a lot of good counters with the Wolverine, specifically with the Adam Warlock. So you have options to just like soul bond it. But you see Terra's final hits, 23 final hits, and even Delina, who has always been obviously a menace on the Hela, contributing a ton there. This was just 100 Thieves constantly just denying Speedily value, setting up Terra to get leaps, to get the Pharaoh leaps over and over and over again. And it just happened repeatedly. 100 Thieves, this is a comp that they are always scary on.
Yeah, the Wolverine, whenever Terra has an opportunity to bust that hero out, tends to have a lot of value. And it's been trending upward for him in the last couple of games. So there's definitely an argument to be made that it's like, hey, maybe you just want to keep your boy on Wolverine, you know, give him the old Logan treatment, you know, Weapon X, so that this way he can just do his business. In any case, so great comic, by the way. Also, I do want to give a shout out to Hex for some of the worst Marvel lore facts that I've ever seen. And honestly, kind of offensive, but you know what? Hey, he's paying me, so I can't really do much about this. I can't call him out. I'm kidding, but of course, we're getting ready for map 3 here. As we said, it is going to be a series now, guaranteed game 4 here, as 100 Thieves managed to pick up that win. And hey, I think it's vast safe to say that, you know, this is exactly what we wanted, but it was not surprising to see 100 Thieves fight back the way that they have, because this is a team with a lot of talent.
I will say that pick on a Speedily was kind of surprising, shutting down the Galactic Legend with the Pharaoh Leap. That was a bit surprising, but other than that, yes, this is not that surprising. These guys have been dueling each other in the North America region now for a while, especially with their newest iteration of the Envy composition, been kind of powerhouses of the scene. So I do think if there's one team that's on the market that's always going to be available to potentially shut down Envy, it's going to be 100 Thieves. You know, they're just kind of North American royalty at this point when it comes to Marvel Rivals.
Yeah, they've been so good. The combination, the front line, Vinny, TTK, Delena and Terra on the duelist side, and then SJP and Harvey really just being everything that this team needs to keep them alive. Like 100 Thieves have always had, you know, especially recently, that we've been seeing some great results from them. But on the flip side of that, though, Achilleos, Envy, despite the loss, right? I mean, you're now going to be figuring this one out if you're Envy. How do you shut down Terra? But, you know, still, I mean, Envy, they've been playing a lot today. They've been looking good. And this is only just a bump in the road for them, it seems.
Yeah, I think this is going to be maybe a little bit of whiplash here for NV. I mean, granted, these teams are very well acquainted with one another. You suspect that when they're not competing against each other in tournaments, they're going to be very regular scrim partners. So I think, they know what 100 Thieves is capable of, but they're probably feeling a hell of a lot better about their chances after that first map, and also with how this Yggdrasil path had begun for them. Because, we were talking about it, me and Avast, it was looking like, okay, maybe the draft here from 100 Thieves wasn't as clean or as precise as it needed to be with what they were targeting, because we were seeing that huge spiral, that huge initial push coming through, but they were able to find their footing. They were able to really start to pick apart this, triple backline setup that Envy had going on. And I mean, a lot of that just had to do with this huge glow up compared to the first map from Terra.
Yeah, exactly. And, with Terra popping off the way that he did, marches 100 Thieves over to that first win. So we'll see whether or not 100 Thieves can keep the good times rolling here. Of course, as we had mentioned, this is a battle that we've seen a fair amount of times for 100 Thieves and Envy. So, both squads going to be very familiar with one another. This is a rematch of the Shroud Gauntlet as well. So already we're getting something a little bit different here, because that one was a 3-0 in favor of Envy. This time around, though, we're seeing a vast 100 Thieves step it up, and now I don't know what the map is going to be, what Envy is going to elect to pick here, but it's going to be Hall of Jalia. All right, so what could we be expecting here as we get ready for the maps, picks, and bans?
Flyers. Both
Flyers,
these squads,
Flyers.
I mean, in particular, like Envy, they really have been loving a lot of Flyers, especially as we saw in the previous series, so could be an option for that to come out, especially with our new ban system, like you talked about a bit, where we're not doing the Fearless Draft, obviously that was in the Shroud Gauntlet. We're doing this new Ignite system bans, where teams can ban something, but it's only for the opposing team, not a global ban. So it adds a lot of potential options here for these squads, where it's tough to say exactly what they're going to play, because like I said, I think these teams are a little bit more stylistically closer to a degree, where they do love to both play around like group compositions. They love also Hela. They love like even playing Wolverine. The difference is Envy historically, not currently, because I do think 100 Thieves has been showing more flexibility. I've also been flexing to these triple strategists, to playing some comps that are not based around the group entirely either. So I do think this is something that where it gives them a bit more options. And even 100 Thieves, I don't think they love Flyers as much even. So maybe for Envy, this is where they can try to force their Flyer comps and take 100 Thieves off of a bit of a comfort pick, maybe even ban the Wolverine.
Yeah, no, of course. All right, well, here we go. The first stop Human Torch ban to start off this, and then we move forward.
There it is.
Now the ban,
there it is.
phase really begins.
Now the ban phase begins. There we go. All right. Okay, does 100 Thieves elect to protect that Groot again, which they will, as we had noted. Teams both like playing around that Groot, so it's okay. They're also big fans of Vin Diesel. I get it.
Yeah, who doesn't love his excellent voice acting work?
Just a game changer in the world of voice work, truly.
I forgot that he was the voice.
They had him
I forgot
record.
that he was the voice of that. I thought you were just making a joke about Vinny.
No,
he is.
No, that he is. Yeah, he's Groot's voice, man. So
he had to record
him.
like over 100, no, 60. There's 60 or 100. I don't remember what the number was. Voice lines, different variations of him saying, "I'm Groot. I'm Groot. I'm Groot." Like, it was just so funny. And you just see the video of him.
One of the easiest VO jobs.
Bro, if you tell me that all I gotta do is say three words, and I'm just saying that over and over, please.
Here is $1 million.
Vin Diesel, I know you're watching. I know you're watching. They're pocket watching you right now, okay?
Or Groot. All right, nothing crazy happening here. Invisible Woman is going early. We saw 100 Thieves do that before, got rid of the Invisible Woman, and that seems to, been something that they liked, so they're going to opt to do that one more time. Ooh.
Okay, but yeah, I think this was a necessary pivot from Envy. Terra, way too strong playing the Wolverine, so they ban it away. It is a change up, from what we've been seeing from them.
We've seen these bans before, because Wolverine plays very well into the Groot, so it is a perfectly valid pick. But I guess Envy wasn't familiar with Terra's game, so they were familiar now for sure.
Okay.
Sometimes you gotta get stopped.
I guess this is all trending towards what Avast was talking about. Flyers coming out here.
Yeah, I feel like that's what they're really trying to do here, is they want to deny Envy that chance to play the Wolverine, especially because you're playing Flyer compositions. So you think like, oh, naturally that matchup's going to be really good for the team that's on the Wolverine typically, because they're not going to have as much pressure on our Flyers. Technically, not always, because also you're putting more resources into them to where that Wolverine can kind of run rampant sometimes. 100 Thieves, though, I really like what they're doing here, where they're putting a lot of emphasis on strategist again. We're like, okay, let's remove the Loki, let's remove the Invisible Woman. Sure, they've already protected the Luna Snow, that's fine. I think that's another great option to kind of keep the lid on flyer comps a bit, because it forces Envy to be like, okay, we can try to force this with like a Rocket Raccoon Luna Snow or a Cloak and Dagger Luna Snow, or we maybe even try to like trend towards a triple strategist comp again, which I mean, I don't think that's they're going to want to do after the last map.
Okay, so they're limiting their duelist options, removing the Winter Soldier. Interesting. I guess, I mean, that will affect the Flyers. So yeah, that'll affect the Flyers. So that makes sense.
I think it affects the Flyers, but this also allows them to kind of keep the Vanguards a little bit more protected, because if you just, you get that hook, we were seeing the bullying that was coming through from Terra on the previous map, or like, at the Terra at Windows expense. So just anything that can kind of easy displace those front lines, it seems like that's just what Envy wants to try to avoid.
Terra focused, it feels like, on that particular ban, right? You got rid of the Winter Soldier, you got rid of the Wolverine. So yeah, interesting situation there for sure, Vast, but that is going to put Envy in a fun position. Let's see what they end up rolling with here. And we're getting that Hawkeye Storm combo again. Wait, no, shot Terra. You don't do it, you madman.
I don't think that's gonna happen. It could be like a scout, but you can hope, you can pray, but I just don't think that's gonna be occurring here. Terra more than likely is making a swap. I mean, if anything, maybe like even like an Iron Fist. I think there's I think they're scouting. No, they're scouting. No, they're scouting. They're scouting.
Okay, never mind.
They're scouting. Yep.
I'm wrong. I'm wrong.
Send him to the gulag. Send him to the gulag. There we go. 20 lashes.
That's why
for
I'm
Boy.
just a filthy host. All right, guys, over to you.
Don't feel good, does it?
Shut up.
Well, it will be the Iron Fist, aforementioned there by Avast, so still going to be looking to have a bit of that dive pressure, try to get on top of Cal and succeed where Shroud X couldn't quite manage it. Cal, though, of course, back on the Hawkeye. We're expecting good things here, Avast.
Well, I mean, really good things, because Cal's already down. There's no res this time, no Adam Warlock. We're not getting Cocoons, we're not getting Karmic Revivals, and Terra just into the back on the Iron Fist. And this is another pocket pick for Terra, to where I think a lot of teams have not been playing that nearly as much, and with Terra just getting onto the Iron Fist here.
I mean, he is just beating the ever-loving hell out of him. It's just going to be another elimination coming through, and another hot start here for 100 Thieves. That's going to be the cap. And the payload unlocked. Good lord. I mean, just not even really any pressure coming towards Terra either. I'm just jumping into their faces, and there was nothing that Envy could do about it.
I think it's one of the best picks you can play into this Hawkeye Storm comp in general, because you're pretty good at like hunting them both, especially with the Storm is typically not playing insanely high up in the air, so still very reachable for the Iron Fist because you're trying to get value from the aura. So I love this pick here. 100 Thieves, they've been really defined a lot by I think Terra's flexibility is with this post like kind of hella dominant meta to a degree, where Delina was sort of like that driving factor before. So just being able to these swaps, and I think just this 100 Iron Fist swap in general is so good for them.
All right, well, ult's online here for the side of Envy, but not 6 players strong. Cal taking that down off the rip, and Kaluj as well, similarly joining him in the grave. That tornado is not going to find a damn thing other than its demise, as Delina quickly clears it up. 100 Thieves now seemingly fully online, fully unlocking their potential. And they are absolutely sprinting through this map.
Envy, though, gonna hold on to 5 ults for this recontest. They know they removed the God of Mischief earlier there with the Mega Hurricane, so this is a chance for a pretty strong recontest. The issue here, though, is that if they make it through the choke, they have to put some pressure out. And okay, well, as I say that, Vinny goes down, so that's pretty much the entire front line kind of collapsed there for 100 Thieves.
Oh, TTK struggled down. Kaluj able to find that one and try to create a little bit of breathing room. 100 Thieves off the back, they say, all right, we're fine. We'll just fold back. We'll just go ahead and get a full reset and get ready to attack with the 5 ults that we have at the ready.
Envy resetting here speedily, 60% to another Hurricane, and this is where it starts to get slightly dangerous for 100 Thieves, because they've had that trade and they didn't win the next fight. Now they could potentially be worrying of like, okay, we're gonna get outpaced on our strategist ults here for the Omega Hurricane. Terra playing up top, just trying to create a little bit of pressure, keep the pressure onto Cal. Gonna commit here with the Living Chi.
Just diving straight into the thick of things here, looking to stir up some chaos. Too much damage going to be found, though, as Month pulls the trigger, sends things out there with the dagger, and Kalush does manage to find one. So Harvey going to be eliminated. Chance for a res if Delana can find a pick, but widely it seems like 100 Thieves will once again just have to go backpedaling away as Terra just whirlwind kicking their way out to safety.
Just zooming on out. So 100 Thieves have to back up for now. Envy can continue to hold the second point, and this really good swap so far. They're keeping a lot of pressure, and I like Month going here to this Cloak and Dagger, just try to keep the Terra cape, get the vulnerabilities out to the front line here, so they can walk forward and kind of ignore Terra, let Terra just run around the back like, okay, we're gonna ignore little bro, we're moving forward. Obviously not necessarily gonna work every time, especially if 100 Thieves work out, and if they lose Cal really early.
Okay, well, it's another great pick here as Terra succeeding. Gets rid of that ever pesky Hawkeye, and now Delana up and over the top is just laying down hell from above as Nero will fall, and they get themselves an extended team wipe. Cal now just going to be swapping over onto the Wolverine, try to turn the tides of this one, but as far as getting a contest is concerned, I think it's going to be too late. Speedily just not going to be fast enough, I think, when it comes down to trying to get that barrier, that portal rather, out, and now, yeah, I don't think you really want to jump through it. Looks like they are going to try to commit just a little bit here.
The problem here is, I mean, essentially it's like you have to kind of commit because, like, what do? You already have Speedily on the Strange. You don't necessarily have to go back and swap again here. Better just to take the fight on the point before it goes further, force some bolts out.
Well, going for it, they're able to find one. Meteor M claiming his TTK similarly does get taken down. Ult out from SJP does make this feel a little bit better for Envy, but not being able to get the denial on that point cap certainly does hurt.
And they force Terra off the Iron Fist too because they're still on this triple Vanguard. Iron Fist, despite some of the buffs to the Vanguard damage, not amazing into triple Vanguard here. So Terra's now gone to the Moon Knight, where you can just spam into this wall of meat that you have, build a Hand of Khonshu, try to burst through just pretty much nothing that's able to really save you from the Hand of Khonshu. Just how fast it is, just how much damage it does in general. Just
got it.
Ults that burns through everything.
Quickly built up. Grappled to the top, looking for a bit of a flank and surprise angle as Nero dead. The immediate setup there on the Ankh, and now Hand of Khonshu here. Open things up for the cart push. Window dead, and yep, so quickly does it all spiral out of control for Envy. As with Kalush's death, it's going to be yet another extended team wipe.
And Speedily now making the swap here back to the Storm into the Moon Knight, who, even with some of those buffs, is not amazing into those picks. So I think it's right because, you know, he's like, oh, I almost have the Eye of Agamotto. No, it's a trap. It's a trap. Don't hold on to it. You definitely want to make the swap. And then Terra just playing some more hero chests, right? Because now going back to the Iron Fist again. So this is kind of this benefit here of playing the games here with the hero roulette of, okay, you go this, I go this, you go this, I go this. And that's the one thing that I think with the system that's pretty strong here, the counter swaps. And wait, they just lost. They lost the Eternal Bond entirely. They burned Month through it.
As soon as he went to send it, just gets the immediate cancel on the ult. Kalush dead, and this is just getting out of hand. Stability not found anywhere whatsoever for the side of Envy. Shoved back into the spawn room, barely able to try to escape. Still waiting for Window to try to get a respawn. Ult gonna be popped here as Cal gets himself over onto the cart, holding it here for the moment. Meteor M looking for the shutdown, unable to find it now. Kalush is out in response. Envy desperately needing some value, needing some kills. TTK surviving. His rebuff coming out here as Month just right back into the spawn room doors. Cal will be able to find one, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. 4 meters left to go. 3 players alive here on the side of Envy, 3 on the side of 100 Thieves. Terra still wreaking havoc, juggling around this Wolverine, and now the cheat comes out, and it's just going to be to glide that cart into the last checkpoint. 58 seconds to spare. 100 Thieves make it to the end of the map.
And capping neutral path in general, good. Capping with time left in the bank, even better. Very, very solid here. And really just the swaps for 100 Thieves being kind of the difference maker. I think with Iron Fist coming to the meta, it's just giving them so much more ability to play into these comps. I love what they've done here too, where they, like we talked about earlier in the draft, where they've removed Invisible Woman, they've removed Loki from Envy, so it's a lot harder to just really provide that hard pocket to the flyers that they're doing. So it's forcing Envy to play around these swaps a bit more. 100 Thieves playing a really good strategic game right now. And, I mean, once again, they're duelists. Looking a lot more alive than you could say when teams that got shut down previously by Envy. Putting up a much bigger performance.
Hell of a deficit to now try to make up here for Envy. Not wanting to have 100 Thieves get up to match point, especially with their map pick coming into this one, but the stability the breathing room, it was very sparsely found, as 100 Thieves was just constantly barreling down on them, and it looks like they're not going to make really any changes. It worked on the attack, might just work as good of a treat here on the defense as well. Terra coming back out with the Iron Fist.
The battle starts in 5, 4,
Terra.
3.
He's surveying. He's saying, who will I feast upon? As they come out the spawn, who's going to be my first target? Hiding here in the little bit of the plant life. See Kaluj choosing to go for this portal tech. This is some classic Hall Jalia tech here. Have the Doctor Strange just immediately just go through the choke, just ignore it from the first fight. Gonna take the high ground instead, especially when you're on the storm. Just gonna use the ore to help clear the high ground, get a lot of extra damage. As Cal tries to commit pretty early.
Looking for something there, but not much to be found. Kaluj. They're on maximum comfort, you would say, but the position that they're in, certainly not as comfortable. Drops down, looking to take some space here with a Strange. Shield raised. For now, 100 Thieves contained back here at the alley, but Kill's immediately going to be found in response as soon as I say that. Oh, the cast occurs, Envy. I can only apologize. They hit the go button, and that is Envy just absolutely evaporating off the map.
And now with the Doctor Strange tech kind of used, they're going to have to probably swap back the Magneto exactly because they're going to have that cooldown. So the first ploy does not pan out. And for many people, when you're playing the ranked games, they're always hoping like, oh, please let the Doctor Strange attack work on our first attack here for Jalia. Because then you have to take the long slog on up, make the rotation. And Envy instead looking like they want to clear this opposing high ground first. Just make sure Delana and the TTK and them can't be on this. Just going to walk up here through the hallway. Ult's coming online for 100 Thieves now, though. So the bank's going to be pretty strong. And we're going to have the Eternal Bond, so they're going to have some options. And this is a really crucial fight, because if Envy decides to commit here, lose the fight, then they're in a really rough situation.
Cal just dead. Delana, just a neutral kill. Ult still in the back pocket. Really looking for anything they can get here at this point. 100 Thieves are just dancing away from him, playing so elusively. Pretty much untouchable here for the moment. So Windows says, okay, well, I got to lock you in place. Sends to the prison. Vinny has one in response, though. Just look at the counteract, and Delana plays off the back of it as Nero's going to be eliminated. Meteor M not coming up with a kill, but still player advantage there as the trade-up comes through. Kaluj taken down, and that's the Vanguard's gone here for Envy.
And it was a relatively long fight, expensive fight, so I mean, it's going to be like last fight territory for Envy as we come on back, a minute and a half on the bank. But the good news is they saved the last stand, they saved the Fate of the Worlds, so they have a lot of options to pressure 100 Thieves here. Because sure, Terra can pop the Living Chi, but they're going to have the Strategist ult. They have a Meteor in to potentially burn through an ult that they force. Also, last stand's really good in general, just like taking someone outside of the ult radius to get the burst. So they have some pretty good options here for maybe one of the best case scenarios they could have had there outside of outright winning the fight. But this is pretty much last fight territory, barring Envy making swap Strange again here for the portal. As Terra in the back, he's looking, here he comes. He's healing up, getting that bonus health there in the Harmony recovery. And now here comes the engagement of Thieves.
I am ready to put on a ship.
Keeping them contained back away from the point, not allowing for any progress to be built up. 55 seconds now going to be remaining here for Envy. Terra, ult now expiring, still just beating them back though, keeping them away from this point as best as humanly possible. Goes low, nearly gets taken down, but the kill still cannot be confirmed. Every time Envy gets close, just gets taken away from them. Really trying to stay alive. Kaluj getting juggled around here through the walls. Pops back up. 30 seconds now remaining. Delana in a little bit of a rough spot. Takes the Crow out over to the side. Now takes to the skies. Goddess of Death in play. And that's going to be speedily dead. Nero gone. And I think that might just do it here on the map. That's got to be a wrap. No other way to try to make it happen. Cal, the ult will expire. They'll pop out. They'll die. 100 Thieves looking for the absolute perfection here.
Speedily has Strange. Speedily has the Strange. There's a chance they can get this portal off in time. They need it up like right now. They're going to get the touch. So OT going to occur. Window moving to the Venom, but no ults in the bank here into the Fatal Worlds versus SJP. They need to stay alive long enough for maybe Nero to get it.
Fiddle getting juggled around. Kaluj similarly tagged down low. Window swap over onto the Venom. Just trying to get a little bit more oomph, a little bit more staying power, but it's not to be found. Terra tears them asunder. As even with a swap here, Delana knowing like, yep, I can just go to the Iron Man, get right back over very swiftly. Absolute perfection, not even a tick surrendered on that first point. 100 Thieves now in the lead. match point is in their hands, and that 100,000 or the 100,000, that 1,000. Sorry, I'm thinking of
$100,000. They're coming in. Big announcement.
Problem is, if I finish the sentence, then they have to pay it. So that would be really bad for.
That's true. It's legally binding. It's legally
binding if I say it. So yeah, 1,000. Sorry, I just got off another event where there was a prize pool of that magnitude on the line. So
okay, he's calling us small stuff. Calling us small stuff.
No.
Kind of messed up.
Not what I'm saying. Not what I'm saying. Don't you put words in my mouth. I
don't know. From where I'm
it's 10 a.m. I've been awake since 5.
You sound like you were talking trash. That's from where I am. That's just saying where I is. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Of course, so 100 Thieves keeping the good times rolling. Look at those final hits. My gosh, Delena and Terra popping off. Achilles is corpsing within himself here. But man, something, the bounce back from 100 Thieves has been very impressive here. And Achilles, what is it? You paid the butt.
Look, when I make mistakes like this, I piss myself off. That's all. But
I was not even say I piss myself. I thought he was
like, all this water, I'm pissing myself.
I'm so angry. I'm so mad at myself.
When I make these mistakes, I soil my pants so bad.
It's an intimidation tactic. No, that means that, and then I'm saying 100 Thieves, $1,000,
it's true.
100,000. There's some, also, a little bit of alliterations coming out there.
We still have never met all 100 of the Thieves yet, so it's terrible. At some point we got to get that sorted, Nate Shot. Well, at least 6 of the Thieves though popped off here in this map, and Terra. Man, I see some people in the chat were talking about the Iron Fist getting a hot nerf of Vast going into the next season, I believe. Is that true? Yeah.
That is very true. So the Terra Iron Fist might not be as much of a pocket pick, but right now we're not on that patch. And here in our $1,000 tournament, not the $100,000 tournament, we do have that ability still open for 100 Thieves, and Terra made a lot of great use for it here. And I think they've done a really good job here with the bans too, of just allowing them to just play into these flyers for Envy a bit, forcing them off these competitions. I mean, a perfect holder here on Jalia against a team like Envy, no small feat for 100 Thieves.
Yeah.
And they looked really, really good on this. Everyone looking like great across the board. Envy struggling a bit to break this hold. Even in a situation where they had some ults coming in for that last fight, and they just couldn't find the isolation. They couldn't deal with the aggression. Vinny, I think even might have flubbed the Strangling Prison. I don't know if it happened off stream, but 100 Thieves looking really, really good, and Terra just continued to be a driver for this squad and the flexibility he brings to them.
Yeah, ZP said it best, called him Mr. Versatile, and he really is, because he has a lot to. I mean, we were talking before about how Delena's usually like the one that you were looking at before to be a kind of like run point on some of this, but the last couple of appearances that we've seen for this 100 Thieves lineup, and most notably for Terra, it's been just a constant upswing. And when he's not performing, it's quite noticeable. So it's gone to show you that there is certainly a lot in store for us, folks. But we're going to be taking a quick break. When we come back, we have game number 4. Does 100 Thieves close this one out, or will Envy force us into a game 5? Our first of the day. Will it happen? There's only one way to find out, and it's after this break. and we're going to a map 4. And here you had some great moments that would end too soon for Speedily, as he got dragged. That honestly, that looked like the way when I used to be a kid back in high school. I'd go to the school dances, you know, and then, you know, one girl always show up and just grab me to the dance floor as I'm like awkwardly trying to pull back. Man, please no.
Oh yeah, you were in that demand, huh? You were in that high in demand, huh? This should have been a self-glazed moment.
Look at his face.
But this was during like the cooties era where you're like, I don't wanna dance with girls.
No, it was more just like listen, all right. I partied in teen dances in the hood, okay? And let me tell you, it was crazy. All right, we used
and
to
all
throw
the
down.
every girl wanted him so bad. They all wanted to dance with him so bad.
No,
but he had to be like, oh no,
they had the tackle and wrestle him to the ground.
Not every girl, just a couple. Just a couple.
Okay.
You know, it was no big deal. In any case, though, I'm kidding. No one liked me. That was just my best way to use a reference, to use a segue. In any case, though, folks, it's going to hell's heaven. Kind of seems like a bit of an oxymoron, but you know, here we are. So map 4, Hell's Heaven. We're going to see where the chips fall as far as the draft goes here. Vast, what we could end up expecting. We saw a little target toward Terra earlier, saying, "Hey, no Wolverine for you." Then he says, "Oh, I'm so glad." Then I'll just go bah, 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 hit you with the Donnie Yen. So now we go to Hell's Heaven. What do you think that maybe they don't try to prioritize going after Terra? Because it's very clear he just has a hero pool where he can just pivot wherever he needs to.
I mean, I think it's probably the most valid option, essentially, outside of maybe taking Vinny off the Groot, because of the fact that you don't necessarily want to go for Cal, right? Because Cal's best heroes, they oftentimes, not quite the same, but, you know, Delina's best hero is Hela. Cal's best hero, typically, not always, has been Hela. So you necessarily like, okay, we don't remove Hela from the field. That's something that we'd like to be able to play. Human Torch, whatever. That's our first round. We're always going to be gone. I think there's not really a lot of options to choose for 100 for Envy than going after Terra or Vinny, really.
The problem is you can't go after Vinny because they're just going to have this first protect, so they're always going to be able to secure the Groot. So it's just again between a rock and a hard place. And this is Envy kind of getting the rougher end of what they were profiting from in the first series versus Shroud X, where it's just like, okay, like this is where our priorities lie. You can't take it away from us. What does the pivot have to be? They've tried going for that Wolverine. I wouldn't be too surprised if they do it again, just given the map that we're going to as well, because there is a ton of just like back alley access that you can get with that Wolverine. We're just sliding in behind you, the opponents, getting those kidnaps like we're seeing in the opening series as well for NA.
Yeah, we're getting our next set of bans coming in here, and we've seen Luna get banned pretty consistently for Envy, and on the other side for that, we've seen Emma Frost get banned consistently as well. The Invisible Woman ban, though, that one is a carryover from what we saw on map 2 and 3 for 100 Thieves, and nothing really all that's going to change here, right? You're going to protect the Loki out of this. You don't have the Luna anymore, so you're not going to try and protect the Luna. On the other side, 100 Thieves, they'll probably see if they can go and protect their Loki here, more than likely, or just protect one of those strategists.
For them, I think they're happy. They don't necessarily have to go for that. Like, they're pretty happy again with these strategist picks. Okay, it's
never mind.
Which I mean makes sense, right? Because it prevents Envy from going for the ban.
That was the other one I thought.
Yeah, it's a great option, and I love the strategist bans here again because with Luna Snow and Invisible Woman being banned, it forces Envy to essentially like, okay, we don't have those great pockets. We could try to play a triple strategist composition since we do still have like Loki in the table, but it didn't work out for them great in the first map. You know, didn't work out for them that like well previously. I would say it worked out good, but not amazingly. So I do think that this is an option for 100 Thieves where they're pretty happy about this draft again.
Yeah, because they have the ability to pivot if need be. Well, here you go, folks. 100 Thieves could walk away as back-to-back RFN champs, which how many times has that happened? There's a few, right? I think once or twice.
Well,
we've been a new winner every week.
Yeah, Virtus.pro.
not counting EU. They're in Virtus.pro is just too
I think
base.
we have a graphic that at least it's not necessarily fully up to date, but it's pretty up to date. I don't know if you have that production, but either way, it's very somewhat uncommon, I would say, for North America to get consistent back-to-backs here in fighting for North America.
So 100 Thieves, though, looking to buck the trend. Here we go, folks. Let's see if 100 Thieves can close us out 3-1 or Envy forces us to that map 5. Pressure's on.
It is. Thank you, GB. All right, let's go into this and see if this is going to be the conclusion of this series, or if Envy, the last map pick, are going to be able to extend this all the way to 5. Unsurprisingly, it's going to be some Wolverine v Wolverine. Cal, however, going to be coming out now with that winner, Soldier. And, oh, come on. Plug the headset in.
Well, maybe, I mean, I'm assuming it's 100 Thieves here because Envy are ready now, but never trust the ready screen. Sure, they can't be another headset that's gone dark. I mean, the best one was during the Shroud Gauntlet when they when the player's monitor had overheated.
Yeah.
I think it was Adios's monitor overheated because the tournament was like 15 hours long.
Yeah.
So it had to go into like power like saving mode so it doesn't
So you
burn
had to put
in the
some
images on
hot
the screen.
some frozen peas on the back of it, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Try and preserve it.
That was the best of all the tech.
Bust out the
ones we had.
dry ice. All right, well, seems like we are right back into it. So fortunately, you know, very quick. The few issues that we have had. Vinny gonna get kidnapped. A nice little steal there. Similar things happening as, well, I mean, Wolverines are just lumberjacks, I suppose. They're just felling the trees. As it will be delayed to collect the kill credit there.
They're clearing it out, but good bubbles there again as another leap gonna come out. Terra not able to find one, so both squads currently just stuck in a little bit of a stalemate, looking for the poke, looking for another leap as the Wolverines, you see, they're staring at each other, they're waiting to leap, they're trying to find more, comes on in, swoops around, nope, it's okay, let's just reset again.
Instead, if both Wolverines leap at each other simultaneously.
Yeah, you could maybe build like an electricity generator of sorts, you know?
I was gonna say, it's just an infinite resource where they just float forever. Either way,
very, very
another little
possible.
attempt there. Window does survive. Vinny, though, does get taken down. So very critical opening kill here for the side of Envy as they look to try to play out the rest of the fight. All could be committed here from SJP. Just keeping them protected within the veil here for now. A little bit of a backpedal there as now Meteor M going to be opened up. Kaluj looking for a target, lobs it in behind the wall. Bit of damage, but can't quite confirm the kill there onto the invisible woman. At the same time, Elena up into the sky. Trying to get this damage in, lobbing in a couple shots right over the top, and eventually will be rewarded with the kill there on the Cal. TTK at the same time. And Terra both down below half, finished off. As Window's able to find that elimination, and Envy finally get the cap.
And really good peel again there because the last stand goes out for Terra, trying to just deny some of the picks that were getting onto the leader there on the flank. And they hit the regen domains. All the peel comes out of there for Envy. The backline again, Nero Month being so crucial for this squad. So with the Strangling Prison being up, they're going to choose to just hold really aggressive if they want, try to force 100 Thieves to use resources to get out of the spawn. Typically, they're going to hold the choke versus holding closer into the spawn here because the silence is so much longer. Yeah, that's exactly what we're going to do. They're back on up. TTK does have the Meteor M, so they have some options here for the burst to treat it kind of like a strategy where we can absorb a bit of the damage. But Envy just going to hold the choke here, look to set up the Strangling Prison. They know 100 Thieves not going to have a strategy just yet. As Terra gets scouted a little bit, the Wolverines, I mean, they're next to each other. They're trying to attack each other potentially.
Running at him. He was running at him menacingly as Cal, a little bit of pressure applied here towards the Winter Soldier. Still about 40% away from having Dragon online. Vinny once again going to be taken down. I mean, speedily. And having a hell of an amount of impact here with the Wolverine thus far. And Cal, it's a piece of the pie as SJP does get taken down. So maintaining control thus far are Envy, caressing past the 60% mark.
Bro, Terra, he can't get out. The map is rotating. He's like, door stuck. Door stuck. He can't get out, man. And they're going to get a stagger on Delina, too. They're getting a stagger on Delina as well. Oh, it's so brutal.
Or are they?
Wait, he's
Yes,
dead.
they
Yeah,
are.
okay, he's definitely gone. They got the limb. Okay. So Envy now 80% coming up here on the bank. Gonna hold on to 3 ults. About to be 4 as well with the Eternal Bond for Nero. 100 Thieves, the bank is looking good here at Kilios, but they really need to find an opening, right? Because they have to get through the choke, and they just need to remove, ideally, speedily from the high ground. Just get a really good position. As once again, Terra, you can see him up there on the flank. Looks like he's not gonna go from the high ground this time. Just gonna take here from behind.
Find something, but right now, I mean, Terra's just getting brutalized, trying to hide out. Goes in for the dive, gets the lock in onto Kaluj, but will not be able to confirm a kill there. Meanwhile, speedily finds Vinny at the same time. Just cutting him down piece by piece. The Delina has managed to find one as Month will hit the floor. Cal, the risk of a reset, but does manage to stay alive, and it looks like Cal is going to be coming up with the goods. Resets coming through. Final dive in. as that is the point locked down. Envy looking fantastic to start here on Hell's Heaven.
And a really great late Strangling Prison as well from Vinny, because Vinny just dropping that post-rad results. They've got on the pick, locks him in the choke, lets him get those final limbs. And when you're just able to just kind of wait in place that Strangling Prison, it can be so impactful here. And I think, I'd rather not Vinny, but rather Window, I should say.
30 seconds before
Getting
you
mixed up a
attack.
bit.
Get
But
ready.
Envy looking really good. Speedily now with the swap to the Wolverine too, which is typically not, we haven't seen Speedily a lot historically on Wolverine, by the way. Speedily's played like a lot of Flyers, a pretty diverse set of compositions, even a lot of Psylocke. I don't remember seeing Speedily a lot in the Wolverine, so this is just another tool in Speedily's arsenal here, who has been like such a great addition, so flexible for this team in general. So in 100 Thieves, looking to equalize the rounds here. Probably not making any gigantic swaps because Delena's not going to stay, obviously, on the Rocket Raccoon.
Got
Just going to get those packs out. And yeah, 100 Thieves keeping pretty much similar comp. Same with Envy, so no big changes across the board for the first fight.
Once again, just a little bit of a how do you do between the Wolverines. Terra going to be falling back, looking for a different avenue of approach. And that they have been scouted out. Speedily looking to maybe go for it. Quick little pin, but maybe a cancel. So they have to go ahead and get themselves out towards safety. Dive forward. Oh boy, Kaluge forced off the side of the map. There goes the Magneto. 100 Thieves now in the driver's seat, looking to try to tie things up here at Hell's Heaven, extend to a third round, and then try to close things out from there. Halfway towards the cap. JP ult at the ready. As Terra into the back line, just trying to wreak havoc. Ends up going a little bit low. Peels back over onto the point, though. And with the help of the rest of the squad, the Thieves will get it done.
And that's actually a great first fight there for 100 Thieves, because 100 Thieves, sure, not only they get the first cap, but also more importantly, because Terra moves Kaluge so early in the fight, they don't have the bubbles there. So we can set up the Strangling Prison, just some of those ults later in the fight, so much easier. You don't have to worry about a bubble just cleansing some of the effects, just stopping a lot of that damage. So now 100 Thieves hold choke, and here for Hell's Heaven on every point pretty much. It is so powerful to get that first cap, because Brute in particular just makes such a death box as you come through to just good look for the contest because of the walls, especially the drone launch walls.
No. Dead off the rip yet again. Solid start here for 100 Thieves as the fight gets ready to break out. Speedily nearly eliminated there. Envy's still trying to stick around here, get this flip into their favor. Kaluge, however, not going to be able to be sustained. Terra not to be denied this time. Breaks down the Vanguards, diving forward, and is just shredding on all fronts. Vinny will go ahead and confirm the kill, and that is going to have to be another reset here for the side of Envy, losing out on a couple of these critical ultimates, but not finding value.
And the focus fire is so good for 100 Thieves. Again, pressuring Kaluge here. Just keep an eye out for, can they keep Kaluge pressured? Wow, I can't believe that hook actually hit, but luckily you got a doorway to stop it. But really, really good from 100 Thieves to keep this constant pressure on Kaluge, because without any bubbles, can't really deal with the Wolverine that effectively. We've seen it in the past where if you have to play into a Wolverine without any bubbles from the Magneto, it's a really hard time.
Just trying to get the approach going from Envy. Going to prove to be difficult. They do have a combo. They get the root prison in. There's the grab. Meteor M. Now in the side of TTK going to be thrown down, and the height of the fight so quickly gets turned here. It looked like Envy might have been able to have that alley-oop play between the Groot and the Magneto, but he's completely undone. SJP obfuscates. They get the stun out onto Kaluge, and yep, that is just going to be perfection. Perfection. We go the distance here on Hell's Heaven. 100 Thieves. One round away, one sub-map away from closing this series out 3-1 and getting some revenge over Envy.
Nasty round for 100 Thieves. I mean, just a pixel perfect round. Really just, not only just winning the first fight, which gives you that huge edge from the get-go, but denying Kaluge's value over and over again. At no point was Speedily able to get in to there either to find a good leap. So 100 Thieves looking much stronger there in the second round. Looking like they might just want to close out the series here, because remember, if they win here, I mean, that's 3-1. They're the champs.
$1,000 for 100 Thieves. It's 100 percentage points away from being secured. Envy, can they take us the distance to a fifth and final map? Would be 100 Thieves' pick to try to round it out. Very much an uphill battle here for the boot camping squad. The barrier is going to drop. looking like very much the same compositions being brought forward
no
here
big
for the
changes.
final round.
No big changes across the board. Makes sense. We're going to keep playing it the way we've been playing it. So Envy rolling out here, looking for the NEC. Terra already perched on the high ground. If this was a different genre, you could say this could be a different hero that likes to hang up in the night. But no, Terra found. Gonna get vulnerable too. Oh, so good with the Terra cape too from Nero, making sure they get the vulnerability off.
Yeah, saying, well, okay, why the hell would I go for the tank? Terra's been an absolute menace. Let's just go ahead and get rid of him. So very good opening kill here for the side of Envy. As they push forward, looking for some additional staggers, and will be rewarded with one. Elena traded out. Cap now in control. Envy at 10%.
That's the type of fight you want to see if you're Envy, if you're a fan of Envy. Now they can control this choke and put up the walls. So obviously the bank gonna be pretty good for both these squads. The ults coming up online. Starter Thieves looking like they're like, no, we don't want to go this way. We're actually gonna kind of split a little bit, try to get some of this high ground controls. You see, speedily up on the high ground, caught, abducted. They use the bubble. The counter bubble comes out a bit later, so really good use from Envy.
Terra ult used there. Does manage to stay alive, but now gummed up in the works here from the back end of the fight. Envy looking to sustain. Meteor M dropped in a good amount of damage, and they're able to play off the back of it. I'll be collecting the first Elena now. Getting a little bit more. There's that reset at the ready. But seems like 100 Thieves going to be satisfied with this. Go ahead, clean up whatever they can, break down some of the terrain. In control, only 46% surrendered, but Envy very much in a good spot as far as the ult bank is considered.
I mean, they're rich. They're absolutely rich here. This is generational wealth in the ult bank right now for Envy, because that they didn't invest anything realistically for the fight outside of the Eternal Bond. 400 Thieves use a couple big combos. And now for 100 Thieves, the name of the game is, okay, can we just force out a bubble early? Can we force out maybe the pass from the Wolverine from Speedily? Because that's really what we're watching here in this dance. It's just bubble v bubble. Who uses it first? Who's using the bubble first? Can we get it out? Just set up our other Wolverine.
Going for a copy here on the Cloak and Dagger. The dive, trying to isolate Kaluj. Can't quite make it happen. Now the Root Prison locks them all in position. And it is just into the meat grinder here for 100 Thieves. Trying to pull the trigger, but the gun backfires. Envy. Deathless, they're in the fight. Regain control, don't even lose the lead, and now they're stretching it further.
That's a great combo there too, because they're able to walk forward, set up the Strangling Prison, put the Terra cape, get the vulnerability, and just a last stand as well for Speedily, just jumping into it for the instant burst damage through that invisible boundary. And they're playing this leapfrog yet again. Bank not insurmountable as Window gonna get caught a little early, but they did force the bubble. That's actually a great first little fight there for 100 Thieves.
CD down, now Terra goes diving forward, not having to worry about it. Window taking a lot of damage. The Meteor M looks to try to peel off some of this pressure. This is back a good amount of damage, and Kana Terra does end up falling to the wayside. So still Envy in a good position to try to extend this over to that fifth and final map, I should say. Meteor M out here from TTK, not coming up with the goods. Delana, no reset, looking for this final reset, I should say. Will eventually get the kill, but doesn't have the ult back up. Kind of missing the window there. Kaluj bouncing around the point, falling low, but now the Sane comes through as Month once again goes for the copy, and it seems like we're not done yet. Envy looking alive and well here on Hell's Heaven will extend this all the way to the end.
And Envy with a really, really good find there in general. Speedily just countering the Wolverine here. So they're forcing 100 Thieves to mirror this composition, to play this bubble dance between the two squads. They're not getting the free just pressure that comes out of that. Envy adding just kind of another notch into the belt in terms of just, oh yeah, we can also play this comp as well. So this is great to be able to match 100 Thieves on this. It's amazing for Envy's overall depth and longevity. Speedily just putting so much overall more hero presence onto this squad. And Envy, they've taken us to the map 5. They don't want to go down late. They want to we want 2 back-to-back tournaments. We would love to have a gauntlet and a Rivals Fight Night, ideally.
It's crazy how adaptable they are. That was impressive. You know, because I feel like, you know, from the games that I've seen so far, a lot of teams, you know, they'll stick with what they think, they'll stick with the game plan, right? But this is a direct response to what they had met from 100 Thieves over the course of these last couple of games. Just a smart adjustment, and they are able to do that because Speedily gives them so much like more versatility in just all these different hero, or rather in his hero bank, right? So, man, like I'm really impressed by the NA teams. Like, and not to take anything away from the EU teams, but I'm impressed by how the parity of the NA teams. It's like just when you think that one team might have just an upper hand, like maybe the Wolverine, maybe the oppression on the other side of 100 Thieves was a bit too much for Envy to have to deal with, and you know, their luck ran out. I don't know. No, instead you're seeing like this adaptability, and I think that's like super cool and good to show. Good. It really makes me excited to see how these teams continue to develop, because this is Avast only going to continue to get better, right, at the rate that we're seeing.
I mean, typically everyone gets better throughout the length of an esport cycle, you know, not worse. So I definitely think that is the play, right? Is that it will only get better. I mean, unless you're like North America League of Legends, in which case sure. But like overall, like typically though, I mean, FlyQuest. I mean, there was some wins. I guess I can't be.
Dude, I swear every time someone talks about North American League of Legends, there's always that one person who goes, you know, this team, you know, they were okay.
I mean, actually, to be honest, I mean, technically, now I'm not the league header. Technically, North America has been better internationally than Europe, I think, than the past year or so.
Well, so I wasn't making that noise to try to be like, well, actually, what about this thing? I was just gonna say that they've never been good. So, but
okay, he lives in Korea, by the way. He lives in Korea.
About Avast, but yes.
Viewers, as a fact check, he lives in Korea. Just to let you guys know, he lives in Korea. Okay, just put it out there.
Bias,
There's no bias.
Oh, just you wait until the Koreans come out in this game.
Oh, baby, it's gonna be.
Oh man, we're not. I work with this guy all the time. And it is insufferable. How much he is just an absolute simp for our friends over in the Korean esports space. Nah, it's all respect and love, man. It's good to see. I can't wait. We had, like, been mentioned before, Gen G participated in the Shroud Gauntlet, so it'd be cool to see them, especially squaring up, on LAN against teams like this, against teams like Envy, teams like 100 Thieves and Virtus.pro, who are really showing just the range. And we were talking before about the history of Rivals Fight Night here, and 100 Thieves, they managed to win back to back to back. Back to back. That was 4 wins, as a matter of fact. I was reading that incorrectly there.
4 backs.
So hey, they've found that success in the past. Maybe they could do it again here. Getting close. Envy, on the other hand, has Envy won one? No, Envy has not won one. So this is also going to be a big one for them. Envy win their first RFN title. Be pretty cool to hold the belt for a week. We got to get a belt.
Gotta get belts. Yeah, I mean, we should get a belt. I think that would be great. I mean, we're working on it. I mean, maybe we can put the belt on them at DreamHack, because we are going to be at DreamHack. Us at Rival Fight Night, we're partnering here with Intel and with Envy to put on a booth there at DreamHack. Gonna be this upcoming Saturday from 11 a.m. to 4 p.m. And we're gonna be hanging out, playing some money matches. If you want to potentially play to win some prizes versus Envy, see your favorite players, see us. I doubt we're your favorites. I hope we are, though, but I doubt you're the reason you're gonna be there. So either way, it would be great. And it's
you're there to see Avast. You did something wrong,
So true.
No, it's going to be a good time. You can find them at the Intel booth Saturday from 11 a.m. to 4 p.m. Saturday at DreamHack. And seriously, we were talking about it earlier. DreamHack's awesome. If you haven't had a chance to go to a DreamHack yet, do yourself a solid. If it's in your town, go to it. It's genuinely fun. Well, I've worked a few in my career, both in Europe and also here in the United States. Super fun time. But here we go, guys. We're going to the wire. Spider Islands, aka my worst nightmare. I can't imagine waking up in a place called Spider Island. It's like the fear I had when I went to Australia the first time to kill you for Overwatch.
It's just Australia.
And as somebody who does not like spiders, that would I'd die. You know what? I would die. Like, it wouldn't be a fun time for me whatsoever. Like if I found myself like going to Peter Jackson's version of King Kong Island, like Skull Island, I would just be like, no.
It's a wrap. It's a wrap. Or you ever play that game Grounded? Where you get shrunken down. It's like Honey, I Shrunk the Kids, but you're in the garden. Yeah, no, I had to turn the arachnophobia mode even though that one got scarier the higher the scale went. It was pretty wild.
It didn't work for me. It really didn't
work. It was still horrifying either way you look at it. That being said, though, we do like Spider-Man, I guess. Spider-Man. Yeah, we're not gonna see Spider-Man. We got trolled. we got we were just a little scout and went back. I was so confident in my call it. I was like, tapping in a vast, you stupid fool. And then he was like, GB, you moron.
Spider
It's
Island,
not
it's a lot
happening
like Greenland and Iceland, you know? Like, one of them's actually way more ice than the other. Like, there's, technically, it's kind of a similar situation with Spider Islands. There's no spiders.
There's no spiders on Spider Island.
No,
Oh,
no
damn.
spiders to be found, really, typically. I mean, technically, sometimes in your ranked game, you might find a Penny Parker, you might find a Spider-Man, but typically at this level, we're not running into the spiders too much.
Damn, man.
We're really not seeing it. Let's see the Human
Yeah.
Torch get
I
out of the
like
way.
this
There it
level.
is.
Like
This
the Human
level's good.
Torch, who, by the way, fun little Marvel fact, really good friends with Spider-Man. I believe had a couple issues together where it was a Human Torch and Spider-Man teaming together. Fun fact.
Same with
So
Daredevil.
just tie it all together. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. All right.
Nice kitchen, baby.
I know. Actually, I'm going to be picking up a few books. So, because I've been meaning to get some Daredevil reads after watching
We
the
love
last
a man
season.
that reads. We love a man that reads. Now, he is reading comic books. Technically, they're, kind of cheating, I think, on the reading scale a little bit, but it is reading. It does count.
There are amazing writers, okay? Do
It
not.
counts,
all right?
but,
I mean-
it's on the edge.
There are incredible writers.
I'd have to defend a little bit, especially like the likes of Alan Moore. How you gonna say, like
I'm not saying it doesn't
Jonathan
count. I'm
Hickman?
just saying, we're gonna put him against like Cormac McCarthy, a little bit different terms in the overall, but
yes.
it's slightly different. But overall,
This guy.
all the pretty horse.
the band.
All the pretty
Let's talk about the
Spider-Man.
bands, yeah.
I was going to
Let's
pop
talk about
off.
bands, shall we?
All right.
that.
I mean, but the thing is, there's not that much to talk about because
No,
it's
there
kind of
really
just
isn't.
No,
cycling back
not
through.
really. Back to
We're just
literature
cycling back
talk.
through.
Let's go back
Yeah.
to literature talk, actually. Let's just let this complete its course. Like, we're going to see the
Yeah.
same. Probably going to
Yeah.
see similar compositions. I mean, it's kind of just doesn't feel like anything changes for either of these squads. Because, like I said, I think stylistically, they're kind of close. So I feel like nothing really changes until we hit the last two, like, ban/protect for both these teams in terms of, like, okay, do we want to, like, drop a more targeted ban? It's just the ethos of the internet. Nothing ever happens. We get to the end, I guess technically.
Ain't that the truth? All right. Well, yeah, and as we had mentioned before, right, a lot of this is just going to be very similar, and I also think too, this doesn't shock me, given that maybe you also don't want to give too much up, or maybe you're really just trying to prioritize what you know are just going to be problems for you currently, which really that's just what it feels like, right? It's like, let's just get rid of and protect the stuff that is an issue now, like meta-wise, because that's where this Ignite kind of gets turned on its head. I don't think like it was made with the Human Torch being permabanded first in mind as a core part of the structure. But maybe that changes going into the next season. But here you go. No big changes, nothing wild that we're going to be seeing here. But do we see the mirror again, though? Do we maybe see them try Envy to meet 100 Thieves where they are with their compositions?
I don't think so.
I mean, all I was going to chime in and say was that I think that the other extent of this, which is why we're seeing the drafts kind of be very similar, is again that both teams are going to be extremely well versed with one another, both in
That's
competing
true, too.
against one another
That's
and
true,
scrimming.
too.
So they both know what each other are kind of after map over map. And it feels like Envy's kind of abandoned the little bit more of the off meta stuff that we were seeing after their undoing on Yggdrasil Path. Not leading back in towards that Hawkeye and whatnot. So I think this is just us going to stability and both teams really understanding one another.
Yeah, both teams want to win. That's what's happening here. That's it. No Hawkeye, no Storm. Instead, just gonna go full on Berserker Rage with Wolverine. Love to see it. All right, guys, let's see how this closes out. One way or another, we're gonna end this thing.
Alrighty, well, let's go ahead and get into it, Spider Isles, to round out this series of Ask $1,000 on the line for the winner of this map. To start, it's going to be 100 Thieves here on the defense.
And like we said, not real big changes across the board comp-wise, so expect to just watch this poking here. Expect to just see, okay, how can we remove a bubble early to set up the Wolverine, and just watch the flanks. Both squads looking for some hooks. Another Bionic was a little early. Speedly, though, getting pressured. Has to back on up. Has to drop the regeneration main as well. Keep him alive. As Terra going to find Kaluj there off the leap.
Okay. A solid value being delivered once again here. Courtesy of the Wolverines. Cal, though, answering one back. The Lana going to be taken down. So a little bit of a trade there between the Winter Soldiers. Pull forward, not going to find much other than the bubble cooldown. So decent value still going to be found as TTK has to expend that to keep Vinny alive. And for now, opening choke, first corner going to be rounded. Envy, can they maintain the momentum is going to be the question. We'll have to rely on coming up with yet another pick, and well, there it is. Help us find one, traded out, Vinny finding that kill, but down one, they still are going to be on the back foot.
And Envy losing a lot of ground, but trying to move on forward. Terra Cape's going to come on out, trying to find them on the wall. There's going to be Terra finding one, splitting them off, but I don't know if they're going to be able to get any picks here on the chase.
Yeah, they haven't been able to pile in. They can't get on top of Window to actually find that elimination. In the meantime, Month just getting TPs, using the copies, looking for the escape. Vinny setting up the wall, looking for the back pedal, is now on the offense here is Envy. Month getting the copy on the Cloak and Dagger, jumping forward, trying to layer in this damage here on Vinny, taking him down to half HP, but now the Root Prison going to be coming through. No ult from TTK to try to layer in on top of this, and Vinny just ends up losing his life after using the ultimate. That's going to be a rough feeling here for 100 Thieves, as this defense starting to crumble just a bit, needing to find something to try to reopen this.
And they're going to find it right there. I mean, they make it back in with the Eternal Bond. They get 2 off the last stand from Terra, maybe give them enough juice. However, huge last stand plus the Meteor M.
Monstrous.
Oh my lord.
2 healers eliminated. Now no way to try to sustain Vinny, who just returned here with the portal. Still in play there for a brief little moment, as they will be able to pile back in to set this up. Now in death to try to keep the defense going, and TTK just get right in on top of Cal with that one, but Collusion Window want to pop right back into the fray with a portal of their own. Managed to arrive, and there's the cap. A ton invested from both sides, but it's Envy coming out on top.
You do not see the last stand Meteor M combo to clutch out a fight too often. That is something that we've not seen a lot of, and it's a very cool idea, because I mean everyone's stunned, locked in place. There's only one place for the Meteor M to go where everyone's at, and so Envy execute it excellently, get the first cap. Not a lot in the bank here, but you can be pretty happy, because you'd rather have nothing in the bank and get a first cap than have tons in the bank and no first cap.
Given positions here, they have to give up quite a bit of space here to the push. Looking for Kidnap, nothing going to be found there from Speedily. This turns his sights right back in towards Vinny, though. Gonna carve him down the main out, try to keep him protected. At the same time, though, Window getting the better of Terra. Fighting back is Kraken. Yeah, that's just going to be a massive splash, and everybody disappears in the blink of an eye.
Love a Kraken impact, getting maximum value.
Yep, that's a pretty big one right there.
It's great. It's always fun. Everyone's in place. It's why Strangling Prisoners remain just be one of the partially why Groot has just been one of the best heroes holistically, and they can't even get a contest. Terra tries to leap on out, immediately focused, has to back out. So Envy moving forward here. Gonna come out on Cal, but they have the bubble, but I think not gonna make it out. Gonna get caught still given the force physics.
Yeah, nice little double juggle there, I should say. Just keeping him locked in position, not allowing for the escape to come through. Month does manage to find one, but trade up still there for 100 Thieves as they look to try to get some stability here on the defense, lock this cart in position, and for now, are able to do so. Shoving them back is, that's going to be ult invested. Nero trying to lead the charge here, open things up through the choke point. Keep things a little bit more scattered for the side of 100 Thieves as Vinny nearly going down, backpedals around the corner, just narrowly managed to stay alive. Kidnap though, here onto the tree.
And get caught with that. I mean, they can't get him. Delina comes on in with the Kraken impact, post the strategist ults. They're gonna break this fight wide open.
Okay, well, that was very much on a knife's edge. Vinny going down. Could have been a bit of a spillover there, but solid efforts from the side of the lane to come away with these 2 kills. So for now, on the back foot are Envy, but still 3 minutes to work with. Not gonna be too bad for them to try to get this cart moving once more.
Envy here, walking on the choke, gonna get the God Initiative early. The Eternal Bond getting stymied a little bit there on the wall, but both squads with Harvey now just answering in return as the Kraken impact caught the Strangling Prison. There's the combo. Oh my!
And this time has the resets. Didn't even really get to utilize them. The previous time, everybody was just dead off the rip. Let's get that second pump. Now, that's the break forward that Envy we're hoping for. Still a Meteor M in the back pocket here for the team. Vinny about to have that prison, but that's about it as far as the ults are concerned. SJP needing to get theirs online.
They likely will. They do have the Strangling Prison available. They can build up towards that combo of their own. Speedily not going to find anyone with the initial leap. Envy here prepared because they could just drop the Eternal Bond potentially a little early, maybe set up the Meteor M if they want, but I imagine they'll wait here for the Strangling Prison. They want to have some options to mitigate the damage on 100 Thieves, but speedily getting caught.
Hero once again starting the Meteor M here on the combo, looking for some extra damage. Some splash, well, limbs found from it, but Vinny still taken down. The Root Prison, something that doesn't have to be a concern at the moment here for the squad. Envy getting so damn close. Kalush, however, going to be taken down. Delana, look at the turn ties of this one, but the headshots flying through from Cal. It's the shutdown. Delana dead. Follow up there on the TTK, and this is looking great for Envy. Still a minute and 35.67 meters, and there is the wipe and the finish.
And that's a very good time. Very, very good time. I mean, getting time bank in general, to be able to complete here on this map, solid. Not quite as tough to push as Usual Path, but still a very hard last. So if you're Spider Islands being able to do it with a minute and a half, it's a good sign for Envy there. Cal with 10 final hits, by the way. I mean, look at that. That is nasty. Obviously, most of them set up by those combos there between him and Window. Just using the Kraken Impact.
Basically, have 5 off the first Kraken Impact.
Yeah, exactly. It's really good. I mean, when you put the culling effect on everyone, just immediately get the execute past that HP threshold. So it's so strong. And Envy looking extremely solid here again, just kind of taking that 100 Thieves comp and being like, actually, yeah, we're just going to play your comp better than you, Drew. We'll play the Winter Soldier. We'll play the Wolverine. And we'll look, and with the group, we'll look damn good on it. So now, for 100 Thieves is a question of, okay, how are we going to answer this? I mean, realistically, the only way if we're not making big swaps is we just need to play the comp better.
Thieves gotta be sweating a bit there after that attack. When you have a team finished with no time bank, you can say, okay, we gotta make it to the end. We give ourselves a little bit of time. We'll be good for OT. Now you're saying, well, a minute 34. We need to try to beat that, but also just make it to the end generally. Envy onto the defense. No comp swaps in sight. Continuing to play what has been working.
Here's the first bit of offense here around the corner. 100 Thieves trying to put Terra up onto the high ground. Have him get it set up here for the leap. Envy just holding pretty aggressively, gonna make sure to poke out that geometry a bit. Yeah, I mean they're using the destructible environments a bit, making sure there's no place for him to sit. They're doing like anti-Wolverine architecture, just a tad.
Perchless Wolverine. Well, sees one, tries to go in for it, but not quite gonna get the nab there. Blue's playing elusively. Good damage across though, but Window will not be taken down.
Your powers are mine.
Team just poking.
There is Month going in for the copy. Laying out the red mist here. As speedily shoving them back. You can see as Terra does go down. Just the respect having to be shown here by 100 Thieves. Going to be a little bit of a slower start. Already a minute taken away.
100 Thieves struggling a bit so far. Envy not giving them any free space here. Just continuing to keep the contest up, continue to fight this choke, denying a lot of the architecture for Terra to get set up at all. Forcing the Eternal Bond from SJP, just gonna make them come in.
Kraken Impact's available here for both of these Winter Soldiers. Who pulls the trigger first is going to be the question. Meteor M coming out here. TTK looking to try to deliver the goods, but kill not to be found quite just yet. As Delana has the pop, has a reset. Window going to be taken down. That's the Vanguard's now gone. A third kill found as Nero will fall. And that's the exact breakthrough fight that 100 Thieves desperately needed. But has it come a little bit too late is my question. Just given the time bank, because they still have to make it to the end of the map, and they haven't yet made it to the first checkpoint.
And they only have one ult now. They have one ult now, and Envy going to be able to walk in here with plenty of ults of their own. Just, okay, we have mitigation ult. We have plenty of ways to remove you from the point here. Tons of pressure here going on to Terra. Just find potentially an opening pick to get some value in the last stand. And immediately, leap, found, caught, and that's exactly what you not want to see happen for 100 Thieves.
No, absolutely not. They're so close to trying to get this checkpoint, but one of the few ultimates they had available, actually the only one that they had available, just hit the floor dead. Immediately able to stay alive. And right now, Envy have pole position in closing out this series in pretty much every facet.
And 100 Thieves in a last fight situation here, really, because by the time I guess they'll have a Doctor Strange portal too as well. So, okay, using the last stand, just open up on the fight there for 100 Thieves, just taking it completely out of LOS.
Okay, well, they're able to find one. Window gone, gives them an opportunity here. Meteor M doesn't get much either. Back they go, but speedily just turning the tides, able to find Terra. Now Benny gonna be gone, dives in, looking for a little bit more, out for blood, and it shall be shed. Comes up with TTK, and that's now gonna be under a minute remaining. 100 Thieves need the full reset. Envy threatening the full hold here on Spider Islands to close it out.
And now this is the actual last fight. And interesting enough, I'm gonna call it for production. If 100 Thieves loses here, this is identical to how they lost the Shroud Gauntlet as well. I mean, Spider Islands attack, like
They're
literally just repeating history.
Terra
Yeah,
dead.
just repeating history here.
Cal just making this costly at every twist and turn. TTK cannot die. That Sagger would basically seal the deal. As now he's going to get pulled back in, immediately goes to the Meteor. I'm taking to the skies, looking to try to turn the tides, but Vinny is instead going to be the target. It speedily finds that elimination. Waiting for the Groot to respawn now. Terra back in the fray, but needs to find something and needs to find it ASAP. But there's realistically just no access here.
TTK is going to have to touch. More than likely, they're going to have TTK go for the touch. Leap comes out, forces the Eternal Bond. They have to make sure they have one tank here going for the touch. It's going to be TTK. Vinny's going to make the way back here.
The dead, the overtime now ticking. There's the Kraken impact up and over the top. The shield is just denying as much as humanly possible here. Trying to stop Delana from getting these resets, from getting that value. Sun coming through. Terra alt now out. Cal trying to bring an end to this one. His own Kraken impact pop. This month finds one. Harvey dead. Delana going to be eliminated. Cart in control. Overtime bleeding down. Envy looking to bring this to a conclusion. Just 3 players left standing, and TTK is no longer one of them. There is the closeout. History doth repeat itself, Avast, as it is a full hold coming through. Envy rough around the edges throughout this set, but finding perfection when it matters the most. They get 3-0 on the final map, 3-2 to close the series. They are our Rivals Fight Night champions this week.
Hey.
I mean, again? They did it again? Speaking of the agains, I can't believe history just repeated itself. I mean, are we back at the Shroud Gauntlet? GB, did it never finish? Is it still going? Is this the end of this tournament?
Yeah, here we are. Oh, wow. This tournament is over. It's yeah, I mean, you know, even though it was a 3-0 end for the Shroud Gauntlet, this one 3-2, just the fact that it ended that way, excuse me, clear, right on the money, same area, same everything. Yeah, little deja vu, but you know, love to see it. Envy get the win, and you know, we might as well. I don't know if we're ready to go to announce our MVP. Hopefully, we will in a little bit, but because I think we all know who it'll end up being. But before we do the MVP announcement, yeah, I just want to really talk about like how good this, like, it looked like it was curtains, Achilleos, for Envy. It looked like they didn't really know where they wanted to try and pivot, and then they did so, and they did so beautifully.
They really did. And I thought that, you know, granted, I didn't know the deep lore. I hadn't gotten to watch the Shroud Gauntlet there, but it felt like they were going to be, you know, backs against the wall, unable to fight back, because you're going into your opponent's map pick to try to round it out when, you know, 100 Thieves previously, when it was theirs, they were finding the wins. And they were just looking so damn clean. But apparently, yeah, history just repeats itself. You go to Spider Islands, it turns out not going to be the greatest selection here in the end, and that Envy just has a gorgeous read. Everyone pretty much across the board here playing damn near perfect Marvel.
Yeah, really. In a vast, you know, this Envy team found ways to pivot mid-series so effectively, but also, like, you know, 100 Thieves, I mean, these, it needs to be said, like, I think you run these games back and, you know, you're going to see toss-up results, right? Because they're just so close to one another.
I think if you run the simulations again, probably you'll see play enough of them that 100 Thieves definitely is going to win a couple of those for sure. It definitely was just based off like the pivot, like you called out, where Envy, they played some pretty unique comps starting out, and they're like, you know what if we just mirror? We're just going to take the comp, we're going to play the Wolverine. Wolverine's so powerful right now still because it's such a genre defining, just comp defining hero, because you kind of have to play a Magneto if you're playing into a Wolverine, and you kind of have to have Magneto if you're playing with a Wolverine typically. So it kind of forces the rest of the composition from there on out. So I do think that's so crucial there for Envy, just making that swap and showing the flexibility of this roster again.
And
First time
it's
champions.
something that you'll see. Well, first time champions for Envy, but what was it? The last, 6 champs or so, all new faces.
Yeah,
no one's been able to
time.
hold on. It's basically the anti-EU. Like if EU is a sacred timeline, right, where like VP just dominates, like we are definitely NA is a fork in the multiverse. For sure, a thread that needs to be handled, maybe an incursion, if you will. So I think there's some good Marvel references in there, and that's good writing as well. Like Avast, all right, it's good writing.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. But you know what? You can't write this one. Is our MVP a bit? You couldn't predict it. No writer could.
It was pre-written.
It was
pre-written in the stars.
It was speedily. I mean, this guy, he does it all. I mean, he's played so many different heroes for this Envy roster so far, and he's a pretty new addition. And now pulling out a Wolverine, which is something I'm pretty sure I have not seen Speedily play that much Wolverine in the past, if any. And so being able to mirror it against 100 Thieves, which is a team that's really been good at the Wolverines here in North America, it's just another great addition to the squad, another great addition to the hero pool of him in general.
Yeah, it's been, his add to the team has been nothing short of amazing for Envy. Exactly what you would want out of a new pickup. Just the value that he has provided Achilleos for this squad. I mean, it just gives him so many options, especially with that deep hero pool that he has.
Yeah, just seeing the pivots having to come through. I mean, the Storm earlier on versus Shroud X, etc. Like that was all so damn clean. He was in contention for winning MVP in that first series here for NA. But he's able to very much secure it with a performance here versus 100 Thieves. And, I think for 100 Thieves, this is going to be a little bit of a bummer, not being able to get that revenge after the 3-0 sweep. At least make it a little bit more contentious. It was looking good for them, but this last map of Spider Isles, I mean, this was basically like watching Evo Moment 37. Like every single thing that they were trying to do, the parry was in. They were just able to block everything. And counteracted on this defense. It was just gorgeous from Envy, and Speedily was a huge part of that.
And that is why he is your MVP. So congratulations once again to Speedily, your RFN NA MVP. And congratulations to both of our winning teams, of course. VP over in the EU side kind of feels like it's, but of course, the gentleman.
It's destiny. It's just destiny.
Exactly. So the tip of the hats for VP, and of course for our new RFN champs, 3-2. It's Envy, fresh off of a win from the Shroud Gauntlet, showing that they surely can run it back to back. And we want to let everyone know that, if you're still tuning in here, thank you so much for still sticking with us. And also, don't forget about the giveaway. Go in the chat. I'm going to type it in right now so that this way people can get a head start. Giveaway, ! I'm a mod now, so I have the powers. So yeah, I typed that in. So go click on rivalsfightnight.com, scroll down to the widget, go ahead and click it, take you over to gleam.io, and you just go ahead and check the little boxes. Achilleos, have you done it yet? Have you checked your little boxes? You're not going to win, but you got to check your boxes.
Put him on the spot here.
I mean, look, I think that, I'm not the wealthiest man, but I'm comfortable in my living. I don't need to take a CPU away from somebody who could otherwise,
You're not going to win. We got to.
I'm stuffing the ballot box. I'm stuffing the ballot box myself.
GB's sitting on his coffers of wealth in his Los Angeles mansion. He's just like, yes, I'm going to enter the giveaway and try to win a CPU and take it from all of the poors.
Take it from the children. No, don't worry. None of us are winning. But get out there. Make sure you.
One of you will. Let's clarify that.
I'll be winning.
Win.
I'll be winning.
We are not winning as the casters.
Okay. Yeah. No. Yeah. We not winning. Not winning. No one here. Not me. I would never do that. Achilleos, how dare you? No, but seriously, make sure you get out there, do that. Also, just want to get everyone, on the radar. Meet and greet. DreamHack Dallas, Saturday, 11 a.m. to 4 p.m. You can go ahead and compete in some money matches against the Envy boys. It'll be pretty fun. DreamHack's always a good time. Lots of cool things to do there. So if you happen to be there, and you'll also get to meet Avast and ZP from Rivals Fight Night. Hexagrams will be there too. You know that guy who drops horrible Marvel incorrect things in the chat? That guy.
You're summoning it now.
He's so offended. He's so offended by this.
I know he knows better, because he knows better. I'm kidding. No, but seriously, you'll go ahead and meet the crew there. You meet Envy. You have a good time. Play some rivals meet some friends. It's always a plus. So check it out. And we, of course, thank you so much for tuning in today, guys. Long day, but we're signing out. Any last words before we close out? I don't know how Puckett does this. So what do you want me to do?
Like kind of crude, or maybe he'll blast an air horn into like the microphone or something. That's typically kind of his angle. So maybe if you have something around that angle, like a firecracker you can pop off, like that, kind of Puckett-esque.
Don't have that around. You would think with all the crap I have behind me, I'd have like something that blows up, but no, I don't. What a shame, man. Really got to get that checked out. Kilios, you have something behind you that blows up? I don't know. It looks like that Timo in the back might blow up. Can we blow that up?
Yeah, I mean, I don't, it was a gift, but screw Timo. But good to be back. Another week of fight night in the books. I'm gonna have to get settled.
Yeah, of course. All right, folks.
Was that the Puckett air horn? Did they just play that? Play that through the feeds? I think that was the Puckett.
I have no idea.
Vacuum. I'm pretty sure that was the Puckett vacuum noise. They just put it on the screen.
Wait, did Puckett have a vacuum? It's just
he take like a vacuum and just like vacuum his mic or something. I don't know why he's doing that, but he's doing it.
Christopher Elizabeth Puckett, everyone. We miss you, buddy. You can actually catch him over at DreamHack as well, I believe, or he's doing some Call of Duty stuff this week. So, but in any case, folks, that's going to do it for us. Big shout out to the RFM production team for always kicking all the butts, and a big thank you to all the teams that participated here today. Team Peps, Team 1, VP, you got Envy, ShroudX for coming in hot and saving the day. So big shout out to you guys. And of course, 100 Thieves. What a day this was. It was a pleasure to do my first RFN. I was so nervous about this, but I'm glad it worked out. Thank you everyone for tuning in. Really appreciate it. And of course, you guys, see you next week for some more Rivals Fight Night. Don't forget about Deadlock Fight Night. All the good stuff happening here at the Fight Night crew. And we will see you next time. Take care.